There was something about him I needed to understand, to figure out. Most of the men I date, they are shallow little boys pretending to be deep. But Harry was the opposite. A deep well, but trying to hide it. I was immediately drawn to him. Vance could be considered the strong, silent type, and there was definitely a kind of woman attracted to a man with inner demons. Of course, Anna Albrecht had a few demons of her own. Maybe she'd recognized a fellow traveler. Brodie wondered if Vance was really pulled in by the artwork he saw through the gallery window, or by the very attractive gallery curator. But maybe that was too cynical. All men are pigs, but some are more dedicated to the role than others. Anna continued, "We had a nice couple of days. He left, but we stayed in touch. And then he would start visiting every few weeks." Brodie asked, "Did you know he was married?" "Of course," replied Anna, as if offended. "We shared everything. We did not lie to each other. He still loved his wife. He told me that." Who says that to the woman they are cheating with? Harry had a kind of stupid honesty about him. Taylor said his wife might disagree. Anna shot her a look. "That's not my business." Brodie asked, when did Harry arrive in Berlin for this last visit? "Tuesday, late afternoon. I was busy and couldn't meet him at the train station, so we met in the neighborhood around 6:30. "Did he have a key to your apartment?" "No, he didn't want one, except when he was staying here. So we met at the Japanese place across the street." "Were you together from Tuesday until early Sunday morning?" She shook her head. "I'd go to work in the morning, and he'd go do whatever it was he was doing. We saw each other in the evenings, on the weekend." That seemed to bring up something painful, and she added, "Sunday morning I rolled over toward him, but his side of the bed was empty. I saw he'd texted my phone, said he couldn't sleep and was going for a walk, would be back by dawn. I called him, and he didn't answer. I tried again, and again, and then." She paused. "I was a wreck all of Sunday. I wanted to contact the police, but I told myself that would be overreacting, and the police might contact his wife. And then the news comes Monday morning. I learn along with everyone else. His wife is the one who gets the phone call, yes? I was just..." She trailed off. That was the price of being the other woman. Harry might have given his heart to Anna, but it didn't come with next of kin status and a legally binding contract. Brodie asked, "Was Harry's wife aware of your relationship?" "He was getting divorced." "Please answer the question." She hesitated. "No." She must have suspected something. "We didn't talk about it," said Anna brusquely. "By our third time together, he told me he was getting a divorce. It was that simple. He was unhappy. I made him happy. And if you find happiness in this shit world, you grab it and don't let go." It seemed that Ms. Albrecht was more defensive about this topic than about withholding key information from the police who were investigating her boyfriend's murder. Also, something about this wasn't making sense. Why wouldn't Harry have told his wife, Julie, about the affair when filing for divorce? Once the deed was done, why not come clean? Shame? A desire for a more amicable and speedy settlement? Then Brodie thought about Mark Jenkins, whom Harry had also kept in the dark about this relationship, and who seemed perplexed about what Harry could have been up to in Berlin that was so secretive that he wouldn't share it with his CID partner and close friend. This secrecy could all be explained by the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Adultery was a punishable offense. So were actions unbecoming an officer, not to mention actions that brought discredit to the army. Having an affair was not a career builder, and that might be the answer to Harry's silence on the subject. But maybe now they had another answer. Odin. Harry's relationship with Anna and his hunt for the American traitor were part of the same thing in Harry's mind. To tell his wife or his partner about Anna Albrecht was to risk revealing what he was really doing in Berlin, beyond a romantic dalliance. Was Harry using this woman? Did he just happen upon her art gallery, or was he seeking her out because he already knew about her father and her family's search for justice? In other words, was Harry Vance on a case? Not according to Mark Jenkins, or Colonel Trask, or anyone else at 5th MP. Well, something was propelling Warrant Officer Vance forward on this search for Odin, and Brodie needed to figure out if there was more to it than a keen romantic interest in Ms. Albrecht, and moral outrage over the American military traitor who had betrayed his country, and betrayed Anna's father. Something more in the present. Brodie asked, "Is there anything Harry mentioned, or something you might have overheard, that could shed some light on who he was in contact with while he was in Berlin?" Anna shook her head. "Maybe you saw something on his phone." Anna shot him a look. "I saw nothing on his phone. I respected his privacy. We trusted each other." Taylor said, "Harry must have left some of his belongings here." Anna nodded. "Clothes, mostly. Plus his passport, which he told me he always traveled with, even within Germany, in case he got unexpected orders to travel abroad. His bag sat there on the floor in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't even want to touch it. I eventually got up the nerve to throw it in my wardrobe." Brodie asked, "May we see it?" "Why?" "I won't know until I see it." Anna stood and led them back into the hallway, into a bright, airy bedroom with tall windows facing the street. The room was a mess. Unmade bed, pillows tossed on the floor, books and loose papers on every surface. Anna opened a tall wooden wardrobe across from the bed and retrieved a black nylon overnight bag, which she handed to Brodie. "Some of his shirts and slacks are still hanging in here. Everything else is in the bag." Brodie set the bag on the bed and opened it. Socks, boxer shorts, a few T-shirts and undershirts. He pulled out a worn paperback copy of Joseph Conrad's The Secret Agent and handed it to Taylor. Appropriate reading. Taylor flipped through the book to see if anything had been slipped between the pages. "I read this in college. Terrorists, espionage, betrayal. Good stuff." She set it on the bed. The only other thing of note in the bag was Harry's passport, which Brodie flipped through. As expected, it was full of entry stamps for various European countries, as well as a few places that were no one's idea of tourist hotspots: Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, Libya. The oldest stamp was from Algeria in 2013. The most recent was from Poland in 2018. Brodie closed the passport and said to Anna, "This is State Department property, and I am handing it over to the American Embassy." Anna nodded. Brodie slipped the passport in his jacket pocket and gestured to the wardrobe. "May I?" Anna stepped aside and Brodie observed 3 button-down dress shirts, 2 pairs of dark slacks, and a navy blue sports jacket hanging in the wardrobe next to Anna's clothing. He checked the pockets of the dress shirts and slacks, which were empty. Then he reached into the inside pocket of the jacket and felt something. He pulled it out. It was a small manila envelope a little larger than a credit card. He opened it and withdrew what appeared to be a glass microscope slide, about 3 inches long. In the center of the glass was a nickel-sized drop of liquid with a slightly purple hue. He held it up to Taylor. "What do you think this is?" Taylor looked at it closely. Judging by the color, it might be some kind of pathogen with a contrast stain applied to it. They're supposed to be labeled. A small white sticker was affixed to one end of the slide, featuring a string of 6 handwritten numbers. There was no other labeling. Brodie turned to Anna and showed it to her. "Any idea what this is?" She looked at the slide and shook her head. This needed to be marked as evidence and turned over to the German police. Or maybe not. Brodie returned the slide to the envelope and put it in his jacket pocket with the passport. He asked Anna, "Any of his other belongings here?" "Toiletries. In the bathroom." "Was he taking any prescription medication?" "Not that I'm aware of." She gestured to the overnight bag. "Are you done with it?" "Yes. Hold on to all this for now. You will be turning it over to the German authorities." She didn't respond to that, but said, "It's all I have left of him." Taylor said, "We understand. But it's not yours." Anna nodded and left the bedroom. Brodie and Taylor followed her back to the hallway. She informed them, "I have nothing more to say." Taylor glanced at Brodie, who nodded. She said to Anna, "Thank you for your assistance, and we are sorry again for your loss." Brodie added, "Someone from the BKA will be in touch about taking a statement from you, and they will also be collecting your rifle for ballistics and Harry's belongings as evidence." He added, "You need to be honest with them about why you have not come forward." "Yes, I will tell them I honestly don't trust the police." "Right. But here's some free advice. Don't antagonize people who have the power to charge you with obstruction of justice." "Who's paying to fix my front door?" "Give us the bill when we see you next." "Oh, are we doing this again?" "I'm sure we'll have more questions for you once we read the Stasi documents." She looked at Brodie. "The only question is why this American traitor was never caught, and who is protecting him now?" Brodie replied, "By now. He may have faced justice in a much higher court." "I don't believe in any of that," said Anna. "There is justice in this world or none at all." Taylor took Anna's phone number and gave her both of their cell numbers. Then they left the apartment and walked down the stairs and out to the street. A light flurry had begun, and the flakes were collecting on the cobblestones. Taylor said, "Well, that was something." Brodie nodded. "Good info. Wrong case." Taylor asked, "What did you think of her?" "Before or after she threatened to blow my head off?" "She showed restraint, actually, and a fair amount of trust in people who had just broken into her apartment. Maybe that's her fatal flaw, overly trusting. Maybe Harry was snowing her about trying to find her father's killer, stringing her along. Do you think he would do that?" "I didn't know him well enough to say, but he seemed like an honest guy. Except for the extramarital affair. If nothing else, he was earnest and diligent. Maybe he'd managed to dig into old Stasi archives or even U.S. counterintelligence reports to try to discover Odin's identity. But is that why he was in a park in the middle of the night in an Arab neighborhood holding his Beretta? I doubt it. But we'll look at the Stasi report. His phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and saw it was Sharon Whitmore. He answered, "Brodie." "Scott, when can you be at the embassy?" 15 minutes. Why? "There's been a major development." "Can I get a tease?" She hesitated a moment. "The bombing in Neukölln has provided some new evidence." "See you soon." "Good." She hung up. Brodie slipped the phone back in his pocket. He watched as the snow drifted past the old buildings and the bare trees lining the sidewalk. Two remarkable events separated by a few days and a few blocks. Maybe it wasn't chaos after all. Maybe there was some awful unifying logic to all this. Who was that? "Whitmore. She needs us at the embassy ASAP. The bombing in Neukölln has led to new evidence in our case." Well, at least they're calling it a bombing and not a cooking accident. She looked off, thinking. After a moment, she said, "Last night I felt like this case was almost making sense. Whiskey will do that. And then there's this." She gestured to Anna's building. "What does an American spying for the Stasi have to do with Iraqi military intelligence, or weapons of mass destruction, or now this bombing?" "Don't forget Hezbollah and the Lebanese mafia." He added, "Anna is paranoid, grief-stricken. Harry's death stirred up a lot of things that she thought she'd buried." The hysterical woman. "That's not what I said. It's implied." "What do you want me to say, Taylor? A CID counterterrorism investigator is clipped in the middle of an Arab neighborhood while trying to locate an Iraqi ex-Ba'athist with knowledge of the most terrible weapons known to man, and now a bomb blows up in that same neighborhood and apparently has something to do with Harry's murder. That paints a kind of picture. A scary picture, actually, but also a coherent one. As for Anna, I think she's stuck in the past. You and I can only begin to imagine what she's gone through. Growing up in a place like that, those bastards taking her father from her at such a young age. But the world moves on, and the problem is that the pain doesn't move on with it." Taylor thought about that. She's traumatized. He nodded, and with the murder of Harry, twice over. We at least owe it to her to take her claims seriously, to see what's there. We always see what's there. We do. But we don't always understand what we see. I do. Then tell me what that thing is that you took from Harry's jacket. His passport. The other thing, Scott. I have no frickin' idea. Chapter 25. The far-right protesters who had clogged Pariserplatz that morning appeared to have gone home for the day, or to another location. A few cyclists and pedestrians weaved between the columns of the Brandenburg Gate. Brodie and Taylor navigated the embassy security check, then took the elevator to the second floor and walked to the conference room. Sharon Whitmore and Jason Butler sat together at the far end of the conference table. No one else was there. Brodie asked, "Are we early?" "It's just us," said Whitmore. She gestured to the chairs across from them. "Please sit." They took the two seats that were set up with water bottles and blank pads. Brodie noticed that the plate of strudel was still there. Must have been a plastic replica sourced from an IKEA showroom. Probably bugged. Taylor asked, "Where is everyone?" "The Germans have got their hands full," said Whitmore. "Chief Inspector Schroeder called me about an hour ago to brief me about the bomb blast. I briefed Agent Kim immediately thereafter. As for the others," she gestured to the empty chairs, "this has become a need-to-know matter." Interesting. It made sense to exclude the State Department reps, but Brodie thought General Kiernan had a need to know. Whitmore continued, "The blast that you both witnessed this morning was caused by an improvised explosive device consisting of ammonium nitrate and fuel oil. 3 bodies were recovered from the apartment." She consulted some handwritten notes in front of her. 2 of the bodies have been identified as Abdul Aziz and Yosef Rahman, Syrian refugees who had immigrated to Germany approximately 6 months ago. They were both renters of the apartment. The 3rd body was sitting closest to the detonation and will take longer to identify, but is possibly Zahid Bishara, their 3rd roommate who emigrated from Syria at the same time. Based on an initial analysis of the remnants of the device, which included a receiver and a detonator, the German authorities believed that the explosion was accidental and that the victims were in the final stages of building a bomb that would be placed elsewhere and remotely detonated. Well, that gave some credence to David Kim's theory. Bomb-making didn't leave a lot of room for error. Whitmore continued, 2 cell phones were recovered at the scene, and technicians are currently at work gaining access to them. A laptop computer was sitting on a desk near the explosion, and any data on it is likely unsalvageable. However, the authorities located a USB thumb drive in one of the desk drawers which contained several images. The first few were of a dark green Mercedes sedan parked in an underground lot. Different angles, including the underside of the car. These were time-stamped around 7 a.m. yesterday morning and geotagged to the Radisson Hotel in Alexanderplatz. Brodie and Taylor exchanged glances, knowing what Whitmore was going to say next. She looked at them. The BKA has confirmed that the vehicle in the photos belongs to Mark Jenkins, Mr. Vance's former partner. The remainder of the photos on the flash drive are surveillance photos of Mr. Jenkins in Alexanderplatz. This is consistent with Mr. Jenkins' own account of being followed and surveilled by several individuals. The authorities believe that the bomb was intended for Mr. Jenkins' car. Brodie asked, "Is Jenkins still in town?" "He was preparing to depart this afternoon, but after I called him and briefed him on this, he has chosen to remain in Berlin until Mr. Vance's memorial service in Kaiserslautern this weekend." Brodie wasn't surprised that Jenkins was sticking around. The guy didn't want to give the appearance of turning tail. As with any proud and occasionally stupid military man, cheating death was just an invitation to play the odds again. More interestingly, Ms. Whitmore had just revealed that after receiving this information from the chief inspector, she had decided to conduct 3 separate briefings. Mark Jenkins, David Kim, and now Brodie and Taylor, with Jason Butler present. Why? Whitmore looked again at her notes. Several weapons were recovered from the apartment. Among them was a Heckler & Koch MP5 semi-automatic submachine gun with a night vision scope. This particular weapon had been converted for use with 22 long rifle rounds. Captain Solomon's team is running ballistics to determine if it was the rifle used to kill Mr. Vance, though he seemed confident they will discover that it was. And I share his confidence. Taylor asked, "How can you be so sure?" Whitmore looked at her. "Because of the other piece of evidence that they recovered. In the apartment freezer was a glass jar that contained a human eyeball." The briefing room was silent as they absorbed what Whitmore had just said. There was physical evidence, the photos, linking the 3 dead men to the murder victim's partner, Mark Jenkins, and there was a potential murder weapon and potential forensic evidence of the murder victim himself. The eyeball. Assuming the ballistics and genetic testing didn't offer up any surprises, this was case closed, except, of course, for discovering motive and possible co-conspirators. Taylor asked, "Do you have anything on these 3 Syrians?" Whitmore replied, "They all immigrated from the city of Idlib in northwestern Syria. For most of the Syrian civil war and up to today, Idlib has been under the control of various Sunni extremist rebel groups, many of which have ties to al-Qaeda. Inspector Schroeder informed me that refugees from this particular part of Syria receive increased scrutiny and screening by the German government during the asylum application process. The authorities are currently looking further into these men's recent activities as well as their backgrounds, including, with the aid of our Defense Department, any connection that these individuals may have had to past or ongoing criminal investigations within Army CID or other American military law enforcement entities. Meanwhile, Berlin PD is canvassing Neukölln and questioning residents about the movements of these men in the last few days and weeks, as well as any known associations they may have had with radical groups. She paused for a moment and looked between Brodie and Taylor. The working theory is that a Sunni extremist group is chosen to assassinate American counterterrorism agents in Germany, and possibly Mr. Vance and Mr. Jenkins in particular, as revenge for some particular law enforcement action. Brodie thought about that. Sunni extremists such as al-Qaeda were the mortal enemies of Shiite terror groups like Hezbollah, which meant Agent Kim's favorite theory had just gone up in smoke, along with the suspects. Hopefully he'd taken it okay. On that subject, Brodie asked, "Why are we being briefed separately from Agent Kim?" Whitmore pursed her lips. Agent Kim is a CT expert with a top-secret security clearance, and I wanted him to be able to speak freely to me about any intelligence that might inform this case, without concern for what was being shared outside of the Bureau. The FBI liked to keep it in the family. So did the Army. But on a case like this, you were at least supposed to pretend that civilian and military law enforcement were one big happy family. Or at least related by marriage. Agent Whitmore appeared to be dropping the pretense. "Speaking of Agent Kim," said Jason Butler, who seemed to have been waiting for his cue, "he asked us to give this to you." He slid a manila envelope across the conference table. "The FBI file on Tariq Qasim, a.k.a. Abbas al-Hamdani." Taylor took the envelope. Agent Kim has set a good example for interagency cooperation. Whitmore, who was not setting a good example, did not reply. Butler said, "Makes for interesting reading. Qasim was a colonel in the Iraqi army, a military intel guy who helped coordinate and execute Saddam's nerve gas attacks against the Iranians during the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s. Not much other info on him until after the 2003 American invasion, when he was the leader of an insurgent cell focused on killing his own people. Iraqi civilians who worked with the U.S.-led Coalition Provisional Authority. These terrorist activities are the reason Qasim was in our database in the first place. He switched sides a couple years later and joined the Sunni Awakening, which, as you may know, worked for us." He added, "I assume this is the only reason a guy with such a murderous background was granted asylum here in Germany." Brodie knew of the Sunni Awakening, otherwise known as the Sons of Iraq, who were a coalition of Sunni tribes paid by the U.S. military to fight and kill the al-Qaeda jihadists within their communities. They were mostly led by tribal elders as well as guys like Tariq Qasim, former officers in Saddam's military who saw an opportunity to switch to the winning team and get paid in the process. Members of the Awakening were, unsurprisingly, marked for death by al-Qaeda and their cohorts, who saw them as traitors to their sect and collaborators with the American infidels. It wasn't difficult for Brodie to imagine how a man like Qasim could secure asylum in the West as a political refugee. War criminals are bad until they're on your payroll, doing your bidding. And now Brodie wondered if Qasim had switched sides yet again, and gotten himself involved with a Sunni extremist cell here in Germany that was assassinating American military counterterrorism agents. Butler looked at Brodie and Taylor. "Do you have any idea why Mr. Vance would have been seeking this man out?" "No," said Taylor. "We were hoping the FBI file would shed some light." "It didn't to us, nor to Agent Kim. We shared a copy of Qasim's file with the BKA as well as with Mark Jenkins. who was not familiar with the names Tariq Qasim or his alias Abbas al-Hamdani. Whitmore added, "It is possible that Colonel Qasim had an operational connection to these Syrian bomb makers, and that all of them were somehow related to an investigation that Mr. Vance was conducting without the knowledge or authorization of his commanding officer. It is also possible that Qasim has nothing to do with our investigation, and that you were given inaccurate information by your source, perhaps intentionally." She added, unnecessarily, "That's done all the time." Jason Butler said to Brodie and Taylor, "Agent Kim explained to us the circumstances through which you obtained this name. At first, I thought maybe Kim was making a joke, or you were BSing him." "You might not like our methods," said Brodie, "but we don't trade in bullshit." Butler ignored that. "I looked into this Rafiq Nasir. You're both lucky to be alive. Luck had nothing to do with it." Jason Butler leaned forward and clasped his hands together on the table, which he'd probably seen an FBI interrogator do on television. "What we want to know is, why would this Mr. Nasir help you? Why call attention to himself in the first place? And why should we trust anything he has to say?" "We got on his radar," said Brodie, "and he wanted to know who was poking around his neighborhood, and he wants it to stop. Bad for business. If we hadn't been CID agents, then maybe, as you suggested, we'd be dead. Who knows? And frankly, at this point, who cares? We got intel, and we have now shared it with our good friends at the Bureau." "It is difficult," said Whitmore, "to isolate this information from the source." She added, "and the extraordinarily reckless fashion in which it was acquired. I'm surprised that you believed any of what Rafiq Nasir told you." Brodie looked at Sharon Whitmore, who was staring back at him. This woman was hard to read. After a moment, she dropped the bomb. "We are concerned that your conduct is negatively impacting this investigation." And now Brodie understood why General Kiernan wasn't here, and why David Kim had been briefed separately. When you're getting ready to shib someone, it's best not to have any of their potential allies in the room. Taylor asked, "Are we being relieved of our duties?" Whitmore replied, "I have no authority to do that, but it is my role to advise your superiors of any actions I believe might improve the cooperation between American and German law enforcement. And even setting aside your blatant disregard for jurisdictional boundaries, and your cavalier behavior which endangered your lives as well as the success of this investigation, the nature of this case has fundamentally changed since this morning. I will be recommending to the Provost Marshal General that he dispatch a team from the 5th MP to take over the CID's role in this investigation. Specifically, a team from the Terrorism and Criminal Investigation Unit in which Mr. Vance served. They will have a more comprehensive understanding of the national security context behind the assassination of Mr. Vance and the planned assassination of Mr. Jenkins." Brodie was sure that General Hackett would jump at an excuse to summon them back to the States. Would Colonel Dombrowski have their backs? Hard to say. Did they even want this case if the legal attaché was treating them like this? Well, yes. Wounded pride is no excuse to abandon your duty. As for Ms. Whitmore, she was a diplomat, and she wouldn't risk alienating the 2 CID agents on her team unless she was fairly confident that her recommendation was enough to send them home. Of course, she could have done this all behind their backs without this face-to-face meeting. But that wasn't the Bureau's way. She was required to brief them until the moment they were no longer assigned to this case. In the FBI, even betrayal was by the book. Whitmore assured them, "This is not personal. I am doing my job, which is to shepherd this case to a successful conclusion." Brodie said, "A good shepherd can spot the wolves in sheep's clothing." She stared at him with her unblinking brown eyes. "And who is that, in your estimation?" "I don't know yet," replied Brodie, "but it's not us." He dug a scrap of paper out of his jacket pocket and tossed it on the table. Whitmore picked up the paper and looked at it. The phone number. For a man named Hassan. He is a congregant at the Almaty Islamic Center in Neukölln, and he put Harry Vance in touch with Rafik Nasir. He lied to German investigators about this, out of fear of reprisal from Nasir, but he is now prepared to amend his statement. Butler asked, "Last name?" "We'll leave the detective work to you." Brodie looked at a note on his phone, then jotted another name and number on the pad in front of him and slid it across the table. "And this is Farouk. Works at the Ember Berlin Hookah Lounge on Karl-Marx-Strasse in Neukölln. He saw Mr. Vance the night of his murder. He also lied to German investigators, and for a similar reason to why Hassan lied. The Lebanese mobs in Neukölln have a lot of power, and people are easily intimidated by them. Farouk is also ready to amend his official statement." If Jason Butler was impressed, he didn't say so, but he did say, "I don't know how you found these people, or how they found you, but it appears that they told you what you wanted to hear, or what they wanted you to hear. In any case, it seems that you have stepped into off-limits territory. That's where all the answers are, Jason." Butler had no reply. Taylor, following her partner's lead, transcribed a note from her phone to her pad and slid it over. "And this is the address and phone number for Anna Albrecht, Harry's lover here in Berlin. We interviewed her in person at her apartment, and she had some interesting stories to tell that she is ready to repeat to the German authorities." She added, "Mr. Vance's personal effects are in her apartment." Except, thought Brodie, for the microscope slide that he had in his pocket, and which he decided not to hand over. Whitmore remained poker-faced as she stared at the pad containing Anna Albrecht's contact info, but Jason Butler looked like he'd lost another hand of 5-card stud. He asked, "How did you find her?" Brodie replied, "We were looking for her. We find people we're looking for." Butler had no response to Brodie's arrogance, but informed Brodie and Taylor this woman had an intimate relationship with the murder victim and did not identify herself to the police. She could be a flight risk, and if she skips town— Brodie interrupted, "It was obvious to us within 3 minutes of meeting her that she was a witness, not a suspect." He added, because he and Taylor were going to be sacked anyway, "I'm sure it would be obvious even to an FBI agent, Jason." Butler did not reply directly to the insult, but said, "You know, I began my FBI career in the Boston field office. I often had to work with local law enforcement. Stadies were mostly professional, but the Boston detectives, the cops, they were always about their instincts, their guts. A lot of posturing and BS from little cowboys with big chips on their shoulders. And when it hit the fan, you couldn't count on them. You'd see the fraud you always knew was there." Brodie said, "I'm sure the feeling was mutual." Whitmore said, "Gentlemen, please." Brodie enjoyed a good pissing match, but it was time to return to business. He took Harry Vance's passport from his pocket and put it on the table in front of Whitmore. "We took this from Mr. Vance's personal possessions that were in Ms. Albrecht's apartment. It is the property of the United States government, and I return it to you." Whitmore opened the passport and flipped through it, but said nothing. Taylor said to FBI agents Whitmore and Butler, "My instincts tell me you're not going to congratulate us on a job well done." Neither Whitmore nor Butler responded, but Butler said, "You'll write a report on all this, all you've done since you've been here. And if Ms. Albrecht skips town, you're in a world of trouble." Brodie assured him, "We can find her again." Whitmore was looking increasingly uncomfortable with this conversation and placed her hand on Butler's arm, which was enough to shut him up. Brodie said to Whitmore, "I'm glad to see you've got him on a short leash. Might also need a muzzle." She stared at him. "You have gone way beyond your authority. That's easy to do when we had no authority to begin with. You understood the parameters of this assignment when you accepted it. I see now that you had no intention of respecting those parameters." She looked at Taylor. "I have to say, I expected much more professionalism from the CID." Taylor looked pissed off and said, "The motto of the CID is do what has to be done." And we did. Whitmore ignored that as she produced a dark blue folder from the pile of paperwork in front of her and slid it across the table. "As long as you are the agents on this case and have not yet been relieved of your duty, I am obligated to share any pertinent information provided by German law enforcement. There's a preliminary report on the Neukölln bombing prepared by the BKA and translated by my office, as well as a list from Berlin PD of any sightings of Mr. Vance on public surveillance cameras from when he arrived at the Berlin Central train station on Tuesday to when he disembarked the metro in Neukölln in the early hours of Sunday, the night of his death." Taylor took the folder and slipped it into her satchel. Whitmore added, "I regret that our working relationship is ending this way. But as the embassy legal attaché, I will do what I believe I must in order to find justice for Mr. Vance." "Right," said Brodie as he stood and grabbed his coat. "And I promise you, so will we." Chapter 26. Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor strode in silence across Pariserplatz. Finally, Taylor said, "Well, they turned out to be assholes." "Comes with the territory." He added, not excusing them, but working in a foreign country as a balancing act. "I'm sure they were assholes back in the States. Maybe we bring out the worst in people." "Speak for yourself." She added, "Actually, you're an asshole." "Only when I work with you." They both got a smile out of that. Taylor said, "More importantly, we're about to be relieved of our duties. That's what happens when you show personal initiative in government work." She glanced at him as they walked. "Dombrowski will go to bat for us. He used all his goodwill with General Hackett to get us on this case, and I don't think he's got much left to go against the recommendation of the legal attaché. Call him. He'll call us when he's ready to pull the plug on us. No reason to hasten the inevitable." She looked at him. "You're just accepting this?" "I'm acknowledging the situation. It's up to us how we respond. But I guarantee you that whining to the boss will do nothing." He added, "Dombrowski is worried about his own ass by now." Taylor said, "He stuck his neck out to get us this assignment. He should have known better." They exited the square and walked east along tree-lined Unter den Linden. A light dusting of snow was settling over the city beneath a rolling gray sky. Taylor looked deep in thought. The bombing seems to have answered the question of who killed Harry Vance, but the proposed motive sounds vague, and I'm not sure I buy it. She looked at him. "What do you think?" "I think that Mark Jenkins and David Kim both gave us some compelling reasons as to why Iranian-backed Shiite militias might have had a hand in killing Harry. And now, suddenly we're dealing with Syrian bomb makers who might have a connection to al-Qaeda. Plus there's Qasim, a former Saddam loyalist and WMD officer whose last known affiliation was helping us hunt down and kill al-Qaeda terrorists in Iraq. Never mind the whole Stasi business with Anna. It's like we keep finding puzzle pieces, but they're all for different puzzles." Taylor considered that. "We need to stay focused on motive. Not just of the killers, but of the victim. Harry was looking for Odin, and he was also looking for Tariq Qasim. We don't know if those two things are linked, but one of them has got to be connected to his murder." "Right. And if locating Tariq Qasim, or other Iraqi military intel people, was part of an official counterterrorism investigation, Mark Jenkins would have been looped in. There's something else going on." Taylor gestured at her satchel. "Maybe the Stasi report from Ms. Albrecht or the law enforcement reports we received from Whitmore will give us some answers. Save the reading for the flight home. I think we've got a few hours at most before Hackett tells Dombrowski to yank us. Meanwhile, we have time for maybe one more play." She looked at him. "You, Mr. Brodie, are a bloodhound without a scent. Or to put it in military terms, a homing missile without a heat signature. We need more information before we can make another move." She had a point. He pulled out his phone and ran a Google search for Abbas al-Hamdani, Tariq Qasim's alias. He got a few hits for listings in the German white pages, but only one with an address in Berlin, an apartment on Stuttgarter Strasse. Was this their guy? Possibly. Colonel Tariq Qasim wanted to live an anonymous life, and he probably assumed that taking an alias would offer enough protection from his past, and had not thought to make sure that alias was delisted from the online phone directory. Taylor asked, "What are you doing?" "Picking up a scent." He entered the address in his GPS and saw that Mr. Hamdani lived on a small street on the eastern edge of Neukölln. He checked his watch. It's 11:35. Based on Whitmore's timeline, she couldn't have spoken to Kim more than an hour ago, which is when she would have received the FBI file on Qasim and then passed it on to the BKA. We might be able to check Qasim's apartment before Schroeder's people get the same idea. Taylor thought for a moment. "You seem determined to make this a race between getting sent home or being arrested by the Germans." "There's a third option. Cracking this case before anyone else." "You're delusional." "I'm motivated." "Yes, but by what?" "Same as always. Duty and justice." "I was thinking spite, arrogance, and a nose-diving career." "Whatever gets the job done." Chapter 27. They took a taxi to Neukölln, and as they rode, Taylor pulled out the FBI file on Tariq Qasim and looked it over. She read aloud in a low voice, "Qasim was an ambitious young officer and fierce Saddam Hussein loyalist throughout the 1970s. When Iraq invaded Iran in September 1980, Colonel Qasim was ideally positioned to take on a prominent role in the war effort. He was instrumental in devising the most effective methods of deploying sarin gas, mustard gas, and other deadly chemical agents against Iranian military units and Iranian civilians in villages near the Iraqi border. Qasim's efforts were bolstered in the final years of the war in part by the exploitation of dual-use materials supplied by the United States and other allied nations. Brodie absorbed that. Dual use was political doublespeak for military tech that could have peaceful civilian applications, but could also be weaponized. If the U.S. was sending dual-use materials to a guy like Colonel Qasim in the middle of a brutal war with the Iranians, it probably wasn't Kevlar vests. Brodie said, "It's no secret that we gave Iraq assistance during that war. But I assumed it was things like military intelligence, maybe conventional munitions. This sounds like something else." Taylor added, "The Soviets also supported Iraq in the war. In fact, the Iran-Iraq War is one of the only Cold War-era conflicts I can think of where the U.S. and the Russians were on the same side." Brodie nodded. Everyone was freaked out by the crazies in Iran. So Colonel Qasim was getting clandestine WMD assistance from our government, and possibly from the Soviets as well. Right. Brodie couldn't quite get past the fact that the United States had assisted Saddam Hussein with his WMD program, the same WMD program that Scott Brodie and over 100,000 other American soldiers were sent to Iraq decades later to destroy. Of course, it turned out that Saddam had done the job of destroying the weapons himself throughout the 90s, while simultaneously encouraging the impression that he'd secretly held on to some of them, in what he thought was a clever ploy to deter the Americans and their allies from launching an invasion, but was actually a green light for the gang of warmongers in Washington thirsty for blood. Wrong move, Saddam. Brodie tried to refocus on the case. The truth was, he'd never imagined this murder in Berlin would bring up so much Iraqi history, which in turn brought up a lot of Scott Brodie history. He said to Taylor, "The takeaway is that our person of interest in this case, Colonel Tariq Qasim, was using some nasty stuff, and some of it was supplied by our own government. Is this relevant to our homicide investigation? Taylor thought for a moment, then said, "We don't know yet, but maybe." Brodie looked out the window as the taxi wound through the streets of Neukölln. Traffic was light, but the cars were slowed by the snow, which was becoming heavier. Only a few pedestrians were out and about. They passed a mosque, with a Berlin PD van parked out front and 2 officers with assault rifles flanking the entrance. By now, reports on the nearby explosion would be all over the news, though undoubtedly with some key details missing. Brodie had a feeling that Neukölln and other Muslim neighborhoods were going to be under the eye for a while. The cabbie turned onto Stuttgarter Strasse, a tree-lined cobblestone street, and stopped in front of a dilapidated post-war apartment block covered with peeling mustard-yellow stucco and graffiti. Wir sind da. Brodie paid the driver and they exited the taxi and approached the building where Tariq Qasim, a.k.a. Abbas al-Hamdani, lived, if he was still alive. They walked into the foyer and Brodie looked at the call box. A few of the buttons had handwritten names on strips of tape, but Hamdani's apartment 2D had no name listed. Brodie pushed the button and waited. As expected, no response. He checked the glass-paneled door to the lobby. It was locked. We'll wait for someone to come in or out. You're going soft, Scott. Let's just kick down the door. He couldn't tell if she was serious or if she was mocking him. Actually, he could tell. Taylor looked at her watch. Let's give it 5 minutes. 3. It's about the time for midday prayers. Someone will be coming out. You couldn't get me out to pray on a day like this. He added, Good thinking. Somebody has to. Brodie didn't reply. He and Taylor waited in the outer foyer. After a few minutes, they could see through the glass-paneled door 2 middle-aged men in winter coats coming down the stairs and walking across the lobby toward them. The 2 men opened the door and looked at Brodie and Taylor, probably thinking, there goes the neighborhood, as they exited the building. Taylor pushed the door open before it shut and locked, then held it for Brodie, who entered the lobby with Taylor behind him. They crossed the small lobby to the staircase and climbed to the second-floor landing, where there were 4 doors that led to the apartments. They approached apartment 2D, and Brodie noticed it had no peephole and no deadlock. But maybe there was a bolt or chain on the inside. He said to Taylor, Say we're the police. There was no doorbell, so Taylor knocked hard on the door and shouted something in Arabic. They waited. No answer. Brodie put his ear to the door and said, He's either not home, he's sleeping, he's frightened, or he's dead. Or injured, said Taylor, quoting from the manual of forced entry. Or maybe having sex in the shower. Okay. Brodie looked at the door, which was more substantial than Anna's. We can do this. Not without alerting half the building. We're cops. You just shouted that. We have ID. Try the doorknob. That's what burglars do first. He tried the knob, and to his surprise, it turned, and he heard and felt the bolt slide. He looked at Taylor and nodded. This was where they'd draw their guns and again ID themselves as police. But they had no guns, and their status was at best ambiguous. Brodie waved Taylor back, then pushed the door open a few inches and peered inside. You never knew what you were going to find on the other side of an unlocked door. Usually nothing, but sometimes a dead body. Brodie sniffed the air but couldn't detect that distinctive smell of a decomposing corpse. Sometimes danger lurked in a quiet apartment. Someone waiting in ambush, like in Baghdad, or in Anna's apartment, for that matter. He motioned for Taylor to stay put and stepped into a small foyer that led to a hallway. As Brodie's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed a small side table in the foyer, and the reason he noticed it was because it was not against the wall. It had been moved or pushed and was now toward the middle of the foyer. A ceramic bowl that had obviously been on the side table now lay on the bare wooden floor next to a set of keys. This was a textbook sign of a struggle in the foyer, which would explain the unlocked door. A person or persons had gained entry to 2D, either because Abbas al-Hamdani had opened the door to them, or because they had somehow secured a key or picked the lock. In either case, they'd encountered Mr. Hamdani in the foyer and apparently abducted him in some manner, either at gunpoint or by rendering him unconscious, or they just killed him and took the body with them. But there were no signs of blood. In any case, they'd left quickly with Hamdani and had not bothered to lock the door after them. Or Hamdani was here, dead. Taylor had come into the foyer while Brodie was reconstructing the crime, and she said in a whisper, "He got snatched." Brodie nodded. "Okay. Let's assume we're alone, but be cautious, and let's have a look around." Taylor nodded, then closed the door and locked it. Brodie said, "The police will be here at some point, so let's not disturb the scene too much. Actually, we should call the police. Later, from a payphone. Scott, the only nice thing about being fired is that you have nothing left to lose." She didn't reply. Up ahead were two open doorways that led to rooms illuminated by windows. Brodie signaled for Taylor to take the left, and they quietly walked down the hall. Brodie stepped into the right-hand doorway, into a narrow, cramped kitchen. Dim gray light shone through a small window that faced an alley. The kitchen was a mess. Dirty dishes and still water filled the sink. Some empty frozen food boxes were strewn on the countertop, along with an ashtray full of cigarette butts. Dust, grime, and some food waste were scattered over the linoleum floor. Obviously, there was no longer a Mrs. Kasim in the picture, and Tariq Kasim had gone full bachelor. Brodie moved back into the hallway and walked through the other doorway, which led to a modestly sized living room with two windows that also faced the alley. Taylor was checking a closet. She closed it and shook her head. Brodie looked around. A tufted sofa sat atop a Persian rug beneath some framed landscapes of what looked like the German countryside that were at no risk of reminding Tariq Kasim of his homeland. On the coffee table were a few Arab-language newspapers and dirty coffee mugs. There was an ugly recliner facing a small flat-screen TV and a desk tucked in the corner that was piled with papers. Brodie signaled to Taylor, and they quietly walked through the room to another hallway that featured two doors. One led to a small bathroom that made the kitchen look clean. They entered the bedroom, and Brodie checked under the bed while Taylor checked the closet, looking for bodies, dead or alive. The place was a pigsty. More importantly, it had obviously not been searched. Taylor said, "I'm going to search the desk in the living room." She left, and Brodie had a closer look around. On top of an old wooden dresser stood a few framed photos. One of them appeared to be a wedding portrait of Mr. and Mrs. Kasim. They were a good-looking and happy young couple, and Brodie wondered if they'd tied the knot before or after Kasim began his successful career in deploying gases to the masses. Another framed photo almost made Brodie do a double-take. 4 Iraqi men in military uniforms stood arm in arm in front of a tall archway made of glazed blue bricks and covered in reliefs of dragons, bulls, and lions. Brodie recognized this as the Ishtar Gate, which stood at one end of the ruins of the ancient city of Babylon about 70 miles outside of Baghdad. Brodie had an almost identical picture of himself and 3 of his men who had stopped at the ruins during a resupply. This photo featured Colonel Kasim and 3 of his fellow officers, sporting olive-drab uniforms along with the Ba'ath Party's standard-issue black berets. They all had Saddam Hussein look-alike mustaches. Brodie looked closer at the blue Ishtar Gate, which, like much of the current-day ruins of Babylon, was actually a somewhat tacky reproduction commissioned by Saddam for his own glorification. Saddam had even, to the horror of the archaeological community, stamped his own name on the bricks used for the reconstruction effort, to mimic the practice of the Babylonian king who had built the original ancient capital. In his delusions, Saddam Hussein dreamed that modern Iraq would become the new Babylon, and he the new Nebuchadnezzar. Instead, Mr. Hussein had wound up at the end of a hangman's noose. Men plan, and God laughs. Brodie remembered that the original Ishtar Gate was in fact right there in Berlin, at the Pergamon Museum only a few miles from where he was standing. Brodie had seen it with Adam Cogan, who thought they needed to add some culture to their debauchery. Brodie had never imagined, as he'd stared up at the ancient gate, that only a few years later he'd be standing in the ruins of Babylon, in desert fatigues, holding his M4 carbine. A changed man in a changed world. Brodie moved to the closet, which was full of clothes. A rolled-up prayer rug sat on a small table at the bottom of the closet. He then checked the dresser drawers, which were also full. If Kasim had left town of his own volition, then he'd certainly packed light. Definitely a snatch job. Brodie opened the drawer in the bedside table, which contained a leather-bound Koran. It looked like an antique, with gilt inlays on the cover and handwritten calligraphy illuminated by gold frames on every page. Likely worth at least a few $1,000, and not the kind of thing you'd leave behind. Brodie knew that Saddam Hussein gifted Qurans such as this to his favored politicians and military commanders. He returned the Quran to the drawer and doubled back to the living room, where Taylor was still looking through the desk. He said, "Don't leave any fingerprints or DNA that can be traced back to you." A little late for that, Scott. We're up to our asses in unauthorized activities. We'll be okay. Nothing succeeds like success. Are we in the same army? She picked up an envelope that looked like junk mail and handed it to him. On the back of the envelope were a few handwritten words in Arabic script. She pointed to the handwriting. "This says Jamra, which I've heard used to refer to coal. But I looked it up, and it can also mean Ember, as in Ember Berlin, the hookah lounge where Harry was before his murder." That sounded like a stretch, except for the fact that Vance had been looking for this man Hamdani, and based on Harry's described behavior at Ember Berlin, he very well could have set up a meeting there that was then cancelled or relocated to the park. Taylor pointed to the next word. "This says Storko. I ran a search, and it's a small town southeast of here. I found this article." Taylor handed him her phone, displaying a 1991 article from the Boston Herald titled, "East Germans Assisted Iraqis with Biological and Chemical Arms at Berlin Site." Taylor continued, "It says that in the 1980s, the East German Army trained Iraqis in the use of biological and chemical weapons at a facility located outside of Berlin, in the town of Storko. Iraqi officers used Storko as a model to build their own WMD training facility in Iraq." Okay, and? This is it, Scott. This is the connection. Harry was looking for an American double agent working for the East Germans, Odin, and he was also looking for an Iraqi military intel officer who specialized in biological and chemical warfare. That would be Tariq Qasim, now known as Abbas al-Hamdani. Qasim was most likely trained at this East German facility, and I'd bet you anything that Odin was there. Maybe they met. Maybe they worked together. Qasim could have ID'd Odin, which is why Harry Vance was looking for him. That was a lot of conjecture on Ms. Taylor's part. Just because Odin was spying for the Stasi didn't mean he would have any reason or desire to visit an East German military WMD facility. On the other hand, Brodie and Taylor were trying to find a connection between Harry's two extracurricular activities here in Berlin, finding Odin and finding Tariq Qasim. And this facility in Storko could be it. He looked at the bottom of the envelope, where he saw written 3 o'clock next to another Arabic word. "I'm going to guess this says Sunday." Taylor nodded. Vance and Hamdani were to meet at 3 a.m. Sunday morning at Ember, Berlin, to discuss something about Storko. And then Hamdani didn't show, or he told Vance to meet him in the park instead. A setup. Taylor shook her head. Rafiq Nasir told us that Hamdani never opened his shoe store on Saturday, and that no one could get in touch with Hamdani all day. And you and I agree that it looks like Hamdani was snatched from here, In which case, the person Vance was in contact with in the early morning hours of Sunday was not Hamdani. Harry was set up in Kerner Park, but not by the guy he was supposed to meet. There was a third party. The Syrians who detonated themselves this morning. Taylor didn't respond. Taylor? She looked at him. Could you have asked for a more perfect crime scene? Murder weapon, physical evidence from the victim's body, a thumb drive full of photos that telegraph the killer's next victim. I like crime scenes where the perps didn't splatter themselves all over the walls. Easier to question. That's right, said Taylor. Dead men tell no tales. What are you implying? A false flag? I don't know, said Taylor, but something is off here. She took the envelope from Brodie and snapped a photo of it with her cell phone, then put it back on the desk where she'd found it. She said, I think we've found what we can, and we don't want to have a run-in with the chief inspector. They left the apartment and walked down the stairs and out onto the street. Brodie scanned the road. A few cars and a van waited at a red light at the nearest intersection. An old maroon Mercedes idled in front of a nearby cafe. After a moment, a tall, white-haired man in a black topcoat exited the cafe carrying a briefcase. He got in the car, which remained at the curb. Taylor asked, What are you doing? Trying to be more aware than yesterday, when Rafiq Nasir's errand boy apparently tailed us for hours. Taylor gestured to her satchel. We need to see if any of the material we received from the 5th MP and the German investigators, or the report from Anna, will help us fit some more of this together. Maggie, I'm not sitting around reading right now. Any minute my phone is going to ring and it's going to be the colonel telling us it's game over. Then turn off your phone. I don't think it works like that. We need to look over these reports, Scott. All right. So long as I can do it with a drink in my hand. She looked around. We need to get out of this neighborhood. Brodie thought about the Hotel Adlon, back in Mitte near the embassy. Given their conduct so far on this case, it was kind of in keeping with the theme to go to the only spot in all of Berlin where Brodie had been banned from ever returning. He said to Taylor, I know just the place. Chapter 28. Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor walked into the lobby of the Hotel Adlon on Unter den Linden and entered the bar. They were greeted by a hostess who led them to 2 upholstered chairs, flanking a low coffee table in an isolated corner of the large lounge. It was a handsome space, with a white marble floor, exotic plants and flowers scattered around, and a soaring atrium featuring an intricate stained-glass dome. The lounge was moderately crowded with some well-dressed business types, as well as a few slovenly tourists. Taylor picked up the menu and said, We should get some small bites. Order the caviar. It's on the American taxpayer. Taylor ignored that, and when the waiter came by, she ordered a few hors d'oeuvres and a white wine. Brodie ordered a beer, then looked over at the elephant fountain. It was the centerpiece of the lounge, featuring polished black stone elephants spouting water from their trunks, which might have been what had given Adam Cogan his bright idea all those years ago. Brodie had an image of his drunk friend pissing into the circular pool below the elephants, holding onto a tusk for support. He now recalled that Cogan had slipped off the edge of the fountain and back into an armchair, his own trunk still hanging out. What are you smiling about? Brodie looked at Taylor, who was laying out the paperwork from her satchel on the coffee table. My last time here. Taylor looked around the high-end lounge. I can't believe you came to this place as a college student. We didn't stay long. You were supposed to tell me why you got comped. My roommate had a slip and fall at the fountain. Taylor gave him a suspicious look, then tapped the papers on the coffee table. What do you want to read? You review the material from the BKA and Berlin PD while I read the Stasi report from Anna. Then we'll split the CID files. Taylor handed him the envelope from Anna Albrecht, and Brodie opened it and removed a 20-page document titled on the activities of Secret Agent Odin, prepared at the request of Minister Erich Milke, and which was dated October 1989. Brodie began to read. This report documents the aid rendered by the American agent codenamed Odin to the Ministry of State Security in its mission to uncover and liquidate traitors to the German Democratic Republic. Through his actions, Odin has helped defend the nation from the pernicious and reactionary forces in the West who would seek to dismantle the state and delay the inevitable victory of Marxism-Leninism. A note on the contents of this report. In accordance with the new security protocols enacted by Deputy Minister Grossman of the Main Directorate for Reconnaissance, details which are irrelevant to a concise and accurate accounting of Odin's execution of his duties, yet which might reveal the identity of said asset to enemy intelligence in the event of infiltration or theft of materials, have been excised from the narrative. Well, that would explain why this report had not yet led to the discovery of Odin's identity. Rather than rely on redactions, the Stasi had been self-censoring their own history on the assumption that traitors and spies were all around them. Probably a good bet. He continued reading. On March 6, 1983, Odin first made contact with an individual within the ministry, promising valuable intelligence about pro-Western moles within the GDR state security apparatus. Odin presented himself as a high-ranking individual within the American military, who was stationed in the American sector of occupied Berlin. Odin asserted that he would maintain his Berlin posting for several years to come, and thus could provide intelligence at regular and reliable intervals. The offer was met with an appropriate level of skepticism and scrutiny. Odin's motives were evaluated, based on his own claims as well as his professional and personal circumstances. Odin's position within the American military occupation of the western sectors of Berlin granted him unique insight and access, which the ministry deemed valuable to securing a stable and sovereign socialist state, free of malicious influence by bourgeois and fascist elements. The waiter delivered their drinks, and Brodie was grateful to have the beer to help him get through the report's tortured prose. Was something lost in translation, or was it worse in the original German? He continued reading. The report was written in such a vague way that even someone with a granular understanding of the American military's presence in West Berlin would not have been able to discern the covert operative's identity. A few pages in, Brodie found something interesting on the subject of Odin's motivation. The asset, Odin, refused payment of any kind and insisted that he was driven purely by ideological conviction. This naturally led to a degree of doubt by his handler. The asset said he believed that while the triumph of Marxism-Leninism was desirable, it was not inevitable. On the contrary, capitalism was a powerful and malignant force that would achieve unfettered dominance in the post-colonial world unless more was done to demonstrate the successful application of an alternative economic system. It was his view that the GDR was the ideal vehicle to set a positive example for this alternative way of life. His beliefs, while clearly a product of a mindset warped by the imperialist system within which he lived and operated, were nonetheless judged to be sincerely held, and were thus exploitable to assure the asset's continued cooperation, loyalty, and efficacy. There were a few rambling paragraphs about why Marxism-Leninism, communism, was of course the inevitable next phase of human society's evolution. Brodie skimmed it and then reached the section describing Odin's first success in outing a mole within the Stasi. On November 2, 1983, Odin communicated to his handler that he was aware of a double agent within the ministry. He did not know the name of the traitor, but he did potentially have access to the documents that the agent provided to American intelligence. He shared that the agent was promising information related to the National People's Army and its offensive capabilities and strategic posture. Odin's handler understood this meant that the traitor was within the main directorate for reconnaissance. At Odin's direction, and with the express permission of Deputy Director Wolf, the administration manufactured multiple erroneous intelligence reports, all identical except for a few minor alterations. These reports were distributed among many suspects within the directorate. Once the double agent duplicated and shared his uniquely altered report with his American handler, Odin was able to acquire the intelligence documents and transfer them back to the ministry. This strategy had the dual purpose of feeding misinformation to the Americans while also exposing an enemy of the state. It was through this technique that the ministry was able to identify the traitor Karl Liebknecht, who was arrested, tried, and executed. The report was describing what Brodie knew to be a standard piece of counter-espionage tradecraft. Flush a few turds down the pipe, the bad intel, and see which one comes back. It seemed to work well for Odin and his Stasi conspirators, and they used this same technique 2 more times, in 1984 and 1986, to blow the cover on Hans Müller and Paul Fischer. The fate of both men was summarized with the same clinical efficiency: arrested, tried, and executed. Also tortured and interrogated, but that detail was left out. As with Karl Liebknecht, both Müller and Fischer had worked within the main directorate for reconnaissance, German abbreviation HVA, which Brodie surmised was the Foreign Intelligence Service within the Stasi, their equivalent of the CIA. That made sense. While the Stasi spent much of its resources tracking and harassing its own internal dissidents and imagined dissidents, what the Americans cared about were the international players. Brodie continued to read. Beginning shortly after the arrest of Mr. Fischer, Deputy Director Wolf sought to explore other ways that Odin's unique access might benefit the state. At this time, Odin's handler pressed the asset for military intelligence pertaining to his branch of the American Armed Services. Odin refused. He maintained that since the ministry was compromised, he would provide no intelligence that might be traceable back to him. His handler offered him a direct pipeline to Deputy Director Wolf and Director Milke, with strict protocols that would ensure the utmost security. He still refused, and would not provide additional intelligence until all parties were confident that the ministry had been cleansed of traitors. This was typical of the asset's intractable and stubborn nature, which could at times be detrimental to the larger mission. So, Odin had been offered direct access to Erich Milke, the head of the Stasi, and had turned it down. He was clearly concerned about being caught, and single-minded in his mission to rid East Germany's state security apparatus of Western spies. Which was understandable, since the Stasi, and probably the entire East German government, seemed to have a serious loyalty problem. No one at the time knew that the Cold War was coming to an end, but maybe the East German regime and the Stasi felt, even subconsciously, that they were on a sinking ship of state. The waiter arrived with their hors d'oeuvres and set them on the coffee table. "Is there anything else I can get you?" Taylor declined, and Brodie ordered another Pilsner. Taylor picked at the hors d'oeuvres. "I'm going through the Metro System's surveillance camera sightings of Vance. Even accounting for the fact that he wasn't picked up on a camera every time he used the U-Bahn or S-Bahn, it's clear he was busy during the days. I'll need to cross-reference these stops with any relevant points of interest nearby, see if it tells us anything. How's the Stasi report reading?" Brodie briefly described the salvaged Stasi document and added, "So far I can deduce a few things. First, Odin was not in dire financial straits, otherwise he would have accepted payment for his services. It seemed important to him that they believed he was doing it for the cause. This was a guy with a lot of self-importance, who also valued the trust and respect of the people he was conspiring with." Taylor nodded. "Everyone's the hero of their own story, even traitors." The other thing is that Odin had access to intelligence products, perhaps from other American or Allied intel agencies. So he's an intel guy of some sort, maybe an analyst, maybe counterintelligence. All we know is that he's military. Let's say, for the sake of argument, he's Army. He knows there's a mole in the Stasi. How? Either the mole is communicating with someone else in Army intelligence, or Odin has sufficient rank and security clearance, or sufficiently developed interagency and interbranch relationships that he knows he can get access. And even if Odin gets lucky and mole number 1, Karl Liebknecht, was communicating with Army intelligence, what are the chances that the other 3 moles in the Stasi were also going through Army intel? They could have been in contact with Air Force or Navy intelligence, or the CIA, or someone in State Department intel. But Odin manages to identify 4 double agents in 7 years. That's a hell of a track record. I think we are dealing with a high-ranking military intelligence officer, colonel or above. That would explain the self-importance. Brodie smiled. He continued, "We need to understand more about the Stasi Foreign Intelligence Agency, the HVA. Set aside the docs from Berlin PD for now and research it. What role did the HVA play in state security? This report mentions the East German Army's offensive capabilities and strategic posture. What is that? What were they up to around this time, or what did our intel people think they were up to? This report is the tip of an iceberg, and a lot of what used to be below the water has probably been declassified since 1989. So you should be able to find something." Taylor was quiet a moment. "Scott, are we investigating Harry's murder? Or are we doing the job he never finished?" Brodie looked at her. They might be one and the same. Chapter 29. The Adlon's lounge was getting busier and rowdier, thanks to a large crowd of British corporate conference types, judging by their lanyards and name tags, who were having a good time at the bar on the company's dime. Brodie knew he could outspend them on taxpayer money, if he didn't get the call from Dombrowski firing him. Meanwhile, Brodie sipped his beer and resumed reading. In February 1988, Odin contacted his handler with a concern. He demanded a meeting with Deputy Chief Heinrich Tauchert to be held at a specific military training facility outside of Berlin. His demand was granted. Odin entered the GDR via East Berlin using false papers and a tourist pass. He proceeded to the training facility where he met with Deputy Tauchert, who reported that the meeting went well and satisfied Odin's concerns. During this visit, Odin had a brief interaction with visiting military officials from a client nation who were participating in a training program. Deputy Tauchert reported being surprised that Odin, who was fluent in German, spoke in English and identified himself to the foreign officials as an American defector. Deputy Tauchert considered Odin's behavior to be reckless and believed that it raised broader concerns about Odin's commitment to strict security protocols. Brodie stopped reading and passed Taylor the page he had just read. "I think I've found what sent Harry looking for Colonel Kasim." Taylor read the page and handed it back to Brodie. So, Harry read this report and researched what military facilities in East Germany had been training foreign officials. He discovered the Iraq-Storko connection and maybe accessed now declassified East German files to obtain the names of Iraqi military officials who were present at the Storko training facility in 1988. Right, and among those names he finds Colonel Tariq Qasim. Vance might have been able to exploit his own resources as a CID counterterrorism investigator to get information about Colonel Qasim's activities and whereabouts in the following years, and he learned that Qasim resettled in Berlin after the fall of Saddam. But he couldn't locate Qasim because the man had taken a new identity. So, suspecting that, Harry did what he'd probably done before and visited mosques in Berlin, maybe starting with Neukölln, looking for men with Kasim's background. Taylor nodded. But if Harry had access to declassified documents about this East German military facility in Storkow, wouldn't he also have the names of East Germans who were present there? And wouldn't those individuals be easier to locate, and perhaps more likely to be able to identify Odin? Brodie considered that, then replied, "These declassified documents that Vance got hold of would have redactions of the names of German citizens, for legal or civil liberties reasons, but the documents would not redact the names of Iraqi military officials. One way or another, Vance believed or suspected that Tariq Kasim was present at the Storkow facility at the same time as Odin, and that Tariq was still alive and living in Berlin under a pseudonym. Maybe Harry had some suspects in mind for Odin and was going to show Kasim some photos he'd gotten from military personnel files. It was a long shot, but for Harry it was one worth taking. Instead, someone else took a long shot, right into Vance's head. As for the Stasi report, it put Harry's behavior in some context, but so far was producing no leads of its own. Taylor said, "The report is vague on Odin's reason for the meeting at Storkow. He had a concern which was satisfied. Maybe in his official capacity as a U.S. intel officer, Odin caught wind of something about Stasi operations that needed clarification or corroboration. Maybe something that involved this Tauchert guy." Taylor typed on her tablet. Heinrich Tauchert was the deputy head of the HVA. Before being promoted to deputy, he oversaw the Stasi's military intelligence division, which worked alongside the National People's Army's own intel service. She looked up at Brodie. He died 2 years ago. Brodie nodded. The first mole, Karl Liebknecht, was sharing intel about the National People's Army. Could be related. A joint military Stasi operation. Could be. A joint operation that involves chemical or biological weapons. Maybe. Brodie thought a moment and said, "Odin wants to help his communist pals, but does not want to collude in a biological or chemical warfare attack on Western Europe. He demands this meeting with Tauchert at Storkow so that he can get more information about the nature of the East German chem-bio program and the Stasi's potential role in any kind of joint operation." I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Possibly. But the fact that East Germany even possessed a biological and chemical warfare program was news to Brodie. And the program was developed and sophisticated enough to offer training to other countries like Iraq. Did Odin learn about this facility's existence in the course of his official duties as a member of the U.S. military in West Berlin? If so, that might offer a hint as to who he was. Or had he been offered intelligence directly from someone within the Stasi that prompted his demand for the meeting at Storkow? This report was raising more questions than it was answering, and Brodie wondered how many of these questions Harry Vance had managed to answer before he was murdered. Brodie continued reading. In March of 1989, Odin resurfaced and reached out to his handler. While most communications over the years had been accomplished via dead drops, Odin now requested an in-person meeting at a location in West Berlin. The handler agreed to the face-to-face meeting, and afterward reported a disturbing encounter with the asset. Odin revealed that he had discovered another spy within the ministry and was in direct communication with this person. He refused to offer up the identity of the mole or the nature of the intelligence this traitor was sharing with him. Odin contended that if he were to give over the name of the mole, it might threaten to expose his own identity, as the mole knew or suspected Odin's real name, or at least Odin's position within the U.S. military, which could identify him. Odin also stated that the intelligence he had received from the Stasi traitor was so sensitive, and its continued secrecy so important, that he would not give this information to his handler. Instead, he would destroy the intelligence documents he was receiving and ensure that the traitor remained in contact with him exclusively. This arrangement was deemed unacceptable by leadership within the ministry, who demanded to know the identity of the traitor and the contents of the intelligence he was passing to Odin. Odin ultimately agreed to reveal the traitor's name in exchange for a guarantee of East German residency for himself and one of his family members, along with a state pension. This guarantee was granted. Well, thought Brodie, Odin was ready to defect to the east, while half the population of East Germany was looking to defect to the west. And little did Odin know, in March of 1989, that East Germany would no longer exist in 8 months. The report continued, claiming that after accepting the agreement of East German residency and a pension, Odin then dropped out of contact for months without revealing the identity of the Stasi traitor. Then, in July 1989, Odin reached out to change the terms of the agreement. Not residency, but cash. 4 million Deutschmarks, which was a lot of West German money for the cash-strapped German Democratic Republic. But the commies paid up, figuring that it was worth the risk of getting fleeced if they could bag another mole in their midst. Their gamble paid off, to the detriment of Anna Albrecht's father. Brodie read the final page of the report. It was in this way that the ministry was made aware of the traitor Manfred Albrecht, who worked as a special analyst in the records department. Upon his arrest, it was discovered that Albrecht abused his unique access across multiple divisions to steal and duplicate the most highly sensitive intelligence related to joint operational plans of the main Directorate of Reconnaissance and the National People's Army. Leadership determined that if this intelligence had fallen into the hands of the enemy, it would have brought disastrous consequences. Odin's success in establishing contact with Albrecht and his work to protect the contents of the stolen ministry documents from his American compatriots will ensure the continued security and success of the German Democratic Republic and her people. As of the writing of this report, Manfred Albrecht has been found guilty of treason and awaits sentencing. This concludes an accounting thus far of the activities of the double agent codenamed Odin, who has proven himself a resourceful ally in the battle against imperialism and toward the cause of a more just and equal world. The German Democratic Republic owes this American a debt of gratitude and will continue to benefit from his assistance until the inevitable reunification of Germany and the global triumph of socialism over the forces of fascism. Brodie set the report down. He looked again at the date at the top of the front page, October 1989. He imagined a Stasi bureaucrat typing these words in a dingy office not too far from where they were sitting, mere weeks before the wall, and his entire world would crumble. Did the bureaucrat believe in the cause, or did he just need the paycheck? Did he love his country or fear it? Did he believe in the inevitable triumph of world communism, or did he understand he was living inside a house of cards that was about to fold in on itself? In that land of denial, duplicity, and doublethink, the answer was maybe all of the above. As for Odin, he seemed to have experienced a crisis of faith along the way. If he had really believed in the ultimate triumph of East Germany and communism, it made sense why he might want to defect, with a family member, possibly his wife, to the other side of the Iron Curtain. It sounded absurd now, but history never looks so preordained while you're living it. And then something had happened that made Odin drop the idea of defecting and instead demand money, a lot of money. His change of heart occurred in July of 1989, when countries across Eastern Europe were roiled by protest and civil unrest that would see the collapse of every government in the Soviet bloc before the year was done. Odin must have seen the writing on the wall. Of course, he didn't care that he was sending Manfred Albrecht to his death at the hands of a doomed regime. He just wanted to get paid. How do you ask a man to be the last to die for a mistake? Manfred Albrecht had almost lived in a free country. Brodie thought he was beginning to understand Anna's rage, and her mother's obsession with finding Odin. He thought he understood now what was driving Harry Vance, too. In fact, if he'd been in Vance's shoes, he probably would have done the same thing, and possibly met the same fate. On a related subject, considering that Stasi agents had been interrogated by Western intelligence after the dissolution of the GDR, and that surviving Stasi intelligence documents were turned over to the government of reunified Germany, it was remarkable that Odin's identity had never been discovered, and it was also a major embarrassment for the American intelligence community. No wonder they'd tried to bury it. Brodie related the end of the report to Taylor, along with his interpretation and analysis. She nodded, thought, and asked, "But what was the information that Albrecht was passing on to Odin?" "This report mentions intelligence about a joint operation between the HVA and the National People's Army. That's the third mention of the East German military and their relationship with the Stasi's foreign intelligence branch." He asked, "Did you find anything relevant on the HVA's activities?" Still looking, she paused. The big question still is, does this Odin business have anything to do with Harry Vance's murder? Which leads to another question. Is it possible Odin is still alive? Brodie considered that. If Odin was in his 30s or 40s while working for the Stasi, he'd be in his late 60s or 70s now. And if he is alive, would he be in a position to know that someone, Harry Vance, was trying to discover his identity? I don't know. There would need to be some vestigial Stasi intelligence network that he was still tapped into. I don't know if such a thing exists. Maybe also a military or paramilitary network. Vance was killed by a skilled sniper, who was likely trained in a jihadist camp somewhere in Syria or Iraq. She looked at him, and had a connection to Tariq Qasim. Maybe. Who subsequently had a connection to Odin. Brodie said, "We don't know if Qasim was actually at Storko. Maybe Vance was just hoping he was. But why kill Vance? Maybe it was a case of paranoia and misinterpreting Harry's interest in Qasim. Maybe Qasim was involved with these Syrians, and they were conspiring on a terrorist plot. When Vance, a counter-terrorism agent, made contact with Qasim, a.k.a. Al-Hamdani, Qasim figured the authorities were onto him. So, the Syrians kill the investigator, and then planned to kill his partner Mark Jenkins. And maybe Qasim's jihadi buddies also killed Qasim to eliminate any connection to the murder of American CID agent Harry Vance. Harry was digging into some Cold War history and had the bad luck of reaching out to the wrong guy. Odin otherwise has nothing to do with his death. You're saying that Qasim, the guy who Vance was hoping might finger an American double agent from 30 years ago, just happened to be in the middle of an active terrorist plot? That's a hell of a coincidence. I agree. But in this screwed-up case, it's the best scenario I can think of that fits the known facts. Taylor shook her head. I don't buy it. There's something else going on here. We're just not seeing it. Better find it quick, because right now General Hackett is sitting in his office at Quantico, trying to think of a reason not to pull his two best pain-in-the-ass agents off this high-profile case, and he's not coming up with any. Taylor looked at him. Sounds like you're ready to roll over and go home. I'm disengaging. There's a difference. There might be a connection between the Syrian bomb makers and Qasim, and there might be a connection between Colonel Qasim and Odin. But there might not be. It's a weak foundation on which to build the case, and we don't have the time or the authority to shore it up. As far as Schroeder is concerned, he has his killers, the Syrians, and if ballistics comes back with a match, Then he'll also have his murder weapon in the form of an HK MP5 rifle, specially modified to fire the caliber of bullet that killed Harry Vance. And, of course, there's the eyeball in the freezer. And by now Schroeder might also have a motive. If we want to help in the short time we have left, we should probably be focused more on what Harry Vance and Mark Jenkins were doing this past year in their counterterrorism work, and less on what the Stasi was doing 30-odd years ago. Taylor thought about that. Are you playing devil's advocate, or do you actually believe that? Good question. Brodie wasn't sure himself. But this case was getting more complicated by the hour, and maybe it was okay if he and Taylor were relieved of their duties here. The only thing he was sure of was the answer to the question, career booster or career buster. If they got out now, it was a wash. But then he thought about Harry, who by all accounts was a good man and a great agent, and apparently a good father. Anna loved him and mourned his death. Maybe his wife did too. So, petty FBI bureaucrats and Army brass aside, what was Scott Brodie's moral duty to this man and this case? Before he could answer Taylor's question, his phone rang. It was Dombrowski. He held up the phone and said to Taylor, "Time's up." She didn't respond. Brodie picked up. "Guten Tag, Colonel." "Hello, Mr. Brodie. Where are you now?" "In a bar, with Ms. Taylor." "Okay. How is everything going?" "I think you're about to tell me." Dombrowski was silent for a moment. Then he said, "In light of the bombing this morning and the evidence found at the scene which clearly suggests that Mr. Vance's murder was an act of terrorism, and that Mark Jenkins was the next intended victim, General Hackett has instructed Colonel Trask to dispatch a team from the 5th MP's Counterterrorism Division to take over CID's role in this investigation, effective as of 9 a.m. tomorrow. Also, I don't play well with others." "No, you don't. And you went beyond, above and beyond. That used to count for something." "Look, Scott, this is looking pretty open and shut. Let the 5th MP roll it up and take the credit. We can use your and Ms. Taylor's skills better elsewhere." "Yes, sir." Silence. Then Dombrowski said, "You were being uncharacteristically compliant, Scott. This makes me nervous. Let's just say that 5 months in the wilderness has lowered my expectations." Dombrowski thought for a moment. "This is the 5th MP's show. You were outside talent, and General Hackett has decided he now wants insiders. Plus, you pissed off the FBI, which I knew you would." He paused a moment, then added, "By the way, I spoke to my Iraq intel guys. Tariq Qasim ran a unit in the Sunni Awakening. We got a hold of his FBI record, which corroborates that. He killed a whole lot of Al-Qaeda in Ramadi. Good for him. Though I don't think it balances out his sins." Dombrowski asked, "You think he's still in Berlin?" "I think he's in hell." Dombrowski didn't reply. "How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go, Colonel?" Dombrowski thought for a moment. "Put it all in your report, which I expect on my desk by end of day Friday." "Yes, sir." "The travel office will email you and Ms. Taylor a flight itinerary. I told them nothing too early. Hit the town tonight. You're temporarily unemployed." "Thank you, sir. Anything further?" Dombrowski didn't respond. Maybe he was thinking of how to end this conversation in a way that wouldn't leave his favorite agent with the impression that he'd been thrown under the bus. After a moment, Dombrowski said, "It will be different when you're back here. And you can choose your partner, if that's what you want." The colonel was clearly feeling guilty, which was a good time for Scott Brodie to get something in return for not making this difficult. But he decided to feign compliance. "I appreciate that, sir. I look forward to discussing the details back at Quantico. Anything further?" "Negative further. Safe travels." Dombrowski hung up. Brodie placed his phone on a coffee table and looked at Taylor, who was staring at something on her tablet and appeared to have not been listening. He said, "It's over. Flight home tomorrow. You'll be emailed an itinerary." She nodded. "For the record, I think we might be going a little far up our own asses here, Maggie, which was also Harry's mistake. Whatever he was doing, and for whatever reason he was doing it, Vance spent most of his career hunting terrorists, and apparently the hunter became the hunted. Let's remember that the simplest explanation is usually the right one." Brodie put the Stasi report back in the envelope and placed it on the table. Taylor was still looking down at her tablet, deep in thought. "Taylor, do you hear what I'm saying?" She looked up at him. "Why didn't I think of this before?" "What?" She passed her tablet to him. "Take a look at the great god Odin." Brodie took Taylor's tablet and looked at an old black-and-white sketch of the Norse god, depicted in a long cloak and holding a staff. He had only one eye, his right eye, with a gaping black hole where his left eye had been. Taylor said, "Tell me that's a coincidence." Brodie didn't respond. He stared at the picture of Odin, and the eye of the old god stared back. Maybe the mutilation of Harry's body was a message, just not the one they'd thought. Not an eye for an eye, not an act of revenge. No, it was a taunt. I did this. I'm still here. Catch me if you can. Chapter 30. Brodie stared at the picture of Odin, trying to remember the little he'd ever known about Germanic mythology. Taylor, who must have paid more attention in class, said Odin took his own eye, an act of self-sacrifice to gain ultimate knowledge. Brodie remembered Anna saying that Odin disguised himself as a wanderer to learn about the world and its people, but she'd overlooked another aspect of both the god and the man who used his name: sacrificing part of oneself to gain that knowledge. Being a double agent takes a toll. You betray your own country and people and sleep with the enemy. The prize is access to secret knowledge, and knowledge is power. But the price might be your soul. Taylor said Anna insisted that the search for Odin was Harry's only focus here. If she's right, then I think that is what got him killed. Maybe. But in a tangled case like this, you needed to make sure you were unraveling the threads in the right order. I think Kasim is the key here. He may have been present at Storko, and he may have met Odin there, but he is also tied to these Syrians in one way or another. When Harry made contact with Abbas al-Hamdani and presented himself as an Army CID investigator looking for a former Iraqi military intelligence officer, he sealed his own fate. Sounds right. Feels wrong. That can be the title of our report. What report? For Dombrowski, due on his desk end of day Friday. She shook her head. This can't wait until Friday. We need to talk to Schroeder. We're the walking dead now, Maggie. No one is going to work with us, and whatever we have to say is going to be seen through the lens of two desperate agents with a rapidly approaching expiration date. Taylor thought for a moment, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Who are you calling without my permission? The last man who tolerates us. After a pause, she said, "Good afternoon, Agent Kim." Right. We appreciate that. Listen, we have a few things we didn't get to in our debrief with Agent Whitmore, which was actually an ambush. She listened again. I know. I understand. She made eye contact with Brodie. We're at the Adlon, and if you have time to join us, we can talk. All right. Meet you there in about 15. She hung up and looked at Brodie. He suggested we meet outdoors, in front of the Reichstag. She added, he sounded, as always, enthusiastic. He already knew about our reassignment. Taylor nodded. He claims he just learned that from Whitmore a few minutes ago. And why are we meeting him? We have a duty to pass on our findings to someone we trust before we depart. He's an FBI counter-terror guy with an agenda, Maggie, Not the best audience for our latest theories. Also, he's annoying. He said, "We should have called General Kiernan. Keep it in the family." My instincts say to talk to someone who isn't duty-bound to report what we say. Brodie nodded but said, "I'm not into protocol. But we should ask for a meeting with the legate. Scott, I'd rather drink bleach than have another meeting with Sharon Whitmore and Jason Butler. Kim is our best option." "Okay, your call." Brodie looked for the waiter who, in his charming European way, went into hiding when he sensed someone was trying to pay the bill and leave. Brodie considered skipping out on the check as a callback to his last time here, but no one else would get the joke. Eventually, the waiter appeared and brought them the bill. Brodie paid and was about to get up when he froze. Across the lounge, he spotted a lanky man in his 70s with close-cropped white hair. The man wore a black suit and was sitting in an armchair sipping a coffee while he read a German newspaper. A brown leather briefcase sat near his feet. Brodie's mind flashed back to the man in Neukölln who'd climbed into the maroon Mercedes that had been idling at the curb. "Scott? Ready?" He gestured to the chair next to him. Taylor came around the coffee table and took the seat next to Brodie. He said, "White-haired guy reading the paper. Saw him near Kasim's." Taylor glanced at the man, who kept his eyes on the paper as he lifted the coffee mug to his lips. She said, "I've seen a dozen old white men today who look like him." Brodie studied the man. He had a round face with high cheekbones and a ruddy complexion. He seemed genuinely absorbed in his paper, or at least was doing a convincing act of it. Taylor added, "Even if you're right, it could be a coincidence, or even one of Schroeder's men, which wouldn't surprise me." Brodie kept his eyes on the man, who lowered the paper to check his watch. Taylor stood. "Come on, Brodie. We have to meet Kim." They left the lobby lounge and stepped out onto Unter den Linden, where the snow had turned to a light rain and pedestrians and cars pushed through the ice and slush. They headed west, back in the direction of Pariserplatz and the Brandenburg Gate, which was just south of the Reichstag. They passed beneath the bare linden trees, whose skeletal frames were etched in snow against the blank sky. Brodie thought about the old man, who'd climbed in a car half a block from where Brodie and Taylor had been standing in Neukölln, and then wound up sitting in the same hotel lounge as them in a much nicer part of town. Coincidence? Possibly, but unlikely. And in this business, seeing a stranger twice in one day was one time too many. Chapter 31. Brodie and Taylor stood in front of the Reichstag, a massive neo-Baroque building across the street from the Tiergarten. A cobblestone plaza stretched out before it, dotted with snow and a few tourists braving the rain. Brodie surveyed the German Parliament building as they waited for David Kim. A row of neoclassical columns stood beneath an ornate pediment with the words, "Dem Deutschen Volk," to the German people. Rising above the pediment was a large glass and steel dome, one of the few modern-looking additions to the facade. The four corners of the building featured squat towers topped with German flags waving in the cold wind. The stone facade of the building had been repaired and restored, but it still showed the scars of bullets and shrapnel from the fierce fighting of April 1945, when the last German defenders of Berlin took a stand in the Reichstag, and the Russians took it away from them, room by room. Brodie could not imagine the blood that had been spilled here. Well, he didn't have to imagine it. He'd experienced it. Mortal combat is not as much fun as it sounds, and getting shot at gets old fast. "What are you thinking?" asked Taylor. "Baghdad. Fallujah." She nodded and advised him, as Longfellow once said, "Let the dead past bury its dead." Right. Brodie looked south toward the edge of the Tiergarten and the Brandenburg Gate. He'd been keeping an eye out for a tail, but he saw no sign of their German friend from the Hotel Adlon or any other familiar-looking strangers. After a minute, he spotted FBI agent David Kim striding across the plaza, wearing his black topcoat and carrying an umbrella. As he approached, Taylor said, "Guten Tag. Thanks for meeting." Kim stopped a few feet from them and smiled. "Been having an interesting day, thanks to you two. Schroeder brought Rafik Nasir and Anna Albrecht in for questioning, invited the Legates and me to observe both interviews." Taylor asked, rhetorically, "Why weren't Scott and I invited?" "Maybe Schroeder thought you needed time to pack." "He's going to miss us," said Brodie. "Like he misses his hemorrhoids." More importantly, Brodie and Taylor should have been there to corroborate or contradict anything that Nasir or Anna said. Clearly, the two CID cowboys from Quantico were being cut loose before they rode out of town. Taylor asked, "Were they held?" Kim shook his head. Questioned and released. Nasir was told he was a person of interest. Kim chuckled. He was very polite. I think he'd been expecting a police visit. Captain Soleiman was also there, and he and Nasser seemed to have been previously acquainted, and they exchanged some words in Arabic that were not so polite. Soleiman has a hard-on for this guy, which makes sense for a homicide detective working his beat. But even he probably understands that an organized crime figure wouldn't be risking this kind of exposure if he actually had any involvement in the murder of Mr. Vance or the disappearance of Tariq Qasim. Brodie nodded in agreement. Rafik Nasir was an accomplished bullshit artist who probably had a major part in his high school play of 1001 Arabian Nights. And Captain Soleiman could easily detect his compatriot's bullshit. Bottom line, said Kim, Schroeder seemed to believe that Rafik Nasir was being truthful and hopeful. Taylor asked, and Anna Albrecht? She came in after Nasir left. Real salty. Gave Schroeder a hard time, which was fun to watch. I don't think she cares much for the German police. Her father was murdered by the authorities, said Taylor. That might explain her distrust. Execution by the state is not murder. Espionage is a capital crime. Taylor pointed out the state in question was a murderous dictatorship. Kim shrugged. The GDR met the end it deserved, and the Germans are one big happy family again. Speaking of which, he gestured to the Reichstag. Let's get out of the rain. He added, great view from the dome. Brodie assured him, I don't need a view. I need you to listen. Follow me. Brodie was getting tired of this guy's act, but he and Taylor were short on friends these days, so they followed Kim to a glass structure near the base of the Reichstag where people were waiting in line to go through a security check. After a minute, they were ushered into the structure, which contained a metal detector and security officers. Brodie took note that Agent Kim was unarmed. More importantly, Kim had no recording device on him, and Kim now knew that Brodie and Taylor were also not wired, which was the whole point of this visit to the dome. Agent Kim was very clever and paranoid. They continued through the security building to an outdoor ramp that led into a small room with an elevator that took them to the top floor, where they exited into a marble lobby that opened to the expansive rooftop. In the center of the roof was the dome, an 80-foot-tall structure of glass plates and steel with a spiral walkway wrapping around its interior. They entered the dome through an open doorway, and Brodie looked around. An inverted cone of mirrored glass rose in the center of the space, probably to reflect sunlight on nicer days. A ring of informational placards and photos illustrating the building's tumultuous history stood in the middle of the floor. A few dozen people were ascending or descending the spiral ramp. Brodie and Taylor followed Kim up the ramp. He stopped as they curved around to face the southwest, where they had a view of the Tiergarten. In the distance, Brodie saw the low skyline of western Berlin, once known as West Berlin, an island of liberal democracy surrounded by a hostile nation. Now, as David Kim had put it, the Germans were one big happy family again, and there was no clearer symbol of the new united Germany than the Reichstag, which had suffered a mysterious fire during the Nazis' rise to power, been bombed by the Allies during the war, captured by the Red Army, then neglected for decades, sitting alongside the Berlin Wall. Now it was restored as a symbol of the nation, the seat of the United Parliament, and one of the most popular tourist attractions in the city. Like the city of Berlin as a whole, the Reichstag was a phoenix risen from the ashes, an almost impossible story of resurrection and resilience, yet pocked with scars that would never quite heal. They looked out at the view as the light rain pattered against the glass. After a moment, Kim said, "I'm sorry about how this played out." Brodie really didn't need another obligatory apology from the FBI. Whitmore and Butler's bullshit was enough. He didn't respond. Neither did Taylor. Kim continued, "I have an update on the case, if you want it." "Love updates," said Brodie. Kim nodded, then looked around to make sure no one was within earshot. He said in a low voice, "The BKA's tech specialists were able to crack one of the phones recovered at the site of the bombing. It was mostly clean. No texts, photos, or personal emails found. These guys sometimes use smartphones like burners, regularly wiping the memory and installing new SIM cards. But then the tech guy checks the drafts folder on the email account. That's how a lot of these jihadis communicate. They share a single email account. One guy writes a draft, never sends it. Next guy logs in, reads the draft, and then deletes it before writing his own. No email is ever sent, no recipient listed, no trace of the communication on the servers. So, the Germans found a single message in the drafts, written in Arabic, and it mentions a plan to, quote, execute the American agents to avenge our brothers in Tripoli. Kim looked at Brodie and Taylor as if expecting a reaction. After a moment, he asked, "You guys read the CID case files?" Brodie replied, "Not yet. We've been following a different lead." "What lead?" "Continue." "Okay. So about 8 months ago, Harry Vance and his partner, Mark Jenkins, were sent to Tripoli to arrest a prominent Syrian businessman named Jibril Salah. Mr. Salah had been providing intelligence to U.S. military personnel who were helping the Kurds battle ISIS in northeastern Syria. Turns out Salah was secretly affiliated with the al-Nusra Front. That's al-Qaeda's Syrian franchise and a main ISIS rival, and he was using money provided to him by the U.S. Army to fund and train an al-Qaeda-aligned militia in Libya. Typical double-cross. So, Vance and Jenkins fly down to Libya, locate Salah in Tripoli, and enlist the local police to assist in his arrest. Things go bad. Shots fired. Salah and his jihadi pals end up dead. And to make matters worse, the Libyan cops that CID had looped in took the bodies of Salah and the dead jihadis and paraded them through the streets in celebration. Not good. Especially since Jibril Salah had a lot of powerful friends back in Syria who saw pictures and video of his corpse getting dragged through the streets of Tripoli. This made the news, along with the fact that U.S. Army investigators had been involved in his death. Brodie said, "We asked Jenkins about what recent cases might have led to him and Vance being targeted. This seems like an obvious candidate, but he only mentioned the Khazali network drug ring out of Mannheim." Kim shrugged. "Something about Harry's murder made Jenkins suspect Shia terrorists. I made the same assumption. Looks like we were both wrong. Besides, Jenkins might be a terrorism specialist, but that doesn't make him an expert on the domestic politics of Syria. Maybe he didn't understand the kind of network that Jibril Salah still maintained in his home country, and he figured that Jibril's most dangerous allies died along with him in Libya." He added, "Or he didn't mention this because it was compartmentalized information and not to be shared without prior approval." Taylor asked, "Any evidence that the 3 Syrians who blew themselves up in Neukölln had ties to Salah or the al-Nusra Front?" Kim looked at her. "No. And no formal ties need to be established to indicate motive. Al-Qaeda thrives on self-initiated attacks. That's why terrorist groups are so active on social media. Get people invested in your org from afar, and they will commit violence on your behalf." "But were any of these 3 Syrians previously known," asked Brodie, "as active or aspiring militants?" Kim shook his head. "But their years living in Idlib during al-Nusra's occupation of the city could have given them all the extremist contacts, indoctrination, and military training they would have needed." Kim looked between the two of them. "You're overthinking this, guys. We've got the men who killed Harry Vance, and they're all dead. They had the motive, the murder weapon, and the deceased's eyeball in their freezer. If that don't fit, nothing does." "What about Tariq Qasim?" asked Taylor. "How does he fit?" "Not sure. Captain Soleiman's unit interviewed people around Neukölln who knew Qasim by his alias, Abbas al-Hamdani. Apparently the man was having financial trouble, and also dealing with some mental health issues. Maybe Colonel Qasim had been haunted by the memories of all the innocent people he'd gassed on behalf of Saddam Hussein. But that might be giving the guy too much credit. Brodie said Rafiq Nasir mentioned that Qasim owed him money. Kim nodded. That was probably the financial trouble being referred to. He added, "Nasir will be kept under tight surveillance, and the police will continue their search for Mr. Qasim. This is an avenue we will continue to pursue with your CID colleagues." "Our replacements," said Taylor. Kim did not reply. "And what about Odin?" asked Brodie. "Hell of a story." "More than that." "Right. Also an embarrassment to the U.S. military and a travesty of justice." Taylor said, "Anna thinks Harry's search for Odin is what got him killed." "Yes. She was pretty adamant about that to Schroeder and Soleiman as well," said Kim. "Though she didn't do her credibility any good by failing to come forward in the first place." "She was scared," said Taylor, "which is understandable, given her theory of why Harry was murdered." "Right. Makes sense from her point of view. But we know more than she does. About this case, and also about how the world works." He looked at Taylor. "I'm starting to think maybe she did a number on you two." Taylor stared at him. "Excuse me, David. We didn't just fall off the cabbage truck." Kim said, "Sorry, but she pulled Harry in, and he was top shelf. She has a kind of magnetism to her. I saw that. Not to mention easy to look at. Plus, the Odin case would be compelling for Vance, on a professional and personal level. But Odin has nothing to do with our case. Neither does Anna Albrecht, for that matter, other than the fact that Harry's affair with her is what placed him in Berlin, and thus in the crosshairs of a few jihadis who were looking to make a name for themselves by hitting a high-value target." Taylor asked, "If Harry was in Berlin to see Anna, and to search for Odin, and not on official CID counterterrorism business, how could he have even gotten on these guys' radar in the first place?" Kim looked at her. "I don't have all the answers. Yet. But we're getting there." Brodie said Harry was shot in a park at 3 a.m. He was there for a reason. "Maybe he was baited," said Kim. "By whom?" Kim shrugged. "To be determined." Brodie said, "You are being handed, or fed, the case you expected to have. The perps, the motive, everything. Your biases are confirmed at every step, and that doesn't seem to bother you. They must have taught you better critical thinking skills at Quantico, or at least at Yale." Kim stared at him. "Now and then I've had the plug pulled on me too, Scott. Feels like shit." "You're deflecting." Taylor interrupted. "We have reason to believe that Colonel Qasim encountered Odin at an East German biological and chemical warfare training facility in the late 80s, and that Agent Vance had arranged a meeting with Qasim on the night of his murder to discuss this encounter." Kim didn't reply for a moment. Then he asked, "Is this based on evidence you found at Mr. Qasim's apartment?" Neither Brodie nor Taylor replied. Kim seemed to enjoy catching them off guard. Mr. Nasir received a phone call as he was being led into BKA headquarters. One of his associates spotted you two entering Kasim's building, and Nasir shared that with Schroeder. Well, thought Brodie, Nasir had made a promise he'd keep an eye on them, and apparently he'd kept it. The rainfall grew heavier and echoed in the great dome. The water splashed and streaked down the glass, reducing the panorama of Berlin to a shapeless gray wash. Brodie suddenly felt like he was in a fishbowl, where the world looked in with clarity, but the view from the inside out was distorted and warped. The Lebanese mob, the mystery man at the Adlon, the NSA-CIA listening station inside the embassy, the bureaucrats and brass in Berlin and Kaiserslautern and Quantico, all coordinating behind the scenes to get Brodie and Taylor off this case. They must be close to something that needed to be left alone, or handled by people who played the game better than CID agents Brodie and Taylor did. Well, maybe when someone offers you a way out of a shitstorm, you should take it. Brodie said to Kim, Nasir already made it clear to us that he would be keeping an eye on our movements in Neukölln, which I guess is his prerogative as the local warlord. As far as our visit to Kasim's apartment, it did net some valuable intel. He described the note about Storko found on Kasim's desk, and the mention of Odin's visit to Storko in the Stasi report. Kim listened. Then he said, You entered the apartment without a warrant and without authorization. Did you at least leave the note where you found it? We did, said Brodie. But I think you're focusing on the wrong issues here. On the contrary, Schroeder was apoplectic when he found out you went there. Sharon had to talk him down from having you both arrested. She just wants us out of the country. You are officers of the law who seem comfortable breaking it. Anna Albrecht told us that she didn't exactly invite you in either, and the evidence you found in Kasim's apartment is now actionable intelligence, said Brodie. Actionable by whom? Taylor said, Not you, apparently. Kim was quiet a moment. A cluster of French school kids passed them. Then he said, I defended you to Whitmore and Butler. I tried to convince them to not make that phone call to Quantico. You both are smart, hard-working, and could not be more motivated to solve this murder. That's worth putting up with your shit, in my opinion. But I'm starting to think there is something else going on here. Something almost pathological about how you both disregard and disrespect authority. Everyone was an unlicensed psychoanalyst these days. Brodie said, Authority is granted, but respect is earned. And one without the other isn't worth much. Do they teach that at CID? No, on the battlefield. Taylor opened her satchel, removed the manila envelope, and handed it to Kim. The Stasi report on Odin, given to us by Anna Albrecht and translated by Harry Vance. He looked at the envelope and asked, Does this mention Tariq Kasim by name? No. What about Storko? The report was deliberately vague. What about Iraq? Read the goddamn report. He looked between Brodie and Taylor. I think you're reaching. Brodie said, That's because you think you've already solved this case. Kim looked at him. You want to know what I think, Scott? I think Special Agent Vance was in love, and that made him blind, and that made him stupid. So, is Colonel Kasim connected to Odin? Maybe. Was Harry really working that case, and was that his sole focus here? Maybe. But is that what got him killed? No. These jihadis were gunning for him because of what happened in Libya, and he was too deep into this Cold War cold case to see it. He had stars in his eyes, or his nose in the archives, and his dick was doing his thinking. Taylor asked, It's that simple? Kim looked at her. You call that simple? He looked over the railing and pointed down. You see that? Brodie looked down at the floor of the dome, where a circular glass panel offered a bird's-eye view of a room full of leather-upholstered chairs arranged in rows. Kim said, That's where the Bundestag meets. The German Parliament. They put the glass there as a symbol of transparency. Anyone can look in on the proceedings. The message is authoritarianism will never return to Germany. Nice idea. But how many tourists come here and even know that? A generation from now, what will visitors see? The kind of interesting view? A hole in the floor? He kept looking downward, then said, "We want the past to matter, to have some impact on the present. Otherwise, what's the point of anything?" But the lines aren't so clear. And an old spy fighting an old war for a dead cause. He shook his head. It's lost its power, that story. It doesn't reach in. It's not alive. It doesn't matter anymore. It matters to some, said Taylor. Right, said Kim. The victims. He turned toward them, like Anna Albrecht. They hold on to the pain, but eventually they die, and the pain dies with them. And the rest of us build memorials and monuments and hope maybe someone else understands what they mean, even if they will never fully feel why they matter. Brodie thought back to the people climbing on top of the stone slabs of the Holocaust Memorial like it was a playground. This was getting bleak. He said to Taylor, "We passed on our intel. Mission accomplished. Let's go get a drink." Kim said, "You can't allow things to get too heavy, can you, Mr. Brodie?" Brodie stared at him. "It's always heavy, Mr. Kim, what I carry with me. And you need to either go fuck yourself or figure out who's fucking you." He walked back down the ramp. He could hear Taylor and Kim exchange a few more words, and then Taylor followed. She caught up with Brodie as he was exiting the dome onto the rooftop. She said, "You burned our last bridge, Scott. We might still need him. We don't need anyone. We are off this case. And after today there is no we." Taylor didn't respond. The rain was falling in a steady stream now. Brodie walked toward the edge of the rooftop and looked to the east, where the sky was growing black with storm clouds. Taylor walked up next to him. "Scott, look at me." He turned to her. "We did our duty. Above and beyond. But no cigar." He looked up at the dome. David Kim was still standing where they'd left him, looking out over the city. "I hope Agent WizKid gets his head right and realizes he's still got some work to do." "I'll call him from the States. You should do the same." "No, he has to call us, when it starts bothering him." She nodded, then said, "He thinks Anna did a number on us." Brodie hesitated, then replied, "If you mean a number on me, I won't dignify that with a response." She didn't respond to his non-response. They rode the elevator down to the ground floor, went back through the security building, and exited onto the plaza. A fierce wind whipped across the open expanse. Taylor checked her phone and said, "Just got the itinerary. 10:35 flight from Tegel to Dulles. And then I've got a connection to Nashville." Meaning Taylor wasn't even expected to be present for the Quantico report and debrief, which said something about how little their superiors valued their insights and contributions to this case. Brodie asked, "Where do you want to ride out the storm?" "In bed." Perhaps realizing how that sounded, she added, "I'm exhausted. We've been running on empty for a while now." Right. And now Brodie was thinking about what Taylor didn't mean, and how that would probably have been a fun ending to this screwed-up mission and their professional relationship. He wondered if they'd ever work a case together again. Doubtful. They caught a cab back to the Art Hotel, where Mustafa sat at the front desk eating a sandwich that he'd probably stolen from the communal fridge. He asked between bites, "Do you enjoy Berlin?" "No," said Brodie. "We're checking out tomorrow." Mustafa furrowed his brow. "There is 3-night minimum." Taylor said, "Just charge the extra night." The man smiled. "Yes, miss." Brodie added, "Please tell the bellhop to bring our bags down at 8 a.m. and have a cab waiting. For Tegel." Mustafa said, "This is not things we do. Brodie promised, "I'll give you a good review on TripAdvisor." "Thank you. My cousin will take you to the airport." They went upstairs to their respective rooms, with a tentative plan to go to dinner at 9. Brodie went into his room and shut the door. The bed looked enticing, but the streets of Berlin were where things seemed to happen. His time was short, but it was not yet up. He turned around and walked out of the room. Chapter 32. Scott Brodie walked through the narrow streets of Neukölln with his hood up. He checked for a tail now and then, but didn't see anyone. If he had, he would have confronted them and asked, not so politely, who they were working for. German feds, Berlin police, FBI, CIA, Lebanese crime syndicate, Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorist group. That was an impressive list. He thought about who else he might have pissed off in his short time in Berlin. If he had a few more days, he could add a few more names. He came across a small bar on a side street and decided to duck in to get a break from the rain. It was a cramped, dimly lit place filled with cigarette smoke and a couple of pool tables. An old German bar in a changing neighborhood. He didn't smoke or really enjoy pool, but the vibe seemed right. Brodie took a seat at the mostly empty bar. The bartender, a middle-aged, barrel-chested German guy, approached. "Was kann ich dir bringen?" Brodie eyed the taps and recalled the high-octane beer he'd enjoyed the night before. "Ein Doppelbock, bitte." The bartender filled a half-liter glass and slid it to him. "American? Is my accent that bad?" The bartender smiled. "If it was worse, I would have guessed you were British." He added, "We don't get a lot of Americans here." "Why's that?" The man shrugged. "Out of the way." "Depends where you're going." "Holiday?" Brodie drank his beer. "Research." He added, "I'm writing a screenplay." "Yes? What about?" "An American double agent who worked for the Stasi." The bartender considered that. "This is like a historical movie?" "It takes place now. The traitor was never caught." "Ah. Sound interesting?" The man thought a moment. "Does anyone still care about the Stasi?" "That's the question." A customer flagged the bartender, and he excused himself. Brodie knocked back half of his Doppelbock. Apparently not. "No." Brodie looked down the bar, where an old German guy in a rumpled wool jacket was sitting a few stools away. The man had a gaunt face, dark, deep-set eyes, and a full head of brown plastered-back hair that looked like it had been dyed with shoe polish. The old man took a long drag on a cigarette, then looked at him and said in a thick German accent, "No one gives a shit about the Stasi." "Then I guess I'm wasting my time." The man nodded. "Yeah." Brodie finished his beer and ordered another. He asked the old man, "What are you drinking?" The man said something in German to the bartender, then added in English, "The American is buying." The bartender looked at Brodie, who nodded. The bartender pulled out a bottle of clear liquid, some kind of schnapps, and poured it into a small glass, then slid it over to the man. The man raised his glass. "Prost." They both drank. The man moved a couple of stools closer to Brodie and extended his hand. "Friedrich." "Scott." They shook. Friedrich smelled like cheap cologne and cigarettes. He hadn't brought his ashtray with him and tapped his ashes onto the bar. "You like Berlin?" "I'm here on business." Friedrich slapped a large hand on Brodie's arm. "Nice-looking American boy. Go get some women. The German ladies are friendly. Then you will love this place." The bartender slid the tray over to catch Friedrich's ashes, and the man ordered another schnapps. The bartender again looked at Brodie to confirm he was sponsoring the freeloader. Brodie nodded and said, "Zwei." Friedrich finished his cigarette, stubbed out the butt, and lit another. Brodie said, "I'm surprised you can still smoke in the bars here." Friedrich shrugged and looked around the room. "Only small places like this. City law. Why small places? Friedrich thought about that as he enjoyed his cigarette. It is kind of a thing such as... you make an agreement, a contract in a little place like this. We all accept the smoke because we like it or because we don't give a shit. Big place. You have all kinds of persons. Different things that you expect. This little smoky place, you know what you are accepting. We all understand that death is for certain. That sounded too existential for a municipal health statute. But this was Germany, after all. Brodie asked a bum of smoke to show his new friend that he too embraced death. Friedrich gave him a cigarette and a matchbook. Brodie lit the unfiltered cigarette, took a drag, and coughed. The German laughed. Maybe you need an American menthol. I'm good. The bartender set down 2 glasses of schnapps. Brodie finished his beer, then raised his schnapps and said, Prost, and they both drank. Friedrich thought a moment, then said, This American, this double agent, why does he do it? Help the Stasi. I'm still figuring that out. That's why I'm here. Friedrich looked at him with his dark eyes. What is here to find? People who remember what it used to be like. Friedrich chuckled. This is me, I think. He slapped the top of the bar. This, here, was the West. He pointed his finger toward the door. 3 blocks that way, other side of the wall, was my country. I worked 20 years in a light bulb factory in Köpenick. One of the plant managers, he was a Stasi informant. Everyone knew it. What did this mean? Well, if you wanted to complain about something, about the government, about the job, you don't do it in front of him. That was it. We joked about it. Not so dramatic, like your American movies. Brodie nodded. Interesting, but maybe not accurate. He asked, But did you fear the Stasi? Friedrich waved a hand dismissively. What was the point of this? We had enough things to worry about. Listen, for 40 years people lived their lives in this place of the GDR, what you called East Germany. People loved and hated. They felt joy and pain. They fought, they fucked, they lived, they died. Just like everywhere else, okay? So you Americans come, the reporters and the tourists, and want to talk about the Stasi. You want to talk about the wall. But there was much more to it. Your life is not only this thing, the Stasi. Brodie ordered another round, then took a last drag and stubbed out his cigarette. Friedrich took a long drag and blew out a trail of smoke. He was on a schnapps-fueled roll. You say East and West, but no. We were Germany. The German Democratic Republic, the place where we rejected the fascists and made a place of justice. A place of national ideas and national unity. No one starved. No one slept in the street. Every citizen was taken care of. This so-called West Berlin, it was an island of occupation inside our country. The wall was to protect us from them. And this so-called West Germany, it was a place for pigs. A place for Nazis who escaped what they had coming. And then he trailed off and shook his head. And then the West won, said Brodie. Friedrich pursed his lips. Yeah, the pigs won. And now it is a pig's world. The bartender brought 2 more glasses of schnapps and rolled his eyes to show Brodie what he thought of Friedrich. Friedrich stared at his glass, his mind stuck in the good old days, which were actually not as good as he remembered. There was a term for this, which Brodie remembered from his trip back in 2000. Ostalgie. Nostalgia for the Ost, the East. a coping mechanism for salvaging something from the ashes of a vanished and vanquished world. On some level, Brodie could see where Friedrich was coming from. You lived your life in a system, and the system kind of sucked, but it was your world. Nothing was debatable, and it wasn't changeable, so you focused on other things, like family, friends, working, socializing, and whether or not there would be fresh fruit at the state-run grocer on a given day. And you appreciated whatever good you could find in the system, like the fact that everyone had a roof over their head, even if the roof leaked from crappy construction. And you carried on with your life. Most people don't try to change what they can't control. They don't even think about it. And the few people who did, people like Anna's father and other enemies of the state, or the 100+ people who tried and failed to escape over the Berlin Wall, ended up in body bags. Friedrich kept drinking and talking, and spoke lovingly of his dead wife, then opined on the capitalist imperialists who had ruined Germany and betrayed the Socialist Republic, which was sounding more like utopia the more schnapps he drank. Brodie mostly listened and occasionally made up details about his own life, which was probably better than telling his new communist friend that he was a U.S. Army criminal investigator. After a few more shots, Friedrich began singing something that might have been the old East German national anthem. Two young German guys playing pool started making fun of him, though Friedrich didn't notice or didn't care. Brodie was thinking about the best way to make an exit when his phone rang. It was a German number. He picked up. "Hello? Scott. It's Anna Albrecht." "1 minute." He left some cash on the bar and said goodbye to Friedrich, who was pumping his fist as he sang an ode to Deutschland and barely acknowledged his drink sponsor. Brodie stepped outside where the rain was still falling. The sky was dark and the streetlights had come on. He put the phone to his ear. "What can I do for you?" "Who said you can do anything for me?" She sounded upset. "Okay. It was awful. The fucking police. They took Harry's things. My father's rifle. They took me. And the interrogation room. It had that kind of glass where you know someone's on the other side but you can't see them." Something occurred to her, and she asked, "Were you there? Were you watching me?" Ms. Albrecht was pretty fired up and also maybe drunk, though it was hard for Brodie to tell in his own tipsy state. "I was not there." "But you could have been." In fact, he should have been, but he and Taylor were homeward bound. Anna continued, "Chief Inspector Schroeder. Such an asshole. You'd think I murdered Harry the way he talked to me." "Anna, you knew exactly what was going to happen, and it might have gone differently if you had been proactive about going to the police. When they come to you, it's definitely different. But that's the only thing you did wrong. No one thinks you had anything to do with Harry's death." He added, to be conciliatory, "Schroeder is an unpleasant prick, I agree. Hopefully this will be your last interaction with him." She was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, "What's all that noise?" "The rain." "Why are you in the rain?" "Because I couldn't hear you in the bar." "Anything else?" There was a long silence on the other end of the line. For a moment he thought she'd hung up. Then she asked, "Who are you with at the bar?" "I'm alone." Another long pause. Then, "Why don't you come over here for a drink? You're the only other person I know who knew Harry. We could toast his memory." Friedrich had been an interesting drinking companion, but this was definitely a better offer. He said, "I can be there in about 20 if I can find a cab." "You will find a cab." She hung up. Brodie slipped his phone into his pocket and stood in the rain. Ms. Albrecht was drunk and lonely. So was Scott Brodie. Why not help each other out? He realized this might conflict with his dinner plans with Taylor. Should he invite her along? Definitely not. He dialed Taylor and she picked up. "Hi, Scott." "Hi. I can't do dinner tonight." "Why?" "The weather sucks." "It sounds like you're out in it." "That's how I know it sucks. Went for a walk." "That's not a good idea, alone at night." "I'm fine." "When are you coming back?" "Depends. Should he tell her that he'd made plans with a beautiful and perhaps unstable German woman who seemed to have a thing for American military men? Probably not. "Later. I just need to be alone for a while." "All right. I understand. This is tough for me too." She added, "I was going to tell you at dinner, but I found some interesting things on the HVA, the Stasi's Foreign Intel Service, if you're interested." He was interested, but also slightly intoxicated and very impatient to get to Prenzlauer Berg. "Give me the Cliff's Notes." "Sure. So, the Stasi had their own paramilitary arm, and they had a massive cache of weapons stored in their facilities. They had been working with the East German army on a secret plan they called Day X, which was essentially an armed invasion and takeover of West Berlin by the Stasi paramilitary, possibly coinciding with an East German army invasion of West Germany. That's delusional. That would trigger a NATO military response, not to mention a possible nuclear exchange. Taylor said, "I'm getting the impression there were some real diehards in the Stasi leadership, and especially the HVA, who by the late 80s were getting desperate and maybe believing too much of their own propaganda about the strength of the East German nation. Once Gorbachev took over the Soviet Union in 85, he signaled that the Soviet Union would not intervene if these Eastern Bloc countries faced an uprising. So the old guard in East Berlin started making plans independent of Moscow. And there's another aspect of this, a kind of preamble to Day X called Operation Black Harvest. East Germany's biowarfare division was working on genetically engineered bacterial, viral, and fungal agents that could infect livestock and cereal crops. The idea was to spread these agricultural bioweapons across Western Europe and disrupt their food supply, kind of knock them on their backs before an invasion. Maggie Taylor could always be counted on to sober him up. He asked, "Where did you find all this?" Day X was written about a lot in the mid-90s as people were unearthing old Stasi archives. Operation Black Harvest is less certain. I found a single mention in a German foreign policy journal from 1992 that contained an interview with a former Stasi HVA agent. This interview generated a few news articles, but there was no corroboration. The former Stasi agent could have been making it all up, or voicing something that was merely aspirational and never close to operational. But if it is true, it draws a connection between the Stasi Foreign Intelligence Service and the East German Army's unconventional weapons program, which was run at least partly out of the facility at Storkow. Brodie considered all that. According to the Stasi report on Odin, Manfred Albrecht had shared intelligence with Odin that was extremely sensitive and had something to do with joint operations between the East German Army and the Stasi. And Odin, a Stasi asset, had visited Storkow, an East German military facility focused on unconventional warfare, a year or so earlier over a concern about something. This could be what tied it all together. Or maybe not. Regardless, this wasn't their case anymore. He said to Taylor, "Good research. Put all this in a memo that we will print out and deliver to the legate's office tomorrow on our way to the airport." Taylor didn't respond for a moment. Then she said, "Odin's still out there, Scott. I feel it." What Ms. Taylor was actually feeling was the pull of a case that she wasn't done with. And while Brodie didn't want to discourage his sometimes too literal partner from leaning on gut instinct, they had to put this investigation behind them. Our friends in the FBI are assholes, but they are competent assholes. If there is something to all this, we have to trust they'll look into it. And we have our 2 CID replacements coming in who didn't get assigned to the famous 5th MP for being idiots. Scott Brodie, the institutionalist. The realist. You're lying to yourself. What do you want from me, Maggie? You want me to run an illegal investigation with 0 resources that will probably land us in prison? If you want to kick this door in, you need to do it yourself. I'm following orders for a change. Silence for a moment. Then Taylor said in a slow, measured tone, I don't want you to do anything except acknowledge the possibility that a traitor to the United States might still be out there, might have had a hand in the murder of our colleague, and might get away with it. Brodie thought back to the drawing of the one-eyed god Odin. Was the mutilation of Harry's body a sadistic message from an American traitor who still walked free? Maybe. Or were Brodie and Taylor overthinking a case that was already solved? Brodie said, Odin's probably dead. You don't believe that. Or he's an old man who will be dead soon. Better that he die in jail. She added, on the plane ride here, you told me you were ready to burn it all down. This is not what I meant, and you know that. He added, don't be so egotistical that you think only you can follow up on this. You have the ego problem. I'm the conscientious one, and I'm not so sure that anyone will follow up. We'll follow up on that in Quantico. Also, don't forget that we're here to redeem ourselves and our careers. We've already missed that boat, Scott, and probably sank it. Right. Anything else? There was a long pause. Then Taylor said, no. See you in the morning, and hung up. Brodie shoved his phone in his pocket and walked in the rain toward a main road to find a cab. Maggie Taylor was becoming a renegade. Maybe she was spending too much time with Scott Brodie. Someone who understands what's missing. That's how she had characterized him last night at the club. But what was missing in this case? And in a broader sense, what was missing in both of their lives since the Mercer case in Venezuela? A sense of purpose? Of justice? No, that was all BS. The fact was they were both unreformed adrenaline junkies, and Maggie Taylor was currently in need of a hit. Brodie's mind came back to Taylor's newest discoveries. Day X. Operation Black Harvest. 2 more stray pieces in this chaotic jigsaw. He thought about the puzzle women Anna had mentioned, who sifted through millions of old paper scraps, using tape and glue to reassemble the past. He wondered what their success rate was, and whether most of what they were piecing together even mattered. They'd hit the jackpot with the Odin report, but most of the archives were probably the mundanities of a petty and overbearing police state. Fritz being surveilled by Hans every day for 3 months because a neighbor spotted a banned book on Fritz's shelf. Well, reconstructing that mundane report would matter to Fritz and his family, just like finding Odin mattered to Anna Albrecht. And maybe that was enough. Maybe there was real hope in the idea that if you put back together enough of your country's shattered and shameful past, you can finally move on from it. But that wasn't Harry Vance's battle to fight. Yet he got involved anyway, and it was the last mistake he ever made. Brodie trudged through the downpour. The darkened buildings loomed up on either side of the narrow street and seemed to tilt inward, crowding the black sky like some canted mirage. Maybe that last schnapps was a mistake, and the 2 before it. He navigated to a main road and flagged a cab. He gave the cabbie Anna's address, and the car set out through the storm, its wipers at full tilt. Brodie closed his eyes and listened to the rain. Someone who understands what's missing. Taylor's phrase came back to him again. It implied that Scott Brodie, as well as Maggie Taylor, approached this job in search of something beyond the law. And that could get you in trouble on a case like this, and in a city like Berlin. That could get you chasing ghosts. Or old spies. Day X, Black Harvest, Storko, Odin, Tariq Qasim, bioweapons. 4 German double agents executed in a Stasi prison. 3 Syrians blown up in Neukölln. Mark Jenkins followed and intimidated. Harry Vance murdered. What was all this? Maybe the dead can speak. Maybe Harry was speaking to him now. And maybe he was saying, "Get out while you can." Chapter 33. Brodie climbed the stairs to Anna's apartment. He saw that the door was still damaged from his forced entry, and he could see a chain lock across the narrow opening. He needed to pay for that. Actually, he already had. He knocked, and after a minute Anna peered through the opening, slid the chain, and opened the door. She gave him a half-smile, which he returned. Brodie could usually judge the chances of a successful evening with a lady by how she dressed and how much paint had been applied. Anna wore dark slacks and a loose white blouse, and the makeup was light. Not a promising signal, but this was another country. He said, "You need to get the door fixed. You'd just kick it in anyway." Anna ushered him into the apartment and slid the chain lock shut, then took his soaking wet coat and put it on a hook and led him into the kitchen. At the kitchen table was an open bottle of red wine and an empty glass. Anna said, "It's a German cab. Tastes like shit." Nice label. Brodie filled his glass and tried it. It was acidic, with subtle notes of sauerkraut. Anna took her wineglass from the counter and sat at the table. Brodie took a seat as well. She regarded him. "Are you drunk?" "I've had a few." She nodded. Ms. Albrecht herself looked a bit glassy-eyed. Also, it looked like she'd been crying. Maybe this was a mistake. Brodie asked, "How are you?" She drank some wine. "It's been a fucking day." She looked at him. "You hear about that explosion in Neukölln?" "It was 2 blocks from Kerner Park." Brodie nodded. Anna eyed him, trying to feel it out. "It's not related?" "Don't ask me questions I can't answer." He lifted his glass. "A toast to Harry." "Not with this shit." She got up and located a bottle of Scotch whiskey and poured 2 glasses. "Balvenie, Harry's favorite." She returned to the table and slid a glass to him, then raised hers. "To Harry." They drank. She set her glass down and stared at the whiskey. After a moment, she said, "It's hard to know that someone that you cared about died this way. My father, Harry. They did not just die. Someone took their life." Brodie nodded. "I served in the infantry in Iraq. I lost friends. And losing them like that, it hurts in a different way. It's a different kind of grief." Anna's look darkened. "Did you kill the people who killed your friends?" "In battle, it's hard to know. But at least one time, yes." "Did it make you feel better?" "For a moment." Anna nodded. "I see them, sometimes. The Stasi men. Well, less now. But 5 years ago, 10 years ago. If you went to certain bars, you'd see them. Usually alone." "How would you know?" Her face soured. They had a bad, retro look about them. Cheap polyester suits, too much hair gel, like they were stuck in time. And they had this kind of air of self-importance that was a joke because they had no power, and most of the time they had no money. They were like, she thought a moment, captains without ships. Brodie imagined these old Stasi men whiling away their twilight years in dim bars, nursing grudges, and remembering when they were wolves at the top of the food chain. The Nazi Gestapo in the post-war years must have had the same experience. Lonely, maybe haunted men who'd gone from swaggering to staggering, without power and without pensions, hoping someone would buy them a drink. Brodie recalled his new friend Friedrich, who probably wasn't ex-Stasi, but could have been an informant, and was definitely frozen in time. Anna continued, I've had a fantasy of somehow finding the man who ended my father's life. Well, the man responsible for ending her father's life was the American military officer codenamed Odin. But absent any justice on that front, Anna must have imagined a more tangible villain, the Stasi executioner who had pulled the trigger. He was probably some low-level thug, the type of interchangeable functionary who did the dirty work of every oppressive regime in history. Not an important man in any real sense, but important to Anna Albrecht, or at least a stand-in for the real and more elusive enemy. Brodie asked her, and what would you do if you found him? She thought a moment. I would make him talk to me. This man saw my father in his last moments. It is almost like he has secret knowledge. Brodie looked at her. It's terrible knowledge, Anna. It haunts him, and it doesn't need to haunt you too. She nodded as if she already knew that. He added, maybe one of these days, that old file will be taped back together, and you'll get a phone call. You'll get a name. She waved her hand dismissively. Bullshit. The Odin report was lucky, like a strike of lightning. Or maybe someone knew just where to look for it. I'll never know. But I heard a number once of how many people work at the Stasi Records Agency doing this work. The puzzle women. Now about 40 people. It was even fewer in the past. And each person can reconstruct about 1 sack of paper shreds per year. You know how many bags of this shit they have? Over 14,000. It will take 350 years to put it all together. She poured more whiskey and knocked it back, then looked him in the eyes. The government is not trying to finish the puzzle, Scott. They are just trying to look like they are. So, 40 additional government employees would shave 175 years off that task. Not too much to ask for in a rich country like Germany. Of course, the inefficiency was by design. Not everyone wanted to see the finished puzzle. On that subject, Anna asked, Did you read the Stasi report? Brodie nodded. And? It's disturbing that Odin was never found and never faced justice. He added, Your father was very brave to risk his life to work for the West. Enough smoke up my ass. What can you tell me? That I passed the report on to my colleagues in the FBI. She stared at him. I didn't give it to you to pass it on. I gave it to you to do something about it. I understand. Yes? And so? And so I don't tell you how to run your art gallery. She didn't like that. You seemed like a man of action. He was, in fact, a man of action, so he got up. Thanks for the whiskey. You're leaving? I am. Why? You'll figure it out. He walked to the hallway and he could hear her following. He grabbed his coat off the hook and she said, Scott. He turned to her. She put her hand on his shoulder. Don't. She looked up at him with her big brown eyes. She appeared open, vulnerable in a way he hadn't seen. "I'm not your answer, Anna." "I don't expect answers." Well, this was wrong for about half a dozen reasons. But he already knew he wasn't leaving. He dropped his coat on the floor, took her in his arms, and kissed her. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him closer. They fumbled their way into the darkened bedroom. The faint glow of the streetlight through the bedroom windows cast shadows from the rain onto her white blouse. Brodie kissed her again and began undoing the buttons. Anna closed her eyes. Was she thinking about Harry? Were they both just two lonely, fucked-up people using each other? Did it matter? He kissed her neck and down along her collarbone, finishing the last of the buttons and pulling away her blouse. She wasn't wearing a bra, and her creamy skin seemed to glow in the dimly lit room. He brushed across one of her nipples, and she sucked in a quick breath. Anna threaded her fingers into his hair and pulled him back up into another deep kiss. She let go of his hair and grabbed the fabric of his shirt and pulled him down onto the bed. Brodie kissed her breasts and stomach. His fingers worked their way down her body and made it to the button on her pants. She nodded, and he undid the zipper and pulled her pants off while she played with her own breasts. Then he undid his belt and removed his pants and threw off his shirt. Anna pulled him back on top of her. Brodie buried his head in the crook of her neck as he pressed himself in between her soft thighs. She gasped out choppy, throaty breaths. He worked his way back up her neck in between thrusts. They tried to kiss at the same time and traded small smiles and gasps for breath. Outside, the thunder rolled and the wind picked up. In the distance, a faint ambulance siren wailed as it sped through the rain. Brodie sensed Anna's energy changing. He could see her retreating into herself. He changed positions and his pace. She moaned, then looked at him with those open, glassy brown eyes and kissed him deeply. Then she dug her nails into his back and made enough noise to compete with the thunderstorm raging outside. Suddenly she arched her back and tensed up, her head barely touching the bed, crying out something unintelligible. Then she collapsed in a messy, breathy pile, and he joined her in release. Afterward, they lay naked next to each other in the dark, listening to the rain and thunder. Anna sat up against a pillow and pulled a comforter over her lap, then reached for a pack of cigarettes on the end table. "Want one?" Brodie sat up. The post-coital cigarette felt like a ritual lost to time in America. But in Germany, apparently not so. Sure. She passed him a cigarette and lit him up, then herself. She blew out a long trail of smoke. Brodie turned to her. She looked sad. He asked, "Would you like me to leave now?" "I just gave you a cigarette." "After the cigarette." "Do you want to leave?" "No." "Then don't." She added, "You sense my pain. It makes you uncomfortable." He took a drag, thought a moment. "No, not uncomfortable. It is always interesting, this time, just after, drained of sexual energy. You are left with the things that never go away. For me, the things that never go away are not so good." He looked at her in the light of the street lamps streaming through the rain-streaked windows. "Time helps, Anna. It doesn't heal, but it helps." She had no response. Brodie thought a moment, then said, "The Stasi men. If you'd somehow found the one you were looking for, you weren't just looking to talk, were you?" Anna looked at him, weighing what to say. Then she replied, "No." Brodie nodded. She seemed uncomfortable with this subject, but continued, "I would usually keep my father's hunting knife in my purse. One time, one of the sons of bitches hit on me. I thought about, right there in the bar, just pretend he was the one, put all the blame and hate on him, and be done with it. Thank God one of my friends was with me. She knew what I was thinking and got me the hell out of there. She took another drag and said, "You must think I am crazy." Well, yes, but who isn't? He said, "It's understandable, but you're only punishing yourself with these thoughts." She didn't respond. After a moment, Brodie asked, if Odin was caught and punished, would you let this go? She replied, as if she'd been asked that question many times. "I would also want to see the Stasi bastards who arrested, tried, and executed my father, and did the same to many others, swing from a noose." Germany had no death penalty, so that wasn't going to happen, and the German government wanted a happy reunification, not an ugly reckoning. So it looked like Anna was not going to get all she wanted, and never would. But Odin, if he was still alive, could face American justice, if anyone ever discovered who he was. Well, maybe Harry Vance really thought he could find Odin, and maybe, if someone hadn't prematurely ended his investigation and his life, he would have. And where did that leave Scott Brodie? He could tell himself that the German feds, the FBI, and his and Taylor's CID replacements would understand that there was more to the Vance homicide case than an Islamic terrorist hit. But the truth was, in a couple of days they'd put a bow on it and call a press conference, and Odin, the spy who got away, would remain unknown and unpunished. Maybe forever. Anna stubbed out her cigarette and moved closer to Brodie. He put his arm around her, and she rested her head on his chest. She asked, "Can you stay?" "A little while." He added, "I have an early meeting." "And your colleague? Will she be jealous? Are you too—" "No, it's not like that. But it's unprofessional to sleep with a witness on the case you're working, and I don't need a lecture from her." Anna thought that was funny. "She tries to keep me out of trouble. Professionally. Good. She cares about you." "Professionally?" He suggested, "Let's change the subject. Let's not talk anymore. Just be here. As long as you can." "Okay." He finished his cigarette and stubbed it out in an ashtray on the end table. Anna kept her head on his chest and closed her eyes. They sat in silence, and Brodie listened as the rainfall grew lighter and the storm dissipated. After a few minutes, he could tell that she was asleep. He checked his watch. 10:30 p.m. It felt much later, which is what happens when you start drinking too early and have sex before dinner. Brodie listened to Anna's breathing and tried to quiet his mind. Why was he pretending he was still on this case? Why couldn't he tell her that he was flying out of Berlin tomorrow? Maybe because he was having a hard time believing it himself. Or maybe because Anna Albrecht thought she'd found the man who would take Harry's place in her bed and her heart. Forget heart. In her obsession with seeking revenge for what she'd lost. And he didn't want to disappoint her. Also, revenge was not justice. He pictured himself with Maggie Taylor on the flight home, and then without her in Colonel Dombrowski's office at Quantico, delivering their report. The colonel would give Brodie what he'd said he wanted, a better partner and better cases. His old career. He'd go back to his shithole house, and in the following days, he'd hear about the official resolution of the Vance homicide investigation. He would never again see or hear from the woman now sleeping naked next to him. He was sorry he couldn't help her, and sorry to be leaving an unsolved homicide, but that feeling would fade with time, and eventually go into the deep repository of things that Scott Brodie tried not to think about. He drifted in and out of sleep. At one point he woke up and checked his watch again. 3:06 a.m. He needed to leave. He gently separated himself from her. and she rolled toward him and whispered, "Stay." He pulled the comforter up over her chest and said, "I'll be back. Promise." "I promise." Chapter 34. The rain turned to a drizzle as Brodie walked alone through the dark streets of Prenzlauerberg. The bars were all shuttered, and whoever was still looking to party on a Thursday morning at dark 30 had moved on to the clubs. He passed under the elevated tracks of the U-Bahn with no particular destination in mind. He needed to wander, clear his head, and put some distance, physical and emotional, between himself and what had just happened at Anna's apartment. Promise. Promise what? To stay? To solve the case? To fill the void left by a dead man? He wasn't sure he was up for any of that. More importantly, he had orders to return to his duty station, so it really didn't matter what Scott Brodie wanted. The military sometimes made your decisions easier by not letting you make them. Brodie meandered through the side streets until he found himself on a main road. He spotted the lit-up Alexanderplatz TV tower looming in the distance and headed toward it, passing a few pockets of young people and a couple of solitary drunks. He turned down a wide, desolate boulevard lined with modern residential housing blocks. A few cars and delivery trucks glided along the wet road. He skirted the northern side of Alexanderplatz, then approached a bridge that crossed the Spree River onto what was known as Museum Island. On his right was the lit-up Berlin Cathedral, a handsome Baroque-style domed church that had either survived the war and the communists or been rebuilt. On his left was another Baroque building, massive with an even larger dome, which he assumed was the rebuilt Berlin Palace that their driver Ulrich had mentioned, the one-time home to the Hohenzollern royal dynasty. It had been damaged in the war and then razed by the communists, who had built their own modernist People's Palace on the site to house the East German Volkskammer, the so-called parliament. That eyesore had still been standing when Brodie visited in 2000, though when he saw it, it had been abandoned, and a few years later was condemned for demolition because it was filled with asbestos and had attracted vagrants and drug addicts. A squalid end for a squalid nation. Now the People's Palace was as obliterated from the cityscape as the original Imperial Palace, which had been reborn through careful recreation. The Cold War might have ended 30 years ago, but Berlin was still a battlefield. Brodie had thought the walk would clear his head, but it was doing the opposite. Seeing Berlin like this, desolate and dark, reminded him of all the mysteries and unfinished business he was leaving to others. After another 30 minutes, he began to recognize the area and thought he was in the northern section of Neukölln. He spotted a sign for Karl-Marx-Strasse and turned onto it, heading south. His detective instincts kicked in, and he turned down a few side streets until he was on Richardstrasse, the narrow residential road where the bombing had occurred. He kept walking until he saw the damaged building up ahead. The top floor where the bomb had detonated was covered with a thick tarp, and a small perimeter of crime scene tape was still established around the building. 2 Berlin police officers in body armor stood in front of the building, holding assault rifles. The debris had all been cleared, and the road appeared open to traffic. Brodie spotted a young Arab man crouched outside the police tape, lighting candles on the sidewalk. As Brodie got closer, he noticed piles of rain-soaked flowers around the candles, a memorial to the victims of the blast, who were also the perpetrators. The man saw him approaching and quickly stood. He looked apprehensive. Brodie said, "Guten Abend," then looked at the memorial. He noticed 3 pieces of cut-out plywood amidst the flowers and candles, painted white with black Arabic script, presumably the names of the 3 men who had died in the bombing. 2 of the plywood pieces were shaped like Muslim crescent moons. The third was a Christian cross. Brodie hadn't picked up much Arabic in Iraq, but he knew the word for Christian. He pointed to the cross and asked the man, Masiyun? The young man nodded. Ja, Masiyun. He said something else in halting German. I don't speak German, or Arabic. Were you... He pointed to the man and then to the memorial. Friends? Habibi? The man nodded. Ashab. Naim Fila. He continued in Arabic, gesturing to the memorial. Brodie interrupted, Antazir, Lau Samat, which he was pretty sure meant please wait. His Arabic had sucked 16 years ago and hadn't gotten any better since. But he knew someone with good Arabic, who kept her phone on at all hours when on assignment and who was duty-bound to indulge him. He pulled out his cell and dialed Maggie Taylor. It rang a few times before she picked up. Scott? What's up? She sounded groggy and alert at the same time, which was impressive. I need your Arabic skills. Okay. Should I come to your room? I'm actually on Richardstrasse, at the site of the blast. There's a young Arabic-speaking guy here that I need to talk to. I'll put us on speaker. No, I'm up now, and I need a jog. I'll be there in 10. Can you hold him there? Just speak. Put him on. Brodie handed the phone to the man, who listened, nodded, and handed the phone back to Brodie, who put it to his ear and heard Taylor saying, He's staying. See you soon. Brodie replied, Above and beyond. Put that in your report. She hung up, and he pictured her throwing on some jogging clothes to meet her partner before dawn on a cold, rainy morning, without even knowing exactly why. That was true dedication to duty. Or dedication to him. You never knew with Maggie Taylor. The young man had returned to his task of lighting the candles, which must have been extinguished by the rain. Brodie wondered if this guy had been out here all night, keeping vigil at the scene of his friends' deaths, and possibly protecting the memorial from desecration, a task that he might not have trusted to law enforcement. Brodie eyed the 2 Berlin police officers. The nearest one was keeping an eye on the Arab man and on Brodie. Brodie moved down the road to give the young man space and to assure the cops that no altercation was going to happen between them. In about 15 minutes, Brodie spotted a figure jogging up the street from the south. It was Maggie Taylor, wearing her thick winter coat, sweatpants, running shoes, and her wool beanie. She stopped a few feet from him, took a deep breath, and looked him over. She asked, Have you been out all night? I needed a walk. She kept looking at him. Drinking? I made a few stops. I would have gone with you. Sorry. I needed to be alone. Okay. But thanks for calling when you needed me. Don't make me feel guilty. You can't even spell it, let alone feel it. You'd be surprised. Okay, so this guy, his name is Kadim. Right. So he was a friend of the 3 deceased. He said, Why do you need to talk to him? I'll show you. He led her up the street. Taylor greeted the young man by name and looked at the memorial. She said to Brodie, There's a cross. Brodie nodded. You know any Christians in Al-Qaeda? Taylor had a brief exchange with the young man. Then she said to Brodie, Kadim is from Syria and knew these 3 men there. She and Kadim had another back and forth, and then Taylor continued, They all grew up together in a village outside of Idlib. One of the dead men, Yosef Rahman, was a Christian. After the jihadis took over the province, Christians were in danger. So Kadim and these other 2 men helped Yosef escape into Turkey. They all lived there together in Istanbul for a while and eventually took a boat to Greece, applied for asylum in Germany, and settled here in Neukölln. The 3 deceased rented this apartment together. Kadim said something in Arabic, and he seemed to be getting emotional. Taylor said, He says his friends are not terrorists. Brodie looked again at the 3 name markers, the 2 crescents and the cross. He'd been to Syria once on CID assignment about a year before the Civil War began. Back then, Syrian Christians were a prominent minority community with full religious freedoms. Obviously, That changed once parts of the country fell to ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other jihadi groups. Taylor talked with Kadim for a few more minutes, then offered him a €20 note, which he politely refused. Taylor made the appropriate parting comments in Arabic and led Brodie away, back toward the hotel. The two policemen watched them and spoke to each other, probably wondering what was going on, and maybe thinking about asking, or at least calling their superior. Indeed, Brodie thought, this was a city on edge. Taylor said as they walked, Kadim lives 2 blocks from here. He saw his friends the morning prior to the bombing and said they were not acting out of the ordinary. Kadim relayed all of this to the Berlin police officials who canvassed the neighborhood this evening, looking for associates of the deceased men. He insisted to them that his friends had no terrorist links. The idea of it was absurd to him. And what do you think? I don't know. She added, the German authorities know all this, yet they say that these men were terrorists. It's the easy answer, which isn't always the right one. She nodded, then thought a moment and asked, what have you been doing all night? I told you. Taylor didn't press, and they kept walking. She clearly could sense there was something he wasn't telling her, or maybe she smelled on his perfume. Whatever. It was none of her business. They saw Kerner park up ahead, and Brodie headed toward the eastern entrance, and Taylor followed. She said, that cross screws up the narrative. Only if you want it to. All 3 men had secret lives, and in Yosef Rahman's case, a secret faith. The police will say they kept their radicalization to themselves. That's the narrative. It will be good enough for the press and the public, and probably good enough for a team of investigators who want this case to be over. They reached the entrance to Kerner Park. Brodie and Taylor ducked under the chain and walked across the park toward the Art Hotel. Taylor said, the supposed link between the Vance homicide and the explosion on Richardstrasse is not even public yet. Once it is, and the faces of those 3 Arab men are beamed all over the world. Right. Case closed. The dead guys had the murder weapon in their apartment and the victim's eye in their freezer, and a communication referencing a revenge plot that would make Harry Vance and Mark Jenkins logical targets. It all fit. And yet, why were the men following Mark Jenkins being so obvious about it? To intimidate him? No, that had never made any sense. They wanted Jenkins to know they were following him so that he would report it, because that would fit the larger narrative. And that bomb was never meant for his car. It had gone off exactly where it was supposed to. Obviously, the narrative was being manipulated, and the clues had been planted. But why? And by whom? He stopped walking. Taylor looked at him. What? He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the small manila envelope that he had taken from Vance's jacket hanging in Anna Albrecht's wardrobe. He removed the microscope slide and held it up toward the light of a distant street lamp, silhouetting the hazy purple splotches suspended in liquid. He said, Black Harvest. She didn't reply, but nodded slowly. Harry had been researching Storko and its unconventional weapons program. Maybe he'd somehow gotten his hands on some of their research product. Holy shit. He noticed that Taylor was pulling up a number on her phone. Who are you calling? Dombrowski. She looked him in the eyes. We're not leaving, Scott. He looked closely at his partner. She had that trademark manic look about her. Maggie Taylor was dedicated to her work like no one he'd ever seen, yet she was also loyal to the institution of the Army and the chain of command, which was why her first reaction to this eureka moment was to call their commanding officer. But what happened when dedication to duty and deference to rank collided? They were about to find out. Taylor hit the dial button and put the phone on speaker. The colonel picked up. Miss Taylor, you're up early? Or late? Hello, sir. I'm with Scott. You're on speaker. What's up? Taylor said, We have some new—" Brodie interrupted and said, "Miss Taylor and I would like to take some leave time here. 2 weeks." "Really?" "Yes, sir. A road trip to Bavaria." "Sounds like fun." Brodie realized that Colonel Dombrowski was wondering if his 2 agents were sleeping together. It would be useful if Dombrowski thought they were, so he said, "Maggie and I have a lot of catching up to do. Plus, we got the rug pulled out from under us on this case, and frankly, we could both use a week or 2 to commiserate." He added, "You would still have your report by Friday. I can email an encrypted file." Dombrowski's bullshit detector must have been off the charts, and he said, "I can appreciate all that, Scott. But since this is an open case and you were the initial investigators, I need you on call in case anything arises. The Bavarian adventure will have to wait." It sounded like the colonel was meeting Brodie's bullshit with a pile of his own. Raise or call? Before he could decide, Taylor said, "Sir, we would like to stay in Germany until the conclusion of the investigation." She added, "On our time." Dombrowski was quiet a moment. Then he asked, "Why?" "New information has come to light that directly contradicts the official narrative, and we have reason to believe that this case will be handled improperly." She added, "If we're to be on call, we'd prefer to stay in country." "You are no longer the agents on this case, Ms. Taylor. Whatever this new information is, I expect to hear it during the debrief, and you will pass it on to your very capable colleagues from the 5th MP via the legal attaché's office." He added, "As for your belief that this case will be handled improperly, tell me about it in person." Brodie jumped in. "Colonel, the Germans, the FBI, and our own counter-terrorism people are mishandling this case. Harry Vance was onto something, and now he's dead. And whoever killed him is going to incredible lengths to see that this investigation concludes that Vance's murder was an act of Islamic terrorism." "That seems to be the correct conclusion, based on the jihadis who blew themselves up and left Mr. Vance's eye in their freezer. Wouldn't you agree?" "I and Ms. Taylor believe another entity is manipulating the evidence to make it look like Tiny Tim killed JFK." He asked, "Do you hear yourself?" "Sir, have you two been drinking?" "Colonel, maybe you do need a vacation, but not now. I expect you in my office tomorrow, tonight, right from the airport." Neither Brodie nor Taylor replied, and Colonel Dombrowski shifted to a milder tone. "I appreciate your dedication to this case. That's why I wanted you both on this in the first place. But there are larger forces at play here, and you are being replaced by 2 of CID's best counterterrorism specialists." Taylor said, "This is not a counterterrorism case, sir." Dombrowski was getting annoyed. "You will fly to D.C. tomorrow. You will be in my office tomorrow night for a debrief. Ms. Taylor, I will speak to your CO at Fort Campbell and have your connecting flight home rebooked, and you will also be present for this debrief. Is that all clear?" Brodie and Taylor looked at each other, but neither responded. Brodie looked around the park and realized they had stopped walking almost exactly where Harry Vance had been shot. The dead can speak. He looked toward the dark tree line along the eastern edge of the park and imagined a figure there, a little over 6 feet tall, a skilled marksman. The Islamic terrorist who he'd imagined wasn't there anymore. Now he saw a U.S. Army traitor. He looked at the microscope slide in his hand. Unexploded ordnance. The thing that was buried in the ruins, believed to be rendered inert by the passage of time. Harry Vance thought he was investigating something important but not dangerous. He was dead wrong. Who still cared about the Stasi? No one. Well, almost no one. But what if the past is not past? Maybe in a place like Berlin? It never is. "Mr. Brodie, Ms. Taylor, do I make myself clear? Brodie and Taylor stood in silence, looking at each other. Brodie thought about their last case together, about what they'd been asked to give. He didn't mind risking his life. That came with the territory, and maybe he kind of had a death wish anyway. But they'd been forced to compromise their integrity, their oath to duty, their commitment to justice. And for what? A bump in rank, a little extra pay. He thought about Harry Vance, and about why the man had kept his investigation secret. The obvious reason was that it was outside his mandate. The less obvious reason was that he understood that the case was sensitive and did not know whom to trust. But Brodie suspected there was another reason, maybe present only in Harry's subconscious. He didn't think anyone other than himself and Anna would care about Anna's father, just another forgotten victim of an old war. As for Odin, the U.S. Army officially had no traitors in the Cold War, and they'd like to keep it that way. Brodie looked at Taylor. As the senior partner, Scott Brodie had a responsibility to her. He knew that she'd follow him to the gates of hell. In fact, she already had on their last assignment. But this time, Brodie didn't want Maggie Taylor to suffer collateral damage for his self-destructive choices. Brodie said to Dombrowski, "We understand, Colonel. See you tomorrow." There was a long silence. Then Dombrowski said, "It's different when it's a colleague. I understand that, and I appreciate the work you've done. Is there anything further?" Brodie said, "Negative further. Safe travels." The colonel hung up. Taylor stared at her phone a moment, then slipped it in her pocket and looked at Brodie. "That's it. Are you disappointed?" "In him, yes. Which I guess means I'm still naive. He was never going to go for it, Maggie. Sharon Whitmore and Chief Inspector Schroeder want to know that we are truly off this case. Anything short of sending us back across the ocean communicates the wrong message." Taylor nodded, but did not respond. Brodie looked toward the hotel. "Let's get inside." They walked across the park and up the stairs, then crossed the street and entered the hotel lobby. A young Turkish woman they hadn't seen before was at the desk. She mumbled something in German as they walked past and up the stairs to their rooms. Taylor paused at her door and turned to Brodie. She looked tired. "It's good that I will be there for the debrief." Brodie nodded. "The new CID team will be thorough, Scott. Harry was their colleague, their brother." Ms. Taylor was trying to convince someone, but it wasn't him. He said, "I'm sure you're right, and we can contact the team and give them our thoughts and opinions on the case." She replied, "I think we will be signing the same confidentiality statements we signed after Venezuela." Right. Also known as the "don't talk about shit you're not supposed to talk about" statement. She tried to smile. "Okay," he said, "get some rest. And good work, Maggie." She nodded. "Likewise." They each entered their rooms. Brodie did a quick sweep to see if any Lebanese gangsters, Islamic terrorists, American double agents, or former Stasi spies were lying in wait to kill him. He was alone, which was kind of disappointing. Brodie took out his phone. He had decided what he was going to do and what he had to do. He dialed Colonel Dombrowski, who picked up after one ring. "Mr. Brodie, did you forget something?" "Yes, I did. I am calling to inform you that I am not leaving Berlin tomorrow, and I will not be present for the debrief at Quantico. I am resigning my commission effective immediately." "The hell you are! It has been an honor to serve under you, sir, and I will always respect you, even if it is no longer reciprocated." "Hold on, Scott. Colonel, that is my final decision. I will email you my resignation with copies to the appropriate—" "Scott! Call me when you cool down." Brodie turned the phone off and tossed it on the bedside table. He sat down on the bed. That was not so hard. He'd had all the reasons he needed to do that before this Berlin assignment, and getting pulled from the case just as things were getting interesting was the last straw. As for Chief Warrant Officer Taylor, if he'd resigned in front of her, she might have been tempted to do the same. But she had a bright career ahead of her, and he didn't want to be responsible for screwing it up. He thought about Anna Albrecht and whether he was doing this because of her. Was he really that stupid? He had to ponder that. Promise. Promise not to give up. Promise not to forget. Promise not to pretend the crimes of the past never happened. That was Anna's demand, born out of decades of denied justice. But it was Berlin's demand as well, echoed in monuments and memorials and museums across this city that prosecuted its tragic past. This happened, and this, and this. These are the names of the perpetrators. These are the names of the victims. But Odin's story had not been told by anyone outside of an obscure Stasi report, and the names of his victims were lost to history. As for poor Harry Vance, his name was not forgotten. It was screamed in every headline across the world. But he was about to be denied justice as well, by an investigation that either had gone wrong or was being steered wrong. The three suspects, the Syrians, were themselves possible victims of something much larger and more sinister than anyone on this investigation could yet imagine. Something that was still formless, swirling in the dark, blotting out the truth. I did this. I'm still here. Odin's message, carved into Harry Vance's face, right there for anyone willing to see it. But no one wanted to see. And when the real perpetrators were unnamed and the victims were unavenged, it was not enough to merely remember. That doesn't ask enough of you. You must find the perpetrators. You must name them. And you must make them pay. Part 3. Chapter 35. Scott Brodie sat on the bench ringing the central fountain of Alexanderplatz and watched a middle-aged street sweeper use his broom to dislodge debris from between the cable car tracks. The guy appeared indifferent as to whether the trash ended up in his dustpan or was blown across the square by the freezing gusts. The man's job was not to clean. It was to sweep. The wind was his accomplice. Brodie had not turned on his phone since hanging up on Dombrowski, after which he'd had a quick shower and change, then checked out of the art hotel and left his bags with the indifferent Turkish teenager at the front desk. He checked his watch. 7:26 a.m. Taylor would be looking for him, calling him, concerned but not yet frantic. She wouldn't board the plane without knowing where he was. The city was waking up. Lights blinked on in a supermarket across the square, and a few commuters began to emerge from the nearby U-Bahn station. According to the metro timeline provided by the Berlin police, Harry Vance had exited this particular metro station at 11:20 a.m. last Wednesday. On its own, that information wasn't very useful, as Alexanderplatz was centrally located, and Vance could have been going anywhere. But he didn't go anywhere. He went somewhere. 2 blocks from where Brodie was sitting was the headquarters of the Stasi Records Agency, which housed millions of files produced by the security service during its 40-year existence. Had Harry gone there? He wouldn't have been much of a detective if he hadn't. This thought barely rose to the level of a lead. It was a hunch. But Brodie was a little desperate, and since he was now unemployed, with no oaths to keep, no constitution to defend, and no boss to bullshit, he could do what he wanted. And former warrant officer Scott Brodie, with the new rank of PFC, private fucking civilian, wanted justice, and he wanted it soon, before anyone tried to arrest him, stop him, or kill him. The records agency opened at 8 a.m., which meant Brodie had time for one unpleasant phone call. He turned his phone on, ignored all the pinging voicemails and text messages, and dialed Taylor. She picked up immediately. "Scott, where the hell are you?" "You need to get to the airport." "Answer me." "I'm watching the sunrise." "Where?" "I'll have the cab swing by." "I'm not leaving." "Dombrowski just called me to see if I could talk some sense into you." "I can't believe you." He had no response. "You knew last night that you were going to do this. Why did you lie to me?" "So I didn't have to listen to you argue with me." "Well, you can listen now. Scott, we tried to stay on the case, and the colonel said no. A good soldier shows initiative and shows balls, but there are always limits, even for you." Brodie stood up from the fountain and started walking across the square. "I was always a lousy soldier, Maggie. I doubt your men in Iraq felt that way." He didn't respond. "This case is important, but there will always be more victims who deserve justice. And where will you be then?" Home watching TV? Drunk on a beach in Florida? Dead in a back alley in Berlin? That all sounded better than going back to Quantico. He said, "I appreciate your concern for my future. You wouldn't be much of a partner if you didn't try to change my mind. But it's over. I'm done. You're the one who told me that our CID colleagues could handle it. I guess you were just snowing me on that too. I was trying to convince myself. You have a different calculation to make, Maggie. You've got a long career ahead of you. Get down off your cross. I like the view up here." There was a long silence. Then Taylor said, "Last night I thought about requesting a transfer to Quantico. I thought maybe we could—" She trailed off. Then her tone shifted. "You're not the hero, Scott. Not on this. You're burning your life down and pretending it's something else. You've got an hour and a half to come to your fucking senses and get to the airport." She hung up. Brodie kept walking and put his phone in his pocket. He'd expected Taylor to be angry, maybe disappointed. But she was more than that. She'd been looking toward a continued working relationship after this case, which came as a bit of a surprise to him. Maybe it shouldn't have. When it came to questionable and self-destructive choices, they were kindred spirits, and Brodie had upped the ante without looping her in. She felt betrayed, rejected, and possibly resentful of the feeling that her partner was entering territory where she knew she couldn't or wouldn't follow. Well, that was all the psychoanalysis Brodie could handle for the day, and it wasn't even sunrise. He grabbed a takeout coffee at a nearby cafe, then exited the square and turned onto Karl-Liebknecht-Strasse, a broad 6-lane boulevard lined with large modern buildings. He crossed the street and continued until he reached a drab gray office building with a sign in front that read Stasi Unterlagen Archiv. He looked at the wide 8-story building. Every level above the ground floor was lined with small square windows, most of them shuttered by opaque blinds. He assumed these floors held the stacks, the endless river of files produced by the Stasi over the course of 4 decades, their magnum opus, relating the lives and loyalties of East Germany's captive citizens. A short flight of stairs led to a large entryway beneath a glass awning splattered with bird shit. Above the door was a security camera, the only one Brodie had seen outside of metro stations. Was this German irony? He checked his watch. 7:58 a.m. He finished his coffee, and at precisely 8 a.m., fluorescent lights blinked on in the lobby. Brodie tossed the paper cup in a nearby trash bin, then ascended the stairs and entered through the automatic glass doors, hoping that he was following in a dead man's footsteps. Chapter 36. Brodie looked around the low-ceilinged lobby. In front of him was a row of turnstiles that led to a bank of elevators. To his right was an elevated security desk, and to his left was a waiting area. He approached the security desk where a hefty mid-50s man in a dark suit with close-cropped blonde hair sat near a computer monitor. Brodie said, "Guten Morgen." The security man, whose name tag identified him as Lehmann, looked back at Brodie, blank-faced. Haben Sie einen Termin? Sprechen Sie English? Do you have an appointment? No. Herr Lehmann grabbed an English-language pamphlet from under his desk and slid it to Brodie. Call the number on this. Brodie looked at the pamphlet, which was labeled in large red letters, Stasi Records Archive, along with a subheading, State Security, an Introduction. He asked, Do you have a gift shop? What? Brodie opened his cred case, badge and photo ID, and held it close to Lehmann's face. Scott Brodie, U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division. I am working with the Bundeskriminalamt, investigating the murder of my colleague Harry Vance. I'm sure you've seen that on the news. Lehmann eyed the badge and ID, then slid his eyes back to Brodie, as if to ensure the photo was a match. He nodded. We have reason to believe that the deceased visited here in the days before his death. Were you working the desk last week? I am here every weekday. Brodie took out his phone, pulled up Harry Vance's military file photo, and showed it to Lehmann. Has this man visited the archives? Lehmann looked at the photo for a moment, then picked up a phone on his desk, punched a couple of buttons, and had a brief conversation in German. He hung up and said to Brodie, Passport. Brodie pulled his passport from his sports jacket and placed it on the desk. Lehmann looked it over and entered some information on his computer, then jotted something down on a small white card. He returned the passport along with the card. This is your visitor pass. Keep it with you. Wait over there. He gestured to the sitting area on the other side of the lobby. What am I waiting for? Someone to help you. How long will it be? Lehmann looked at him as though that was a stupidly arrogant question. Visitors often must make appointments months in advance. I am not a visitor. I am a criminal investigator. And this is why someone is coming down to see you without an appointment. This guy could use a good schnapps or two. Brodie again held up the photo of Vance on his phone. Have you seen this man, Herr Lehmann? Lehmann stared at Brodie. I am not authorized to share the visitor logs with anyone, no matter their credentials. Thanks for your help. Brodie walked across the room to the waiting area and sat on a boxy faux leather armchair. He looked over at Lehmann, who was now busying himself, or pretending to busy himself with something on his computer. This man knew whether Harry Vance had been here. Was his refusal to answer the question evidence in the affirmative? Not necessarily. This was a German bureaucrat running security for the Stasi archives. Only a grade A tight-ass would want or get that gig. Brodie observed his surroundings. In addition to a few armchairs, there was a rack stuffed with pamphlets in a variety of languages, and at the far end of the room was a black door with a sign in German along with an English translation. Archive reading room. No access without authorization. No talking. No phones or recording equipment. The door handle had a fob-activated security plate. The only other detail of note was the wall opposite him, which was wallpapered with what appeared to be a life-sized photograph of the archive's stacks. Rows and rows of metal shelving lined with brown and yellow file folders stuffed with papers. It was a strange and vaguely ominous design choice. In fact, this whole place was projecting a distinctly Germanic combo of mundane and sinister. The touristy pamphlets and the uptight bureaucrat on the one hand, and on the other, the locked reading room, the creepy wallpaper, and the 7 floors of Stasi files above. A monument to the most intrusive surveillance state in human history. This place was like a DMV with secrets, or a lending library from hell. He waited about 20 minutes, during which time an older man in a suit came in and pressed a keycard to the turnstiles before proceeding to the elevator, and an attractive woman in her 50s paid a visit to the fascist functionary at the security desk, then took a seat in the waiting area. Brodie wondered what she was there for. Maybe an academic conducting research. Or a former citizen of the GDR who'd come to read her own file to discover if her nosy neighbor from 35 years ago had been a government rat. "Mr. Brodie." Brodie stood and turned toward the voice. A woman in her mid-60s stood with her hands clasped tightly in front of her. She wore a dark blue suit and chunky black shoes. Her paper-white complexion was framed by shoulder-length dark brown hair, and her small, inquisitive eyes stared at him from behind oversized tortoiseshell glasses. She said in a thick German accent, "I am Frau Ziegler, the chief archivist. You had an inquiry about our visitation logs." Brodie flashed his badge again, committing his second crime of the morning by impersonating a law enforcement officer. "I am assisting your government in investigating the murder of my colleague, U.S. Army CID Special Agent Harry Vance. We have reason to believe he visited your archives in the days before his death." She stared at him for a moment, then asked, "What is the reason you believe this?" "I'm not at liberty to say." She nodded, considering that. "We take personal privacy very seriously here. If you wish to access our visitor logs, I will need a formal request from a German law enforcement agency." "I don't wish to access your visitor logs. I just want to know if one man, now deceased, came here last week. In my work, the dead demand justice more than privacy." "Well, in my work, Mr. Brodie, the violation of privacy is the injustice. And as for the dead, we must protect them most of all, for they are no longer able to protect themselves." Actually, the dead had bigger problems. It was time for another approach. "Does this archive contain files related to the activities of the Stasi's Foreign Intelligence Service, the HVA?" Frau Ziegler paused. Then she answered, "Yes." "Who is allowed to access those files?" "Anyone who applies with a sufficient reason." She added, "Such files are often easier to access than most of our domestic surveillance archives. Matters of state, foreign relations, etc. do not generally name private East German citizens. As I said, our chief concern is for those whose privacy was so violated by the Stasi. We are less interested in guarding intelligence documents produced by an extinct nation." That was interesting, though it also sounded a little like PR bullshit. Despite what Frau Ziegler just said, the report about Odin was never destined for this public archive, and only arrived in Anna's mother's hands because 20 years ago, someone who worked here decided to steal the document and give it to her directly. Brodie said, "I have a German friend whose father was involved with the Stasi. He is now deceased, and I know she was interested in finding out about his activities." "Tell your friend to apply for an appointment. Direct relatives of deceased citizens may view their records, though depending on the circumstances, redactions may be necessary to protect others' identities, which can take some time." She asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Well, so far she hadn't helped him with anything. Time for a Hail Mary. Just one more question. Outside of mythology, does the name Odin mean anything to you? Frau Ziegler stared at him for a long moment. She was a cool customer, but still couldn't hide being taken aback. She said, "We ought to continue this conversation in my office." Well, it looked like his shot in the dark had hit something. Brodie followed Frau Ziegler through the security turnstiles and into an elevator. They rode silently to the 4th floor. The elevator doors opened, and they exited into a large room with countless rows of metal shelving reaching up to the ceiling. Each shelf was lined with dozens of folders, stuffed with hundreds of documents. Frau Ziegler led Brodie down one of the rows without speaking. He asked, Is every Stasi record kept in this building? No. About half of what has been recovered. The remainder are spread among our 12 regional offices. I heard about the puzzle women. That is an outdated phrase. Men also work at Zerndorf. Puzzle people. They turned and walked down a narrow corridor, passing a dozen aisles of shelves on either side, all packed with files. The amount of Stasi surveillance records in this one area of this one floor in this one archive was stunning, frightening. Brodie asked, "How long have you worked here?" "I helped launch this project in 1990. I had been a librarian in East Berlin. After the wall fell, I used my skills to assist in creating an organizational system." Wasn't it already organized by the last guys? Frau Ziegler threw him a look over her shoulder. These records were created as tools of tyrants and are now a public resource. Form follows function. We had no use for their system. Right. This archive must have represented the worst nightmare of the former Stasi spies and secret police. A catalog of their perverse snooping, all here for any German citizen to access. In fact, the bastards had spent their last days in power shredding and burning everything they could to try to prevent a place like this from ever existing. They reached the end of the long aisle and approached a door with a frosted glass panel and a plaque next to it that read, Elsa Ziegler, Chef Archivar, Stasi Unterlagen Archiv. They entered a small office, which was Spartan and orderly. A metal desk stood at one end, on which were a telephone and a closed laptop, and behind the desk was one of the many small square windows visible from the street. The only other things on the desk were a mug of coffee, a glass bowl of mixed fruit, and a half-peeled hard-boiled egg. "You will excuse me," said Ziegler. "I was in the middle of my breakfast." "Please." Ziegler sat down and continued to peel her egg, dropping the shell fragments in a neat pile on a napkin. Brodie took a seat in the only other chair in the room, which was wedged next to a dying houseplant that apparently needed more sunlight than the small window could provide, and more love than Frau Ziegler was giving it. Elsa Ziegler focused her attention on shelling her egg and asked, "Have you spoken to Anna?" "Who's Anna?" Ziegler shot him a look from behind her big glasses. Brodie explained, "I cannot discuss the investigation, Frau Ziegler, including anyone I may have interviewed. Or slept with." She finished peeling her egg and looked at him. "Call me Elsa." "Scott." "Now that we are on a first-name basis, Scott, can we end the bullshit?" "You first." "Okay. I knew Anna's mother, Ursula. Difficult woman. Quite tortured." Brodie nodded, but said nothing. Elsa bit into her egg and asked between bites, "Why did you come here alone, without a German counterpart?" "We have been given more work than we can do before we report in today, so we divided up the labor." She took a long sip of coffee. "Tell me about Harry Vance's visit here. What does his murder have to do with the Stasi, or this archive?" "Maybe nothing. We are exploring all avenues." "There's the bullshit again." "It's not the favored theory, but I have an interest in it." "Ah, striking out on your own, then. The American way." Brodie did not reply, but if he'd had a cowboy hat, he would have waved it. Ziegler thought a moment, then said, "He seemed like a good man. I was very sad to hear the news." "Why did he come here, Elsa?" She looked at him. "Spy hunting." "I need details." She nodded and seemed to be collecting her thoughts. "Mr. Vance had initially called here and spoken with one of my colleagues. He said he was looking for files pertaining to the Hauptverwaltung Aufklärung, the HVA, and their activities in the 1980s. My colleague told him this request was far too broad. Mr. Vance said the request pertained to a counter-terrorism case he was working, and my colleague told him that he would need to submit an official request, in conjunction with a German law enforcement agency, and that this request needed to specify what records he was looking for based on dates, geographic location, and subject matter. Mr. Vance never got back to them. This was the first Brodie was hearing of how Vance classified his own investigation into Odin as a counter-terrorism case. That was a convenient lie, given his official job title, unless there was something Brodie was still not seeing. Ziegler continued, "Instead, Mr. Vance accosted me out front of this building. He knew who I was. He tells me his investigation is a matter of such secrecy and sensitivity that he cannot go through official channels. Now I think this man is maybe cuckoo, regardless of his credentials." She eyed Brodie. "I would have told him to go away. Except he got more specific with me than he had with my colleague over the phone. He says he is trying to find information about an American military official who acted as a spy for the Stasi in the 80s. Someone who had never been discovered or prosecuted. And then I understand. Because I know who he is looking for." "Odin." She nodded. "How do you know about Odin?" "My position provides me a unique vantage point." Of course. Elsa Ziegler, chief archivist, a woman with unlimited access who had been here since the beginning. Brodie said, "You were the person who originally intercepted the Stasi report on Odin and gave it to Anna's mother." Ziegler stared at Brodie, blank-faced. "That would be a crime." "Not when I'm investigating." After a moment, Ziegler said, "I was familiar with the tragedies that befell the Albrecht family, and that they never got closure. Let us leave it at that." Well, that was good enough for Scott Brodie, especially since he was no longer actually on this case, and even if he had been, he had no jurisdictional authority to be interviewing Elsa Ziegler in the first place. In fact, he was pretty far out over his skis here, and should probably wrap this up soon, before Herr Lehmann decided to call the Bundeskriminalamt headquarters to confirm whether an American CID agent named Scott Brodie was involved with the Vance homicide investigation. Brodie asked, "How many interactions did you have with Mr. Vance?" "This single in-person encounter, which was quite brief." "Have you told the German authorities about this encounter?" "No." "Why not?" "I didn't think it was relevant." "You had a conversation with a man in the days preceding his murder, in which he was inquiring about an American double agent who was never discovered and who was responsible for the unmasking and execution of 4 Western intelligence assets. And you did not think that was relevant to report to the authorities investigating his homicide?" She gave him an odd look. "My encounter with Mr. Vance occurred last year, back in the spring." "What?" She added, "Early or mid-May, I believe. Yes, the cherry blossoms were all dropping their petals." Brodie didn't respond. According to Anna, she and Harry hadn't even met until early July. Unless... Something had been bothering Brodie ever since that first encounter with Anna. Something that didn't sit right. What were the chances that an American military investigator just happens to stroll into an art gallery and meet a woman with a tragic family history involving an American military double agent? That was a hell of a coincidence. Unless it wasn't a coincidence at all. Brodie said, "You told Harry Vance about Anna Albrecht." She looked at Brodie as though that were obvious. Yes, and that is all I told him. Her name, and that she might have the information he was seeking. She added, "It was something of a violation. I understood that. But Manfred's death, it ruined Ursula. And this investigator comes along, and I thought maybe he could help Ursula's daughter find some answers." Of course. Harry now had a name. Anna Albrecht. He looked her up, found her gallery, came in to admire the art and chat up the gallery curator. Made it all seem like happenstance, as a way to build trust. He asked Ziegler, "Why did Harry approach you in the first place? If you sent him to Anna, who or what sent him to you?" "I was curious about that as well, and I asked him. He would not tell me." "Right. Okay, is there anything else you can recall about your conversation that might offer a clue as to his motivation for searching for Odin? Something he may have mentioned or asked about?" Ziegler thought a moment. "All I can say is that he seemed a very serious man, quite driven to find what he was looking for." She looked at Brodie. "I still fail to understand how my referring him to Ms. Albrecht last spring has anything to do with your case. His death was an act of Islamic terrorism. Was it not?" Brodie had a feeling Elsa Ziegler was getting nervous that she'd possibly failed to report something of relevance to the German authorities investigating a homicide. Brodie said, "The timeline of your interaction with Mr. Vance is different than my assumptions. Given the context, there is little reason for you to have thought you needed to report a conversation from 8 months ago." Elsa Ziegler looked at Brodie. That was the answer she wanted, but it didn't explain why CID agent Brodie had come to her Stasi archives with questions that seemed to have nothing to do with the investigation of a homicide perpetrated by Islamic terrorists. She asked, "Is there anything else?" "A few more things." He asked, "What can you tell me about the Stasi's plan to invade and occupy West Berlin? Day X." Her eyes narrowed. "Are we still discussing your case?" "I am a CID agent investigating a murder, not a history buff with time to waste." He added, "Please answer the question, so I can report that you were very cooperative." Ziegler nodded and replied, "All existing records pertaining to Day X, and there aren't many, are kept here and have been reviewed by academics and journalists, and their findings published in a number of news articles and journals that you can find on the internet." "Anything to add to the public record?" "No." She hesitated, then added, "Though I do have one curiosity." She opened one of her desk drawers and removed a small mahogany box, then opened it and turned it toward Brodie. He walked to the desk and picked up the box, which was lined with green felt and contained a star-shaped gold military medal hanging on a black, red, and yellow ribbon. Ziegler said, "The Stasi had these medals minted in anticipation of their successful paramilitary occupation of West Berlin. This one is the Combat Order of Merit for the reunification of the fatherland." Brodie examined the medal, which featured the symbol of the Stasi, an arm hoisting a bayoneted rifle on which hung the flag of East Germany, along with German words ringing the symbol. It was bizarre and chilling to be holding a military medal created for a war that never happened. He placed the box back on Ziegler's desk. In retrospect, it looks like they suffered a crisis of overconfidence. She took the box and looked at the medal. "They ruled with impunity over a small and terrified nation, and so they thought they were bigger than they were. I like to keep this here, as a reminder." She closed the box, returned it to her desk, and looked up at Brodie. A reminder that they were not so big, and that their failed dreams now live in a little box in my drawer, next to the stapler. She checked her watch. Now, I do have a meeting this morning that I need to prepare for. Just one more thing. Is there anything you can tell me about Operation Black Harvest? Ziegler looked surprised. That's quite obscure. Where did you hear about that? Turning over every rock, looking for maggots. She said it was a rumored Stasi operation to develop biological and chemical weapons to kill livestock and crops in Western Europe, degrade and destroy the food supply. I say rumored because no documentary evidence of its existence has ever been found. This evidence could have been destroyed in the Stasi's final days, or it could be sitting in shreds inside a bag at Zerndorf. Or the whole thing could have been made up. By whom? By the only person who has made public mention of this operation, Stefan Richter, a former Stasi man, HVA. After the wall came down, he began the rumors of agricultural weapons research being done by the Stasi in conjunction with the People's Army for this so-called Black Harvest. She added, many believed he was looking for his 15 minutes, as you Americans say. What do you believe? Ziegler shrugged. Anything is possible in the insane asylum that existed then. Where might I find Stefan Richter? I have no idea if he is even alive. I spoke to him in person once, back in the 90s. We were hoping some of these old Stasi men had held on to some of the records of their work. And unlike most of them, Herr Richter seemed to want to share his war stories. But he had no documentation, nothing concrete, a lot of bluster. I'm not even convinced he was ever Stasi. I recall being unimpressed with the man. Brodie nodded. Stefan Richter was likely the HVA official who had given the interview about Black Harvest that Taylor had read in a German foreign policy journal. Ziegler seemed to remember something else. The one thing Richter brought with him was a box of microscope slides. He claimed they were biological agents he'd taken from the lab as keepsakes. He wouldn't turn them over or allow anyone to analyze them. She smiled. He probably bought them from a hobby store for 10 marks. She looked at Brodie, and her smile dropped. Mr. Brodie, are you all right? Brodie stood. Yes, thank you. You have been very helpful. She did not respond and remained seated as Brodie went to the door. He added, my German counterparts might be following up. Of course. She stood and made eye contact with him. Tell me, is this business with Odin connected to what happened to Mr. Vance? Brodie looked at her. No. Elsa Ziegler deserved a more honest answer than that, so he added, I don't know. She broke eye contact, and in the dim light of her tiny office, Elsa Ziegler, the steward of millions of documents about a world she'd believed long dead, seemed worried. And maybe she should be. Maybe she needed to watch her back. Maybe the past is not past. He advised her, take personal precautions. The police will further advise you. Before she could respond, he left the office, made his way through the stacks, took the elevator down and stepped outside into the cold, overcast day. He tried to order his thoughts. This case didn't begin with Anna Albrecht, and it didn't begin with Elsa Ziegler. Something had brought Harry here to these archives in May of last year. But what? The trail of breadcrumbs was getting reordered and growing longer and vanishing beyond the horizon in both directions. He felt the inside pocket of his sports jacket, which still held the envelope with the microscope slide he'd taken from Harry's jacket. Had Harry made contact with Stefan Richter, Was this guy even still alive? And if so, did Richter bullshit Vance the way Elsa Ziegler believed she had been bullshitted by Richter? And was Richter really a former HVA agent involved with a military biowarfare program? Perhaps at Storko. And was Scott Brodie carrying a sample of an East German bioweapon in his jacket pocket? That would be a more interesting souvenir than the overpriced chunk of wall he got last time he was here. And if Richter had worked at Storko, was he there in 1988, on the day that Odin visited the facility? If he had been, and if Vance had recently spoken to Richter, Harry might have gotten a name, or at least a physical description of Odin, and maybe wouldn't have traveled to a park in Neukölln in the middle of the night to acquire or cross-check that same intel from Colonel Tariq Qasim, who could also have been at Storko on that day. Well, first things first, to figure out what actually had initiated Vance's search for Odin. Brodie took out his phone and dialed Taylor. She picked up immediately. "Where are you?" "The Stasi archives." "What? Why?" "I'll tell you when I see you." "When will that be?" "Don't know." "Are you at the airport?" "No, flight's delayed an hour. It's not too late for you to fix a few of your many fuck-ups." "So where are you now?" "Unter den Linden, on my way to do the embassy drop-off." "So you still have the Vance and Jenkins CID case files?" "For another 5 minutes. I need you to look in the files and find any CID investigations that occurred in April or May of last year." "Are you serious?" "Taylor, listen, I already read them all, Scott. There was nothing pertinent to this case. Humor me. These are classified documents. I can't read. This is an encrypted phone call. If the NSA eavesdroppers at the embassy want to hear us, they'll at least have to put in some effort." He heard her sigh and then pull something out of her bag and begin riffling through papers. After a minute, she said, "A lot of these cases are concurrent, ongoing investigations. There isn't a clear timeline at a quick glance. Just look for any cases that were initiated in April or May." Another minute or two of silence. Then Taylor said, "2 cases, one in April and one in May." She flipped through some papers, then lowered her voice and said, "April 13th. Some general signals intelligence chatter about Islamic extremist attacks against American facilities in Western Europe is passed on to CID and other interested American military agencies. Jenkins and Vance are put on the case." She trailed off. "Nothing came of this. Just wannabe terrorists boasting." "The May one?" She was quiet a moment, then said, "Okay. May 6th, assault and battery. Joint American-German training exercises in Stuttgart. A retired German Army colonel, Karl Brandt, gets drunk late at night, encounters an American Army captain walking alone on base, pulls his service weapon, threatens to kill the American, who disarms him and calls the MPs." She added, "The American captain was black, and the attack was apparently racially motivated. Colonel Brandt was interviewed by American MPs and German military investigators, and he went off on a racist, white supremacist rant." Brodie asked, "Why were Vance and Jenkins brought in? What does this have to do with terrorism?" "I'm pulling up to the embassy. There must be something." Taylor said something to the driver, then to Brodie. "The German officer claimed he's part of a neo-Nazi group called Nordfaust. I guess Northern Fist? Fist of the North or something, and that they have agents everywhere. Refers to a secret army within the German military. So I guess that's why they called in the CID counter-terror guys. Vance and Jenkins conducted their own interview, and by now the colonel is sobered up and also clammed up, and he does not repeat his statements. The Germans write it off as drunken boasting, and the Americans seem to concur. He is arrested for assault, and a counter-terrorism case is not opened. That's it. That's it." How old is Colonel Brandt? Gotta go. Maybe he was ex-Stasi. You're reaching. I'm hanging up. She added, I wrote a very thorough report on our findings and analysis, which I am handing to Sharon Whitmore directly. Maybe you should leave it for General Kiernan at the Defense Attaché office instead. What do you care? She reminded him, You don't work for the American government anymore. She added, And I don't work for you. Right. Okay. But I have no faith in the FBI to take our theories and findings seriously. Neither do I, but she is required to share the report with our replacements from Kaiserslautern. I'll make sure Colonel Trask has a copy as well. She thought of something and added, You still have that slide you took from Harry's jacket? I do. You need to turn it over. Right. I'm serious, Scott. It's evidence, and they'll need to have it analyzed. I'll call you after the debrief at Quantico. She added, It doesn't have to be over. Listen to your own voice of reason. It's very faint and usually drowned out by your ego, but it's there. Thanks for that. Have a good flight. He hung up and slipped his phone in his pocket. Taylor would turn in her case report. Whitmore would pretend to be grateful. Taylor would pretend she was leaving this case in good hands, and they would all pretend justice was done once Vance's murder was pinned on the 3 Syrians who were in fact homicide victims themselves, killed in an elaborate false flag operation. Unless, of course, Scott Brodie was wrong about that, and everything else. He was at least open to the idea that he was completely losing his mind. Well, better to leave that parsing for the after-action review, or maybe, in his case, for the arresting officer's police report. He thought about Elsa Ziegler, a sort of haunted look on her face when he left her office. When she first learned about Harry Vance's murder, she claimed to not think her brief conversation from 8 months ago was relevant to the case. But a part of her feared that it was. The part that was buried deep, the old paranoia from the vanished East that she'd worked so hard to unlearn. But history still had teeth in a place like this, and maybe the old divisions and old wounds remained, despite knocking down the wall and selling the rubble to tourists. Despite the cosmopolitan skyline that rose over the old death strip between east and west where guard dogs and snipers once patrolled, despite 30 years of trying to move on and willfully ignoring the forces that beat back against the current of history. Brodie looked up at the gray hulk of the archives building. He'd come here on a whim and had struck pay dirt. Whether he was propelled by sheer luck or brilliant intuition, or a guiding hand from beyond the grave, he knew he had to finish what Harry Vance had started. Chapter 37. As Brodie walked, he called Mark Jenkins. I need to meet you now. I thought you and Taylor were on your way home. I'm taking a later flight. Okay. Sorry you got pulled. This is best handled by the 5th MP. Yeah, but not sure I'm supposed to talk to you. I'm mostly harmless. Where do you want to meet? I'm in the Radisson lobby, waiting for the 2 guys from 5th MP who were replacing you and Taylor, so maybe it would be awkward for you and them. Let's pretend we're all professionals. See you in a few. He hung up. As he walked toward Alexanderplatz, Brodie thought about his shaky status here in Berlin. Doors were closing. People weren't sure they should be talking to him. Ex-warrant officer Brodie's credit card and cell phone were somehow connected to his active duty status, and he could imagine that both could be cut off, along with his PX card. In fact, by now Dombrowski had definitely cut off his charging privileges at officers' clubs worldwide, and also had the lock changed on Brodie's office, along with the keypad code on the men's room door. Well, when you say I quit, they quit you. There are consequences. He had an image of himself sleeping on a bench in the Tiergarten, but that was the least of his concerns. Brodie crossed Alexanderplatz and entered the Radisson. He spotted Mark Jenkins wearing a sports jacket, sitting in a club chair and dividing his attention between his cell phone and the lobby doors, looking for whoever showed up first, Brodie or his colleagues from the 5th MP Battalion. Jenkins saw Brodie coming toward him, managed to smile and stood. They shook hands and both sat. Jenkins said, "So what can I do for you?" Brodie thought that Jenkins looked more alert than last time he'd seen him. He must have skipped the morning schnapps. "I wanted to thank you for your help." "That's not why you're here." "Right." Brodie asked, "When are you leaving?" "As soon as I meet and brief my colleagues." He asked, "When are you leaving?" "I'm thinking of putting in for leave in place." "Have you fallen in love with Berlin?" "Maybe infatuated." Jenkins looked at him. "When the script says exit left, that means you don't belong on the stage anymore." "Right. I like backstage better." Jenkins did not respond to that, but said, "So, as we all suspected, Harry had a Fraulein here." "Right. And you and Miss Taylor found her. I'm glad no one else is taking credit for that." Jenkins smiled. "Give it where it's due. May I ask how you found her?" "Dumb luck." "Don't be modest." "I'm not." Jenkins smiled again and asked, "So, was she worth Harry's long commute from Kaiserslautern?" "I'll leave that to your imagination, Mark." "Was she at least grief-stricken? Did she love him?" "I think so." "Was she cooperative?" I would say very cooperative. And let's change the subject." He told Jenkins, "Taylor put all the details in her report." Jenkins nodded, then said, "Ironic that your success in finding this woman seems to be the cause of you and Taylor being booted." "One of many causes." Jenkins nodded again. "Personally, I think your mandate was too narrow, and any display of initiative would get you in trouble." Everyone knew that, especially me. "Well, this was a very politically charged and sensitive case." He added, "It's not easy working in a foreign country. You really have to be a team player and not step outside the chalk lines. The Germans move the lines, and we let them. It's their country, Scott. I'll bet it was easier for the American military when we were an occupying force here." Jenkins smiled. "Right. We won the war. But that's history. Now we are guests here, and the Germans are our allies and our equals. So we play by their rules. An American Army officer was murdered here. Your partner and friend. You don't need to remind me. Are you satisfied with the preliminary findings that indicate Harry Vance was murdered by Islamic terrorists?" "I haven't been fully brought up to date." He added, "It's not my case. When you get back to Kaiserslautern, go tell Harry's wife that. Should I also tell her about his Fraulein?" "Someone will. Might as well be you." Jenkins glanced at his watch, obviously hoping the 2 CID guys showed up soon so he could say hello and goodbye. He said to Brodie, "You're welcome to brief your replacements." "I have no instructions regarding briefing my replacements." He added, "It's not in the script." "Okay, but it would be useful if you do that." "Ms. Taylor has filed a full report of what we did here. The report is with Sharon Whitmore, the embassy legal attaché. Your colleagues should request a copy." "Okay, I'll let them know." He added, "This case seems to be all but solved anyway." He looked at Brodie. Brodie was tempted to say, "The fat lady ain't sung yet," but he said, "It would seem that way." "Right. So? So I have a few questions for you from my final report. Okay. Brodie looked at him. In May of last year, you and Harry were handed an assault case in Stuttgart. Jenkins thought a moment. The racist German colonel. That was a PR nightmare, which is someone else's problem. We were in and out in 3 hours. What about it? Can you tell me anything about Nordfaust? What's that? The neo-Nazi group that this colonel claimed membership in. He added, it was mentioned in your report. Jenkins nodded. Right. There are a lot of those groups, or at least a lot of racist assholes claiming to be members of them. The German military has an issue with right-wing extremism, unfortunately. It's a problem, but not our problem. Until those extremists pose a threat to American military assets. But they haven't, and they won't. This is small fry stuff, mostly. A handful of guys hoarding weapons, making up a name for their so-called group, fetishizing Adolf Hitler and posting anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, and racist rants on social media. A lot of posturing, not much action. He added, lots of times Grandpa was Wehrmacht or SS, and Junior admired Opa and got brainwashed by the old guy. Brodie nodded. He could picture Grandpa dragging out his combat medals, maybe even his swastika armband. The sins of the grandfathers seemed to have skipped a generation and were visited on the grandkids, who were now all grown up and worked up about Muslims and mosques and migrants. History was prologue, and more so here than in most places. Brodie returned to his questions. Colonel Brandt claimed he was part of a secret army within the German military. Jenkins rolled his eyes. The whole thing smelled like bullshit before we even got to Stuttgart. Brodie asked, about how old was this colonel? His exact age is in our report, which is now back in the hands of the military attaché's office. Refresh my memory. Jenkins thought a moment. Mid-40s, if I had to guess. Well, too young to be ex-Stasi, unless he was in their youth group. Brodie asked, anything about the interview you and Harry had with Colonel Brandt that might have caused Harry to pay a visit to the Stasi archives in May of last year? Jenkins gave him a confused look. I'm not following. Please think about what I'm asking. Okay. Jenkins thought, then said, the assistant legal attaché, what's his name? Jason Butler. Jenkins nodded. He called me after they brought in Harry's girlfriend to BKA headquarters. Butler tells me this woman's father was Stasi, and a double agent for us. His cover got blown right before the wall came down and he was executed by the Stasi, and Harry was supposedly helping her find the rat. Butler wanted to know if Harry had shared any of this with me, which he didn't. Brodie nodded. Jenkins did not seem to know that this rat was a member of the American military, codenamed Odin, and he likely also didn't know about the 3 other double agents who were found and executed. Jason Butler had told Jenkins just enough to see if he had any relevant information about Vance's activities or statements leading up to his death. He said to Jenkins, I just spoke with someone at the Stasi archives who claims Harry visited there in May, looking for information about an American military official who provided intelligence to the Stasi in the 1980s. Jenkins thought a moment. So, Harry was headed for divorce, met this hot number in Berlin, and followed his dick to the Stasi archives to be her white knight. To me, this helps put his behavior in some context. What he was investigating was disconnected from his official CID duties, and also tied to an extramarital affair, hence the secrecy. Right. Except that timeline was wrong. But Brodie wasn't sharing that. Jenkins asked, what the hell does any of this have to do with this wannabe Nazi in Stuttgart, or for that matter, with Harry's murder by Syrian terrorists? Brodie wasn't sure himself, and if he expounded on his many theories, Jenkins would think he was nuts, and if Brodie heard himself say it all out loud, he might agree. I just need to know if something happened in May, or possibly April, that might have gotten Harry suddenly interested in Stasi double agents. Jenkins looked him in the eyes. What are you doing? And where are you going? Not sure. But what Jason Butler told you is not the whole story. In fact, he doesn't know the whole story, and his head is too far up his ass to even realize it. Same goes for his fellow FBI agents, along with the Berlin police and the German feds, and probably your colleagues from 5th MP being sent here to replace me. You're a bright light in a sea of idiots. I am. Actually, Scott, you're smug, vain, and insubordinate. That's your rep. Brodie stared at him. You ought to be as interested as I am in what sent Harry down this Stasi rabbit hole, because it wasn't Anna Albrecht, and whatever it was, it's directly or indirectly tied to his murder. Look into it. You owe it to Harry. Don't tell me what I owe Harry. Call me if you think of anything. If I think of anything helpful to this case, I'll pass it on to the people working this case. And tell my replacements that they can call me. Okay, and you can tell them why you just got booted off one of the biggest cases of your career. I'm here for justice, not resume building. Justice is a group effort, Scott. Harry understood that. Until, for some reason, he started behaving like you, and now he's dead. And I'm here to find out who killed him, before someone gets away with murder. Jesus, Scott. It was the Syrians. Retribution for us killing Jibril Saleh in Tripoli. And they didn't exactly get away with it, did they? Brodie said, so these 3 guys were what? A sleeper cell posing as Syrian refugees who were activated because some wealthy, corrupt businessman who was feeding intel to the Americans got clipped in Libya? That's where the evidence points. And then the Al-Qaeda handlers of these 3 terrorists waited for Harry to be in Berlin to kill him? Why Berlin? And they somehow knew you'd come to Berlin, and they'd kill you here as well? But before they whacked you, they were tailing you and being very obvious about it so you would report it. And how did they know you were at the Radisson? And why didn't they just whack you on the street? Instead, they overcomplicate the hit and decide to rig a bomb to your car that ended up exploding in their faces. Is that how they operate? Are they that stupid? Jenkins didn't respond. Brodie continued, I asked you what cases might have made you and Harry a target, and this Libyan case didn't even occur to you. Because it doesn't track, and you know it. Jenkins hesitated, then said, True. This isn't the typical modus operandi of Sunni extremist cells, but the evidence is obvious and indisputable. What if it was all a setup, a false flag op? Jenkins looked at him for a moment. Then he said, I think we're done here. Have you looked into the backgrounds of these 3 so-called terrorists? No, Scott, because this isn't my case. He added, but I'm sure the BKA has, and regardless, your replacements from Kaiserslautern certainly will run their own background checks on the deceased Syrian suspects. That's a start. Brodie stood and looked at Jenkins. May, April, the Stuttgart case, or maybe something else. Think about it. You have my number. I wish you'd lose mine. Brodie walked out of the hotel and across the square, confident that he'd at least planted a seed of doubt in Mark Jenkins' mind. More importantly, Brodie had pointed out inconsistencies and oddities in this case that didn't fit the forensics or the clues. And everything has to fit. And what made everything fit, including Harry's eyeball in the Syrian's freezer, was Brodie's belief that this was all an elaborate deception. As he crossed Alexanderplatz, someone called his name. Brodie turned to see two men in suits and long, dark coats approaching. The taller one, an African-American guy in his early 50s with a shaved head and a square jaw, extended his hand as he got closer. Brodie took it and they shook. "You lost again, George?" The man smiled. "Same old shit. When are you going to get serious?" "When I grow up." "Don't do that." George Jones was a CW5, and Brodie had worked with him a few times over the years. He was capable and amiable, and had a good rep. Brodie knew that Jones was based in Kaiserslautern with the 5th MP, and apparently he was Scott Brodie's replacement. Jones said, "This is my partner, Brad Melman." Brodie shook hands with Melman, a rail-thin white guy in his mid-30s who'd obviously been quick-briefed by Jones. Melman said, "It's an honor to meet you." "I just got booted back to Quantico, Mr. Melman." Jones smiled. "You laid the groundwork, Scott. That's not lost on anybody." "I'm a headliner, George, not the opening act." Jones shrugged. "The brass winds us up and says go and we do our duty, right? Sometimes you're the hero and sometimes you're shoveling shit." Melman said, "We wanted this case from the start, but when word got out that it was going to be you, a lot of us were glad. You've got a reputation for getting results." Brodie said, "So does the 5th MP Battalion. I'm happy to turn this over to you." Jones looked dubious, but said, "Harry Vance was the best of the best. Everyone loved that guy. We will get justice for him." "I know you will." He told them, "My partner, Maggie Taylor, filed a report with the Legate. Read it and take it seriously." Jones nodded. "And if you have any questions for me, Jenkins has my number." He added, "I'll be in Berlin for a few more days, taking some leave time." Jones, who knew how to interpret Brodie, advised, "Watch yourself, Scott." "You too," he added. "The people who killed Harry Vance are not dead. They are out there." He looked at them. "Good luck." Brodie continued across the square. Well, another seed of doubt planted. George Jones, like Mark Jenkins, probably thought he now had a pretty good handle on why Scott Brodie had gotten kicked off this homicide case. Jones would read Taylor's report, and he was professional enough to give it the attention it deserved. But ultimately, he'd run with the party line. That's what most people do most of the time, even the smart ones. And that was why it was still up to Scott Brodie, a man with his career in the toilet, no hope on the horizon, and nothing left to lose, to see that justice was done. Chapter 38. Brodie hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address of Stefan Richter on a street called Frankfurter Allee. If Taylor had been with him, he'd have told the driver it was near Hamburgerstrasse. But he was alone, though not yet lonely. The address, which Brodie had found in the online white pages, was in the outer borough of Lichtenberg in the former East Berlin, a 30-minute drive from Alexanderplatz and a €30 fare, which put a dent in his tightly budgeted Berlin adventure. According to the internet, there was an U-Bahn station near his destination, but through experience he'd learned that taxis were the preferred method of transportation when you were trying to lose, spot, or avoid a tail, which he always explained to the bean counters in Quantico when he turned in his expense sheet. This time, however, there would be no reimbursement. He was on his own. Which felt good, and not so good. Good because his hands were untied, and not so good because the army and this job had become his life. And not a bad life, despite his complaints, which every soldier was entitled to. If nothing else, his work was interesting, and now and then dangerous, which was not a complaint. On the subject of dangerous, he was still pissed off that he hadn't been issued a gun. They could have used guns at Proletariat, and maybe he could use a gun on Frankfurter Allee. Hold the mustard or I shoot." The driver glanced back over his shoulder. "Was?" "I'm dictating a memo." "Yes?" The driver, an older German man who, thank God, hadn't been a talker, became one and asked, "Why you go this place?" "To see a friend." "Yes? This place old. How you say, bad people who work for GDR. You understand?" "Insurance salesman?" "No. Wohnblock. House. Build for Polizei. Stasi. You understand?" That was interesting. Sounded like a place where Stefan Richter, ex-Stasi, might live. Government housing for government workers. Bastards. Right. He reminded the man, "It's over. Kaputt. When they all kaputt, then it is over. Like Nazis, all kaputt." "I'm sure there's a few old Nazis left." 10 years? All kaputt. That's about right. The neo-Nazis, however, were mostly young. This place was more tortured and haunted than it appeared on the surface. Brodie didn't feel like talking politics or history, but the driver did and said, "Stasi Hauptquartier in Lichtenberg. Museum now." Brodie assumed it was a museum displaying the horrors of the Stasi, not their successes against the West or their own people. Well, in any case, that might be worth a visit. The driver seemed to have exhausted his English, and Brodie sat back and watched the cityscape pass by. This seemed to be a residential quarter of the city, dominated by huge, soulless, and decrepit apartment blocks, obviously built post-war by the communist government, to replace what the Red Army had destroyed as they advanced into Berlin. A few of the older buildings had survived, traditional structures built on a more human scale than the monster monoliths that had risen from the rubble. Now and then there was an empty, weed-covered lot where a pre-war building must have stood. As for commercial activity, stores, shops, restaurants, those were obviously not part of the commie plan for the housing blocks. But it was only a matter of time before the Berlin real estate developers got interested in this wasteland. It usually starts with a Starbucks. The taxi driver stopped in front of a grungy-looking slab-concrete 12-story apartment building that sat along the wide windswept boulevard. The driver seemed hesitant to abandon his American passenger here and asked, "This? Okay?" "This is it. How much do you owe me for taking me here?" The driver didn't get the joke and pointed to his meter. Brodie paid the fare and gave the driver a €3 tip, which was €3 more than a Berliner would have given him. The driver thanked him, hesitated, then said, "Have a gut visit." "Danke." Before Brodie got out, he asked the driver, "Is Richter a common name in Germany?" "Richter? Yes. I hear this name." He asked, "This is your friend?" "Yes. Heide Richter." He confided, "Her husband is out of town." "Ah!" Which explained this American's trip to the outer borough of nowhere. The driver said something in German and laughed at what he'd said. Brodie didn't need a translation and exited the taxi. He walked toward the entrance to the apartment building. According to the white pages, this was the residence of the only Stefan Richter listed in Berlin. As per the taxi driver, Richter was not an uncommon name, and Brodie had seen a dozen more in the white pages, but only one Stefan Richter. Though, like anywhere else, it wouldn't be too hard to keep your name unlisted for privacy reasons, so there could be another Stefan Richter. On the other hand, the driver had given him the demographics of this neighborhood, and Stefan Richter seemed to fit the profile. Plus, the old Stasi headquarters was nearby, a short and convenient commute to work back in the GDR days, when this shithole building must have been considered luxury housing. Right. Don't overanalyze it. Brodie walked into the small outer foyer and scanned the directory, which had more than 100 listings. Stefan Richter lived in apartment 8F. Brodie moved to the lobby door and reached for the handle in the belief that nothing built by the commies worked. But the electronic lock worked, and the handle held fast. Shit. Well, he could wait for someone to come in or go out and open the lobby door for him. But that could be a while in a place like this, where half the residents were probably pensioners and probably dead, and the other half were young squatters, whacked out on whatever was the magic of the moment. He looked at the call box and buzzed 8F. After a moment, a man's voice came over the speaker. "Hello?" Brodie asked. "Ist das Herr Richter?" "Wer sind Sie?" The man sounded elderly, and not very friendly, like the kind of guy who used to develop bioweapons for the Stasi. Well, maybe that was a stretch. "Eine Lieferung," said Brodie, which, according to the internet, was the German word for delivery. He was suddenly back in Virginia, storming Private Hinckley's house in search of stolen meatloaf or whatever. Well, no matter what happened, Scott Brodie was never going back to that crap again. Herr Richter did not reply, and then it sounded like he hung up. Brodie started pressing call buttons, and someone who was too trusting or too lonely, or who was maybe expecting a Lieferung, buzzed him in. He entered a dim and dingy lobby that smelled of disinfectant. In front of him was a security desk that was unoccupied and, judging by the lack of a phone, computer, or even a chair, had probably been that way for 30 years. There were only 2 elevators, one of which had a sign taped to the door that said Achtung, followed by something in German that probably said, "This one will kill you." He pressed the button for the other one, thinking that maybe someone had switched the sign as a joke. He got in the elevator and pressed 8, and the elevator ascended slowly, as though it worked for the government. He would definitely take the staircase down, if Herr Richter didn't shoot him on sight. The doors opened, and Brodie stepped into a very narrow hallway lit by fluorescent lights, many of which were burned out. A wall sign directed him to the left, and he passed between pools of light and located 8F in a dark section of the hallway. He rapped on the door. "Lieferung!" He heard footsteps, and then the door slowly cracked open. A tall elderly man with wispy white hair and a sour face stared at him through the crack in the doorway. The chain lock was still secured. Herr Richter saw that the delivery man had no delivery and asked again, "Wer sind Sie?" Scott Brodie. He produced his badge and held it up. U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division. The man's eyes widened. Brodie asked, "Sprechen Sie English?" The man demonstrated his English by saying, "Go away," and slammed the door. Brodie knocked again. "Herr Richter, I am working with your government on an investigation. You must open the door and speak to me, or you will be subject to arrest." The man did not respond. Should he kick the door in? What if this guy was the wrong Stefan Richter? Wouldn't be the first time that happened. But this guy's reaction. He knew what this was about. It was about the past that had caught up to him. It was about biological warfare, which Stefan Richter had blabbed about 30 years ago. But now Richter knew about Harry Vance's murder, and that must have changed his mind about having his 15 minutes of fame. Therefore, there must be a connection. But was this enough for Brodie to kick down the door? Maybe he should try a different approach and call Captain Suleiman and get some Berlin cops here to take Stefan Richter in for questioning. That was SOP, but Scott Brodie liked to keep what he found. He banged on the door again and shouted, "Achtung, asshole! Polizei! Open the door!" No response. Brodie gave the door a kick above the handle, but it held fast. "You Stasi bastard! How do you like it when someone does to you what you used to do to other people?" No response. The direct, forceful approach wasn't working, so Brodie tapped on the door and called out, "Lieferung! Flowers for Mr. Richter!" Asshole. No response. Well, Herr Richter might be calling the police himself, which was okay, but not likely. Or someone on this floor was calling the police, which was also okay. One way or the other, Stefan Richter was going to answer some questions. Brodie put his ear to the door to listen for Richter making a phone call. But what he heard was music. Classical music. Something very Germanic, like maybe a Wagner opera. Well, thought Brodie, whatever calms your nerves when you learn that the Polizei are coming for you. Maybe a little schnapps with the music. Then a loud, explosive sound blotted out the music for Brodie, who recognized that sound, spun away from the door, and put his back against the wall. The music continued. There was no second gunshot. Brodie took a deep breath. Well, that's what people sometimes did. He'd had 2 of those in his last 20 years. This was number 3. He didn't think the music was bad enough to put a bullet in your head, so Stefan Richter had other reasons to end his life, and Brodie could only guess at those reasons. And whatever they were good enough for Herr Richter, but not good for this investigation. Brodie reached for his phone to dial Captain Solomon's direct number, but then he caught a movement to his left and looked down the long hallway. Emerging from the fire stairs doorway was a tall guy coming toward him. As the figure passed under a light, he saw that the man was dressed in black tactical clothes. As the guy got closer, Brodie also saw that he was wearing a ballistic vest with the word Polizei emblazoned across it. Well, that was fast. Actually, this guy had been here, in the stairwell, for a while, and he'd heard Brodie talking to the door. And Brodie had the feeling that something was wrong about that, and about this guy, who was not saying anything as he approached. Brodie was about to ID himself, but then he heard a sound to his right and glanced down the hallway to see the elevator doors opening and another guy stepping out. The elevator guy was dressed the same as the stairwell guy, and he had a walkie in his hand that he clipped on his belt as he continued toward Brodie. They were both within 30 feet of him now, and neither man had ID'd himself, though Brodie assumed that was procedure here as it was in most countries. Maybe one of them was going to point to the letters across his vest. Maybe not. The good news was that they were not going to kill him here. This was a snatch job. The stairwell guy stopped about 10 feet from him, but said nothing. The guy was about 30, with close-cropped blonde hair and a nasty face to match the bad haircut. Brodie glanced at the elevator guy. Same age as his accomplice, also tall, but very burly with buzz-cut brown hair. To Brodie's trained eye, they looked less like police and more like military. A secret army. The neo-Nazis in the police and military who had their own agenda. Elevator guy also stopped, and the 3 of them stood there in silence. Brodie noticed that each of them had a holstered gun, and both holsters had the safety band unclipped. Finally, Blondie asked, in good English, "What are you doing here?" "That's what I was going to ask you." "Yes? Well, we are here to escort you to police headquarters." "Why?" "You don't need to know why. You just need to come with us." Brodie now saw the handcuffs hanging from Blondie's belt. He said, "I assume you know who I am." "Of course," said Blondie. "That's why we are here." "Right. Well, I think the guy who lives in this apartment, you know who that is, just shot himself. You need to call an ambulance." Both guys exchanged glances, but neither of them reached for his walkie or cell. So, definitely not cops. Blondie said that will be taken care of. "Now you must come with us." He asked, "Are you armed?" Brodie wanted to say, "If I was, you'd both be dead by now." But why give them ideas? He said, "Not armed." Blondie nodded, then said something in German to Elevator Man, who hadn't spoken so far but now started toward Brodie while unclipping his handcuffs. This was the moment, and Brodie knew there would be no more moments to turn this around. Blondie said to Brodie, "Turn, hands behind your back." He put his hand on the butt of his gun to show Brodie he meant business. Brodie nodded, turned his back toward Elevator Man, waited a second until the guy was close, then suddenly spun around and delivered a swift kick under the guy's ballistic vest and into his non-ballistic balls. Before Brodie had time to enjoy the moment, he spun again and saw Blondie going for his gun, but not backpedaling as he should have. Brodie was on him in a flash and aimed his fist at the second most pain-inducing spot on the human body, the nose. He connected and heard the crack of cartilage, and Blondie's hands flew up to his face, leaving Brodie to pluck the gun out of the guy's holster. Brodie put his back against the wall, surveying the scene of resisting arrest, or saving his ass. He wasn't 100% sure it was the latter, but better safe than dead. If he'd screwed up, he could apologize to Captain Solomon and buy everyone a beer. Right. Blondie was on his knees now, his hands still on his face and blood seeping between his fingers. Elevator Man was rolling around on the floor, his hands clasped to his groin, probably feeling for his nuts. 1, 2... Brodie glanced at the gun in his hand. It looked like an old Makarov, a 9mm semi-automatic, made in the Soviet Union and used by most Eastern Bloc countries. He'd seen a few of these in Iraq, and it wasn't a bad weapon, but not something a German policeman would carry. Nor would a German military man carry an old Soviet weapon. But it was something that would be used in a false flag job. There were plenty of Makarovs around since the end of the Cold War. He checked to see that there was a round in the chamber and flipped off the safety. What he needed to do now was cuff both these guys, take the other gun, then search them for ID. But a door opened across the hall, and an old woman stuck her head out to see what was happening. She saw the two guys in police gear rolling around, then looked at Brodie, who was standing there with a gun in his hand. She slammed the door shut and presumably grabbed her phone to call the police. In fact, there were probably lots of those calls being made right now, and Brodie could almost hear police sirens approaching. Or was that the German opera from the late Stefan Richter's apartment? Well, the fat lady had sung, and it was time to leave. He definitely didn't want to deal with the police. Brodie moved quickly toward the stairwell door, opened it, and started down the switchback staircase, 2 at a time. Well, what had he accomplished? A potential witness or informant had killed himself. 2 unidentified flaming assholes had tried to kill or kidnap him, and he was now on the run. But now he had a gun. He got to the lobby level and cracked open the door. No one there. He shoved his gun in his waistband and walked casually but quickly toward the lobby exit and into the cold outside air. He looked up and down the street for a police vehicle but didn't see one, confirming his deduction that these guys were either imposters or real cops who were pursuing an extracurricular activity. Frankfurter Allee looked peaceful, and he continued walking as though out for a stroll. He checked his phone and located the U-Bahn station on Magdalenastrasse and headed that way. Well, so much for his taxi ride to avoid or spot a tail. Those 2 guys had followed him and he'd missed it. Or they'd picked him up in Alexanderplatz, and when they saw that he was heading toward Lichtenberg, they guessed where he was going and took another route to Richter's apartment building. Brodie had done that himself many times, but that assumed some foreknowledge on the part of the tails. The other possibility was that these guys had been scoping this building, watching to see if anyone, or perhaps Scott Brodie in particular, was following in Harry Vance's footsteps and paying a visit to Stefan Richter. Brodie recalled how Tariq Qasim's apartment building had also been watched, by Rafiq Nasir's people, but also possibly by... who? The old white guy Brodie had spotted getting into a car in Neukölln and then saw again in the Hotel Adlon lobby. Maybe someone was keeping an eye on the trail of Vance's investigation to see if anyone picked up the scent. And what they found was a very persistent American investigator who wouldn't take the hint that the case was closed. He continued quickly toward the U-Bahn station. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but the city felt suddenly different, like a veil had slipped, revealing its true self. Or maybe its old self. He looked up at the looming Soviet-era apartment blocks lining the boulevard, each of their hundreds of identical windows providing a bird's-eye view of his movements. Scott Brodie had learned a lot of lessons over the course of his military career, both in war and on screwed-up investigations in fucked-up places. And one of those lessons was, if the path you're on is full of people trying to kill you, you're probably going the right way. Chapter 39. Maggie Taylor sat at the airport bar, drinking black coffee and trying to figure out how it all went wrong. It's just a job. That had been her mantra in the months since getting back from Venezuela. Stop making it personal. Stop making it everything. Leave room for the rest of life. Nothing focuses your attention more than being in a combat zone. You block everything else out to get through each day, and as a way to accept that you might not make it home. That's what Taylor and everyone around her had done in Afghanistan. The CID was different. It was still military service, but you could clock out. It was about as close as you could get to being a civilian without being a civilian. Scott Brodie didn't make that distinction. He'd never clocked out. He was on one long deployment, one unending war, and it wouldn't be over until he was dead. Taylor wondered what had happened to him in Iraq. But that was a question you don't ask. Some soldiers say they left a part of themselves on the battlefield, but that had always sounded wrong to Taylor. She'd come home from Afghanistan with a lot more than she'd brought with her. And not good stuff. That was one of the main draws of Scott Brodie, if she was being honest with herself. A license to be broken, to not move on, to embrace what war had done to you, and to turn that vulnerability into a weapon. But that method had its limits, and Taylor had just run into hers. Scott, you idiot. She was worried about him. Probably more than she should be. Definitely more than he deserved. She sipped the coffee. It was bad. Should she have a drink? She was already sitting at the bar. Well, maybe not in her state of mind. She didn't need to amplify these feelings. She replayed the moment at the embassy when she'd submitted her report to Jason Butler, that smug look on his face when he glanced at it. Like he was going to wipe his ass with it, and he knew that Taylor knew that, and he was just fine with it. Prick. Something caught her eye on the TV above the bar. It was the military file photo of Harry Vance on some German news channel. Then it cut to a podium, where a man in a suit who Taylor didn't recognize, mid-60s, was speaking. Standing behind him were Sharon Whitmore, Chief Inspector Schroeder, and Captain Solomon, as well as two guys she didn't recognize wearing suits with American flag lapel pins. Must be their CID replacements from the 5th MP. They looked like good guys. Hopefully they were. There was no English closed captioning, but Taylor didn't need it. She knew what this was. It was the beginning of the end. She looked away from the TV, then flagged the bartender and ordered a Jack Daniels neat. A touch of Tennessee in a bottle. She was depressed. Might as well ride it all the way down. Before her drink came, a man standing slightly behind her asked, "Seat taken?" She didn't look at him and replied, "No." In fact, almost none of the seats at the bar were taken. Maggie Taylor was not in the mood for this shit. She stared down into the black coffee, which was burned and bitter, just like her. She pushed it away. The man asked, "Can I get you a Tennessee whiskey?" She turned and looked at the man, and froze. He looked back at her, a kind of glint in his eye, and that obnoxious half-smile she remembered. He looked tan. Probably had just gotten back from somewhere tropical. He'd say it was vacation. But Trent Chilcott didn't take vacations. He traveled the world with purpose, breaking things. Taylor recovered and asked, "What the hell are you doing here?" Chilcott's smile did not crack. "Work, same as you." She wanted to ask how he knew she was here on assignment, but that was a stupid question to ask a CIA officer. Small world. Big world. But the world we live in is small. She didn't respond to that, but asked, "Are you coming or going?" "I've been here. Got in about the same time as you. And your partner." No use asking him how he knew that. Trent knew everything. Or pretended he did, which was part of the job. Or the act. And she was tired of his act. She asked, "What hotel was I staying at?" Chilcott smiled. "The Art Hotel." He opined, "Shithole." Then asked, "Where's your partner?" "You tell me." "All I know is that he's not here." He added, "Where he's supposed to be." People are not always where they're supposed to be, Trent. Get used to it. Thank you for that advice. He took a seat next to her. We need to talk. Taylor's whiskey came and Chilcott ordered the same. She left her drink untouched and waited for him to deliver the next line of his scripted walk-on. "So," he said, "in this small world we live in, you and I have been assigned to related cases." She thought about the Special Collection Service, the SCS, the joint CIA-NSA spy nest reportedly on the roof of the American Embassy. Had Trent been intercepting her and Brodie's communications? Jesus! Taylor looked at Trent Chilcott in the bar mirror. He was still annoyingly handsome, with a full head of dark brown hair despite being on the far side of 50, and he had piercing blue eyes. Kind of a Paul Newman quality, but with a more muscular build and no kindness in his eyes. He was dressed in his usual CIA casual, blazer, khakis, a button-down shirt and no tie. A nice breezy style for a callous man, who looked the same whether he was returning from a yacht club or a war crime. Chilcott leaned in and said, "Our interests here are aligned. My interests are in having a drink alone and getting on my flight." He shook his head. "That's not going to work. Works for me." Some old feeling was bubbling up, a feeling Maggie Taylor hated, one of the bad souvenirs she'd brought home from the war, a kind of weakness, an unhealthy attraction to CIA officer Chilcott, amplified by fear. But it was some other person who was feeling that. Some stupid girl from the Tennessee hills who'd let her Georgetown degree go to her head and who thought she was smarter than she was. She hadn't been prepared for this guy when she met him. And then that girl died somewhere in the craggy mountains outside Kabul. Except a part of her was still there and always would be. She asked, "What do you want?" "Your help. Put it in writing." He laughed. "I put nothing in writing, Magnolia." Which reminded him, "Did you get the flowers I sent? I did write a note. Get to the point, but understand that whatever you tell me is not in strict confidence." "Okay." He thought a moment, then said, "I'm not going to ask you to trust me because that's a joke. But you know what else is a joke? He pointed to the TV. A fucking clown show. Taylor looked at the television where the man at the podium, who must have been a senior BKA official, was now pointing to a picture on an easel showing photos of the 3 Syrian men who had died in the Neukölln bombing. Chilcott continued, "You and your partner, Mr. Brodie, are here to investigate the murder of your CID colleague, Harry Vance. And I'm here for a related reason." "You're probably here for the wrong reason." Chilcott ignored that. "Our respective lines of investigation don't coincide, but they might intersect." She really wanted a sip of whiskey, but left the glass on the bar. "Trent, you are the master of cryptic talk, and it's not as good as you think. Say something that has a subject, verb, and maybe even a noun or two." "All right. You and Mr. Brodie have inadvertently stirred up something much bigger than you realize, and because of that, he and you are in more danger than either of you can imagine." She looked at him. Now and then she knew when this manipulative bastard was telling the truth. This was one of those rare times. They made eye contact, and he said, "I need your help, Maggie." "No, you don't. You need to seduce me again. And again. And again." "Not this time, Trent." She added, "I'm leaving." He moved closer to her. "If you go home now, you're leaving something behind." Scott. That's not what Chilcott meant, but it's what Taylor was feeling. Except she wasn't leaving him behind. It was the other way around. He was the one who'd gone rogue and blown up his career. She needed to stop blaming herself for the bad decisions of the psychotic men in her life. As for Trent, he was right that it was a joke to trust him. But he knew just what to say. Scott Brodie was in danger. And if there was even a small chance that this historically deceptive man wasn't lying to her, she needed to stay. Trent Chilcott, who knew Maggie Taylor well, could tell she'd made her choice. He stood and threw some cash on the bar. "There's a car waiting. If you check to bag, they'll pull it off the plane and hold it." She stood and they began walking out of the bar. Then Taylor grabbed his arm and gripped it tight. She got close and said, "You've lied to me. You've betrayed me, and you've threatened me. And the worst things I've ever done in my life were at your bidding. And if you betray me again, or harm Scott in any way, I swear to God, Trent, I will kill you." Chilcott looked at her, and for the first time since she'd known him, she saw a look of something like fear pass over his features. Good. Sometimes even the monsters need to fear the dark. She let go of his arm and walked out of the bar. Trent Chilcott followed. Chapter 40. Brodie heard the train's computerized voice. "Dies ist der Hauptbahnhof. Die letzte Haltestelle des Zuges." Berlin's central train station. Last stop on the line. Or first, if you were leaving. He exited the train and walked up a long flight of stairs into the station's main hall, a vast and airy space of glass and steel, buzzing with activity. There were a lot of Polizei around, armed with submachine guns, and if the two guys Brodie had mistreated in the hallway of Stefan Richter's building were real cops, there'd be the German equivalent of an APB out on him. If they weren't real cops, they'd be arrested when the real cops arrived, but there would still be an APB out for U.S. Army Warrant Officer Scott Brodie. And by now, the Berlin police would have a photo of him, compliments of the U.S. Army. The only one having a worse day than Scott Brodie and the two guys he'd taken down was Stefan Richter. He spotted a men's clothing store in the concourse and went inside, where he found a knit cap, a blue scarf, and a gray wool coat. His credit card was still working, and leaving a paper trail, and he purchased the items, left, and went into a men's room, where he altered his appearance. Just in case. As Brodie continued through the station, he looked for security cameras and spotted a few, but nowhere near as many as he expected in a station of this size, and it wasn't too difficult to avoid getting picked up on them. He exited the station onto a large stone plaza that faced the Spree River. He crossed the street and took a set of stairs down to the riverbank, which was paved and lined with benches. No one else was down by the river on this cold winter day. He sat on a bench, pulled out his phone, and dialed his contact at the FXD, the Forensic Exploitation Directorate, which was the entity within Army CID responsible for deploying forensic and biometric support teams worldwide. The FXD was based in Georgia, where it was almost 5 a.m, but Brodie's guy, a 20-something civilian forensic scientist by the name of Tyler McKinnon, would pick up. "Hello?" He sounded groggy. "Mr. McKinnon, it's Scott Brodie." "Hey, Brodie. What important thing can I do for you at this hour?" He liked this guy. No whining, minimal attitude. "Sorry to wake you. I'm 6 hours later in Berlin. What I need is a sample analyzed ASAP for a case I'm working here." "All right. We have arrangements with a couple of labs there. What is it?" "I don't know. That's why I need it analyzed. It's on a microscope slide." "Organic?" "No idea, Tyler. I need it ID'd and also a DNA analysis." "Okay." He thought a moment, then said, "Let me make a few calls and get back to you in 20. "Make fewer calls and get back to me in 10. He added, "This is urgent and confidential." McKinnon didn't respond. "It's a matter of national security." Those were the magic words, a kind of catch-all phrase for whatever bullshit you were trying to sling. McKinnon said, "I'll call you back in 10. He hung up. Well, that was one ball in the air. Next up, he dialed Claudia Barese, his contact at the National Personnel Records Center, which handled all records of American veterans. The NPRC was an important resource in Brodie's work, and Ms. Barese helped cut through some of the red tape. The NPRC was located in St. Louis, Missouri, which last time he checked was west of Georgia, and therefore even earlier in the morning. Ms. Barese was not used to handling national security matters related to disease outbreaks, bioterrorism, or other time-sensitive issues, so her phone was off and Brodie was sent right to voicemail. He left a message that she needed to call him back as soon as she was up, and that it was urgent. He stood from the bench and looked out at the placid water. He had no official duties, no partner, no commanding officer, and no future. Unless you counted Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary. But he did have a newly acquired 9mm Makarov with a full mag, along with a newfound sense of purpose, drive, and urgency, thanks to the 2 gentlemen who had tried to kidnap or maybe kill him. That always gets your attention. He checked his phone for messages and noticed a missed call from Anna, from 5:15 a.m., which would have been about 2 hours after he left her apartment. He played the voicemail. "Hi, Scott. I'm glad you came over. It was nice. And I don't know. It feels like I put a lot on you. Forget about my bullshit. Anyway, I can't sleep. Probably headed to my gallery to do some work. I've got a new show coming up featuring refugee artists. Stop by and see it, if you find free time in the middle of your homicide investigation. New Berlin Art Gallery, 25 Lindenstrasse, in Kreuzberg. But call first." "Okay. Bye." Brodie tried calling her, but it went to voicemail. He left a brief but warm post-coital message, then mapped the address and located the New Berlin Art Gallery on what appeared to be a small pedestrian path set back from Lindenstrasse. It was south of Unter den Linden, and not far from Checkpoint Charlie, the infamous border crossing between East Berlin and the American-controlled sector of West Berlin that seemed to appear in every Cold War movie, and was now a top tourist attraction. That was where Brodie had bought an authentic piece of the Berlin Wall 19 years ago, and he was sure the racket was still going strong. What was different was Scott Brodie, who had become less gullible. He wanted to see Anna again, of course, but he couldn't keep up the lie that he was still on this investigation in any official capacity. And what about the other lie? The one Harry Vance had told her, of just ambling in off the street with a genuine interest in the avant-garde gallery scene, and happening upon Ms. Albrecht. Anna had clearly loved Harry, and Brodie hoped the feeling was mutual and that the guy wasn't just using her. Brodie didn't want to tarnish Harry Vance's memory in the eyes of his former lover. Besides, if you're going to burden someone with a painful truth, there needs to be some upside to it, and Brodie couldn't see one. Better to keep that one to himself. His phone rang. It was McKinnon, coming in just under the wire at 9 minutes. Brodie answered. "What have you got?" "You have the sample on you now?" "Yes." "Okay. There's a place called Hyperion Lab, 82 Kurfürstendamm. You need me to spell that?" Kurfürstendamm, colloquially known as the Kudamm, was one of the most famous streets in the city and the former commercial and cultural heart of Old West Berlin. "I can spell it with my eyes closed." "Okay." "The guy who runs the lab is an American, David Katz. I met him at a conference in London. Brilliant guy. As a favor to me, he'll help you. The lab isn't contracted with us, but they are highly regarded, cutting edge, and if we need to move this into official channels, easy enough to explain, given the urgency of your request. In other words, I'm buying your bullshit, Scott, but you own this." Should he tell McKinnon that he was no longer employed by the Army? Might be bad timing. He said, "I'm heading there now. Good luck." Brodie hung up, then found a cab and gave the driver the address. They headed west, through the Tiergarten and then south into the old heart of West Berlin. They drove down the Kudamm, which was lined with trees and stately older buildings featuring high-end shops, cafes, and hotels. The cab pulled up to a modern-looking office tower sandwiched between an old hotel and a 19th-century apartment building. Brodie paid the guy, hopped out, and entered a small lobby. There was no security, but he spotted a directory and found Hyperion Labs on the 4th floor and took the elevator up. The doors opened into a small carpeted anteroom leading to frosted glass double doors. He entered and announced himself to the receptionist, a middle-aged German woman, and in a minute a lanky man in his early 30s wearing a white lab coat emerged to greet him. The man extended a hand. They shook, and Brodie said, "I appreciate you taking a look." Katz nodded and held out his hand. "The slide?" Brodie took out the small manila envelope containing the slide and handed it to Katz, who pulled out the slide and held it to the light. "Okay. Follow me." Brodie followed Katz down a long hallway and into a large windowless lab room filled with equipment, and a few researchers hard at work. As Brodie walked through the room, his eyes caught a machine that was holding about 4 dozen droppers on a motorized arm that were being rapidly dipped into tubes and then dropping their contents onto a large grid of what looked like brass-colored microchips. He asked, "What kind of work do you do here?" "Mostly gene synthesis, research and therapeutics." "Where'd you get this?" "That's classified." What is that machine doing? Katz eyed the large machine as the robotic arm rapidly moved over the grid of brass chips. Oligonucleotide synthesizer. I thought it looked familiar. The oligonucleotide components will be assembled into fully synthetic genes. Does that mean you can create completely synthetic organisms? Katz looked at him, deadpan. That's classified. Funny. They approached a cluttered desk with a standard light microscope. Katz sat down, put the slide under the lens, and had a look. He worked the knobs for a moment, then said, "On a first look, it appears to be Yersinia pestis." Katz looked up at Brodie. The bacterium that causes plague. Brodie did not respond to that. I was told you wanted it sequenced. Yes. It would help if I knew the source of this sample. A dead man's pocket. Don't know. He asked, if a bacterium has been genetically modified or manipulated, would you be able to tell? Katz nodded. And beyond that, our lab is one of the leading pioneers in genetic engineering attribution. We can detect not only the genetic manipulation, but we can attempt to pinpoint what country or what lab was responsible. How is that possible? It's complicated. I'm smarter than I look. Katz smiled. It involves machine learning algorithms, programmed to understand all of the subtleties that go into the design choices behind genetic modification. What genes are chosen, what enzymes are used, patterns created by different software, etc. What if the sample is old? Like 30 or 40 years old? Katz furrowed his brow. Is it? Maybe. Well, genetic engineering was much more primitive back then. Our methodologies would not necessarily be able to be applied to this. If it is that old, what could you learn through a gene sequence? If it is modified, we could see how it was manipulated and deduce the application. Was it made more virulent, less virulent, more contagious, immune to antibiotics? Yersinia pestis in particular can have drastically different impacts on an infected organism based only on subtle changes to a single gene of the bacterium. Were engineers attempting to make something more targeted to a particular organ or bodily system, or to a particular species of animal? Gene sequencing might tell us some of that. Anything else? Isn't that enough? David Katz had a personality better suited for working with pathogens than with people. Brodie said, I'm a detective. You just told me you can do the genetic equivalent of lifting prints, and I'm asking what if the fingerprints are very old? Katz nodded, thought a moment. We have a large database of existing known Yersinia pestis strains, so if this is one of those, we can likely trace its origins. If it is a novel strain, and if it has been genetically modified, as I said, we can determine that, though if the modification was done decades ago using more primitive techniques, our algorithms will likely not be able to trace its specific origins. He took the slide from the microscope and looked at it. It is strange to label a sample like this with just numbers. A research lab wouldn't do that. You were telling me this could date to the 80s. Is it possible it originated from a state actor? Brodie nodded. Possibly from East Germany's unconventional weapons program. He added, that is classified information. Katz stood and looked at him. Where did you get this sample, Mr. Brodie? From the pocket of a murder victim. Katz did not respond to that. Brodie wrote his phone number on a notepad on Katz's desk, then asked, how quickly can you sequence this? Katz appeared disturbed now and looked around the lab at his fellow researchers, a few of whom had become interested in their visitor. He said in a low voice, "Once the equipment is available, it will take 2 to 3 hours. But there's a backlog." Brodie looked him in the eyes. "You need to clear the queue, Mr. Katz." Chapter 41. Brodie walked out of the lab onto the Kudamm. Next stop, the New Berlin Art Gallery. Anna Albrecht needed to be re-interviewed. As he looked for a taxi, he thought about plague, and why Harry Vance had a sample of it in his pocket. Was it part of Stefan Richter's collection? Possibly. The old guy might have been willing or even eager to talk about his exploits to someone, anyone who cared to ask. When Richter had spoken to Elsa Ziegler 20-some years ago, he wouldn't turn over any of his slides. Maybe by the time he spoke with Vance, his attitude had changed. Or Harry Vance, already going rogue on an unsanctioned investigation, simply stole it. Then Vance was murdered before he could have the sample analyzed to find out if Richter's stories about Black Harvest were true or bullshit. And then Stefan Richter complicated things further by blowing his brains out. Brodie's phone rang, and he was surprised to see the call coming from Maggie Taylor. He picked up. "Flight delayed?" "Where are you?" She sounded tense. "Berlin. Where are you?" "I'm in a car, leaving the airport. I need you to meet me. I'm sending you an address." "What's going on?" "Not on the phone." It's never good news when someone says that. He pulled up the encrypted text message. 33 Kinzigstrasse, apartment 5A, in Friedrichshain. She asked, "When can you be there?" He punched in the address. 20. "Okay. We'll be there by then." "Who's we?" She paused. "Unlikely allies." "Taylor, I don't like this cryptic shit. What am I walking into?" She ignored the question and said, "Trust me." This was sounding strange. He and Taylor had a prearranged signal, clearing their throat if one of them was under duress, but she hadn't done that. "Okay, I trust you. But, Scott, I have reason to believe you were in danger. So be aware. I'm always aware, Maggie." "Okay. See you soon." She added, "Be safe." She hung up. He put the phone in his pocket. What the hell was that all about? Unlikely allies. Which was another way of saying untrustworthy allies. In any case, he'd know soon what this was about, and he was happy to have a gun in his pocket in case he didn't like what this was about. He flagged a cab and gave the driver the address in Friedrichshain, and they headed back east through the Tiergarten. Brodie's phone rang again. It was Claudia Barese from the National Personnel Records Center. He picked up. "Brodie." "Hi, Scott, it's Claudia. Got your message. How can I help you?" "Are you at the office?" "No, at home. Coffee's not even done brewing. But you said it was important." "I need you to pull personnel files for me, for officers who were stationed in West Berlin in the 1980s. "Branch?" "Every branch that had a presence in the city." "Rank?" He thought a moment. In order for Odin to have had the kind of access he apparently did, the guy must have been high-ranking. Then again, Brodie didn't really understand what the force structure or chain of command was like in such a unique theater as West Berlin, and he didn't want to make too many assumptions. He said, 03 and above. "Okay. This is going to be a long list unless you can give me some more parameters." "I'm looking for an individual who I believe is still alive, who was stationed in Berlin by 1982 at the latest, and remained there until at least October of 1989, and who was likely involved in intelligence work." He suggested, "Send me those first." Okay. Male or female? Good question. He had always assumed that Odin was a man, but by the 1980s, there were a significant number of female officers in the armed forces. Don't know. Give me both. Okay. You want the whole DD-201 file? I do. He added, just email them to me. When do you need all this? Yesterday. Why did I ask? She said, can you share with me why this is urgent? Not at liberty to say. Can you access these files from home? Possibly. Ms. Barese clearly needed more motivation, so he said, this is related to an ongoing homicide investigation with potential national security implications. He added, I'm in Berlin. Oh. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Thanks, Claudia. He hoped she didn't access his file and see that he'd resigned his commission. You're the best. He hung up and looked out the window as the cab exited the Tiergarten and approached the Brandenburg Gate, whose imperial colonnade had once stood behind a concrete wall lined with barbed wire and guard towers. The U.S. Army presence in West Berlin had taken the form of the Berlin Brigade, which would have been a few thousand men broken up into about a dozen units, including a few infantry battalions, artillery batteries, MPs, engineers, aviation, probably some form of special ops. The Air Force would have had some sort of presence as well. He'd see what Claudia Barese came back to him with. He wondered if Harry Vance had gone digging in the personnel files in his search for Odin. That would make sense, especially if Vance had more to go on to narrow the list down. But even if Vance and Brodie had a stack of personnel files of the officers in the Berlin Brigade from that time period, would there be anything in anyone's file that smelled off? Not likely, unless you knew you were looking for a rat. That's when things like efficiency reports, duty stations, and other notations could be a clue. Well, whatever Harry Vance had done, he'd gotten close enough to the truth to die for it. And now Scott Brodie was following the same solitary and self-appointed path. Hopefully with better results. And a happier ending. Chapter 42. The taxi stopped in front of a nondescript post-war 5-story apartment building on Kinzigstrasse, a quiet residential street. Brodie paid the driver from his dwindling supply of euros, got out and walked quickly to the entrance, where the call box was located to the right of the recessed door. An overhead security camera covered the entranceway, so whoever was in 5A had seen him arrive. He pushed the button and was immediately buzzed in, which confirmed that he was being watched. He pushed the button again and a man's voice said impatiently, "Come in." Brodie replied, "I want to hear Taylor's voice." There was a moment of silence. Then Maggie Taylor's voice came over the speaker. "It's okay, Scott. Come on up." No indication of stress or duress. A few tradecraft precautions go a long way. So does a semi-automatic pistol. He walked into a small, clean lobby with a polished floor and a mirror that could be two-way. There was a single elevator and a staircase. This building was well suited for a safe house, which apartment 5A probably was. But whose safe house? He was about to find out. Brodie chose the staircase for his ascent, and as he climbed he drew his Makarov and took it off safety, then slid it into his coat pocket and kept his grip on it, just as Harry Vance had done in Kerner Park. Each floor had a landing with only 2 doors leading to apartments, so the units were big. He reached the 5th floor and saw only one doorway, 5A, so whoever owned or rented this place had the whole top floor. He thought he knew who that could be. There was an eyeball camera on the ceiling and a fisheye peephole on the door, which he noted was steel and unsuitable for kicking in. So he'd have to knock, which he did, then moved to the side. The door opened and Maggie Taylor looked at him, nodded, and said, "All good. Come in." Brodie stepped into the apartment, and the spring-loaded door closed behind him. Spread out before him was a very large, bright living room with an open kitchen and dining area and street-facing windows. The apartment was modern and well-appointed, a contrast to this unobtrusive building on a nondescript street. Standing in the living room were two men, one of whom he recognized as Howard Fensterman of the State Department, dressed in his rumpled suit. The guy he didn't recognize wore a blue blazer, khaki pants, and a button-down shirt. He had a bright red handkerchief flowing out of the breast pocket of his blazer, which whispered stylish and screamed asshole. Brodie thought he knew who this guy could be, but that couldn't be. Howard Fensterman said, "Welcome, Scott, and thank you for coming." Brodie didn't respond, and Taylor took his arm and steered him into the room, saying, "Scott, this is Trent Chilcott." She didn't add, "the guy I used to fuck," but everyone was saying it in their heads. In fact, Chilcott said, "Ms. Taylor and I are old acquaintances, as you probably know." Brodie looked at Trent Chilcott. He was tall, tanned, toned, and well-coiffed. Brodie wouldn't be surprised to learn that he got weekly pedicures. More importantly, the only good thing about this case so far was that the CIA didn't seem to be involved. Now there was nothing good about this case. But when you saw the CIA, that at least told you things about a case that you suspected but couldn't prove, i.e., there was more going on here than anyone was saying. But he already knew that. Chilcott fixed his eyes on Brodie's right hand in his pocket, then looked at Brodie. "Is that a gun?" "Show me yours and I'll show you mine." Chilcott pulled open the left side of his blazer, revealing a holstered gun clipped to his belt. Brodie drew his pistol half out of his pocket, then shoved it back and kept his grip on it. Chilcott said, "Howard is armed only with his intellect." "So he's unarmed." Chilcott smiled. Fensterman didn't, but asked Brodie, "Where did you get the gun?" "Not from the embassy, which should have issued me and Ms. Taylor sidearms, for our personal safety." Fensterman didn't respond and didn't pursue the question. Brodie, of course, wondered what the hell this was about, but he wasn't going to ask, because they would tell him. But he did say to Chilcott, "The last time I had to deal with the CIA after Venezuela, I had the distinct feeling I was being threatened." Chilcott replied, "I know nothing about that, and I'm sorry if you felt that." Taylor chimed in, "You know all about that, Trent, and you're not at all sorry. Intimidation is what you do best." She added, "Stop the bullshit." Chilcott, who'd probably heard something similar a few times, remained cool, then said, "Really sorry." Well, thought Brodie, these two had a history, and he knew part of it. And it was interesting that Maggie Taylor was signaling to Scott Brodie that she was loyal to her partner, and not to her former lover. She'd also done that in Venezuela, though that had turned out to be a lie. He wondered if Chilcott had asked Taylor about her relationship with Scott Brodie. Probably. He hoped Taylor had told him that she and Scott were burning up the bedsheets. But back to more important things. Brodie said, "I don't respond well to threats. I don't know why you want to talk to me or to Taylor, but if you cross the line, Chilcott, or cross me, like you did in Venezuela, I swear you'll meet with a serious accident." He looked at Fensterman. "And you too, Howard, because anyone who works with this guy is guilty by association." Fensterman looked a little pale and said, "Let's ratchet this down, all right?" He explained, "We're here to talk about the Vance case, not whatever happened between you in the past. Let's start by you telling me who you are." Fensterman glanced at Chilcott, then said, "I'm not actually with the State Department. I'm with the National Security Agency." Brodie said, "I assume you work for the Special Collections Service, correct?" Fensterman seemed surprised that Brodie knew of his department. He replied, indirectly, "I monitor internal threats to the German government, as well as threats to U.S. national security." Taylor said, "Actually, you eavesdrop on everyone, including U.S. citizens." Fensterman neither confirmed nor denied. Brodie thought about his cell phone conversation with Taylor when he was in Alexanderplatz and she was in a taxi, near the embassy, and well within range of the alleged SCS listening station on the embassy rooftop. And there were other times when he and Taylor had spoken too close to the embassy, like their meeting with Kim at the Reichstag. He thought, too, of his calls to Dombrowski and Anna. How far could those listening devices actually reach? He and Taylor had depended on their encryption app, available to any schmuck with a smartphone, which probably wasn't good enough to overcome the National Security Agency's capabilities. Brodie regarded Howard Fensterman. He wasn't supposed to listen to the calls or conversations of U.S. citizens, only non-U.S. citizens. But Brodie had no doubt that he and his staff listened and recorded the calls, texts, and conversations of everyone in the embassy, up to and including the ambassador, and certainly Sharon Whitmore, and quite possibly CID agents Brodie and Taylor. If information was power, then Howard Fensterman was Superman. Brodie said to him, "I assume this place is bugged." Fensterman nodded, but assured him, "The devices are off, so we can speak freely." He added, "I wouldn't want anything I said or Trent said to be recorded or transmitted. This meeting never took place." "When did this become a meeting?" "Call it whatever you want, Mr. Brodie." He motioned to a seating area. "We can sit." Brodie replied, "You can sit. Ms. Taylor and I will stand." "As you wish." He looked at Brodie and asked, "Why are you still in Berlin?" "I've taken leave here." "You should come back in the spring, when the weather is better. Get to the point, Howard." "All right. First, as Trent has already informed Ms. Taylor, your life is in danger." Brodie glanced at Taylor, who said, "That's why I wanted you to come here, to hear this." A phone call would have sufficed, thought Brodie, and he wouldn't have had to meet Maggie Taylor's former lover. On the other hand, it was interesting to see what kind of asshole she was attracted to. Also, when a CIA guy tells you your life is in danger, he is usually the cause of the danger. Then he offers to help you, in exchange for a favor. Fensterman asked, "Does this subject interest you, Mr. Brodie?" He turned to Fensterman. The guy had a sense of humor. "I've already been made aware of that danger." "By whom?" "By two guys who tried to kill or kidnap me." He confessed, "That's where I got the gun." Fensterman seemed speechless. Chilcott seemed skeptical, and Taylor said, "Oh my God. Scott? What happened?" "I'll tell you later." He looked at Chilcott and Fensterman. "Since you both seem to know that my life is in danger, maybe you can tell me who put it there." Chilcott replied, "I'm sure you have many people who'd like to terminate you, Mr. Brodie, including your closest friends. But in this case, I'm fairly sure it is Nordfaust." He asked, "Have you heard of them?" "Just recently, actually. The neo-Nazi group in which the retired German Colonel Brandt had claimed membership during his drunken racist rant last spring, before being interrogated by Mark Jenkins and Harry Vance regarding Brandt's assault on the African-American army officer in Stuttgart. Jenkins did not seem to have taken Nordfaust seriously, and hadn't even recalled the name when Brodie asked him about the incident. "Mr. Brodie?" You know I've heard of them or you wouldn't have asked. Chilcott nodded and said, "We have good intel that the two of you," he looked at Taylor, "have gotten on Nordfaust's radar. In fact, you were followed yesterday, though I'm sure you picked up your tail." Chilcott was being patronizing. But in fact, that explained the man in Neukölln who'd reappeared at the Hotel Adlon. It's somehow comforting to have your paranoia confirmed on a regular basis. Taylor asked, "Why were we being followed?" Chilcott replied, "I was going to ask you that. We don't know. But clearly your activities in Berlin have put you in their gun sights." Taylor asked him, "Who exactly are these people?" "Nordfaust," replied Chilcott, "is one of several far-right and neo-Nazi groups in Germany. They have a presence within the Bundeswehr, the German armed forces, as well as the national police and local police forces. They are also potentially the most dangerous of the far-right groups." Brodie assumed that the two goons who'd tried to kidnap or kill him were Nordfaust guys. They weren't particularly good at their job. On the other hand, they knew who he was and where he was going. So that indicated an intel network of some sort, or informants in the right places. More disturbing was that they were willing to act on their information and had no hesitation about trying to ice an American Army officer. Brodie didn't know why he and Taylor had gotten on Nordfaust's hit list, but he pictured a bunch of these Nazis sitting around drinking beer in a smoke-filled room, and one of them saying in German, with subtitles, "These nosy Americans know too much, goddammit, so they must—" Finger across the throat. Problem was, neither he nor Taylor knew too much. But if Nordfaust thought they did, then maybe they did. Maybe they'd hit on something. In fact, maybe it was Nordfaust who'd killed Harry Vance. But why? Chilcott was going on. Nordfaust operates differently than most of these neo-Nazi groups. Most of the other groups hold meetings, which leaves them open to infiltration by German intel. They have online chat groups that can be monitored. They show up at rallies, like at the American Embassy, and they commit one-off acts of violence that leave a trail of blood and evidence. Nordfaust operates more like a black ops and espionage unit. Long-term planning, stockpiling weapons, building influence among high-level contacts in the officer corps of the Bundeswehr, and doing the same with the police and far-right politicians in the Bundestag and also in the government ministries. He looked at Brodie, then Taylor. Now and then, when they feel threatened by the news media or by left-wing groups or government inquiries, they eliminate the threat. Brodie couldn't keep himself from saying, "Are we still talking about Nordfaust or the CIA?" Even Chilcott smiled at that. He really enjoyed the role of secret agent man with a license to eliminate. Chilcott, for the record, said, "Don't believe all those things you hear about us, Mr. Brodie." Which meant the opposite, of course. Brodie reminded him, the Phoenix program in Vietnam, Operation Flagstaff in Afghanistan, not to mention the shit I saw the agency do in Iraq. Chilcott was not happy hearing those words spoken aloud, especially Flagstaff, which he had been deeply involved with, while also involved with Maggie Taylor, whom he'd seduced in more ways than one. Chilcott stared at Brodie. He should have let that go, but he said, "Should I remind you, Sergeant Brodie, of what you and your unit did to liberate Fallujah?" He added, "The civilian dead stunk up the streets for a month. So don't get sanctimonious on me, Sergeant." "Trent. Can I call you Trent? Trent, go fuck yourself." Maggie Taylor said, "Stop. Stop this." Brodie wanted to explain to her that this is what two alpha males do to compete for top dog. But she probably knew that. She probably also thought that Brodie's aggressive behavior toward Trent Chilcott had something to do with Trent having had sex with Maggie Taylor. Well, she was completely off base on that. Not even in the ballpark. Those thoughts never crossed his mind. Howard Fensterman, playing peacemaker again, said, "Gentlemen, we need to move on." "No," said Brodie. "First, you need to tell me why I and Ms. Taylor are here." Chilcott replied, "2 reasons. The first should be obvious. You're here in this safe house because your lives are in danger. You'll stay here for a day or 2. Then we will get you on a flight back to Washington." He let them know, "There are 4 bedrooms here. 1 for me, 1 for a security person, and 1 each for both of you." He smiled. "So you don't have to share a bedroom." Brodie had already told Trent Chilcott to go fuck himself, so he moved on to, "I and Ms. Taylor are not staying here, and certainly not with you. We are leaving as soon as we're finished here, which will be soon." Chilcott said, "I must insist. Me too." "Okay. What's the other reason we're here?" Chilcott seemed annoyed and frustrated that Brodie was not going along with the program, and not grateful that Chilcott was offering them a safe place to stay and a ticket home. But he collected himself and said, "I need some information from you, which I'm sure you'll share with me in exchange for me alerting you to the danger you're in and offering you a safe place and safe passage, Trent. Maggie was on her way home before you waylaid her. And I don't need your safe house. If you need information from us, you need to pay for it with information." Chilcott glanced at Fensterman, then replied, "Okay. We have information you can use in your criminal investigation." Taylor said, "We're off the case, Trent. You know that. I'm fairly sure I can get you both reinstated, if that's what you want." He added, "It's my understanding that you were both at a career crossroads, and that—" "Let us worry about our careers," said Brodie. "Worry about your own." "There's nothing for me to worry about. I play the game, and I make the rules." Asshole. Brodie was fairly certain that his resignation hadn't progressed beyond Dombrowski's desk, so a phone call would fix that. As for him and Taylor getting back on this case, he said, "You have no influence in the Army, Chilcott." "You'd be surprised." "I would be." But maybe Trent and his colleagues in the CIA did have some influence in the Pentagon. It certainly seemed that way when Brodie and Taylor were in Venezuela. And the reason for that was these joint Army-CIA Black Ops programs that were borderline illegal. Or not so borderline. When people become co-conspirators, they have each other by the balls, and no favor is too great to ask. Brodie glanced at Taylor, who nodded. Brodie said, "All right, let's talk." He looked at Chilcott. "What do you need to know?" Chilcott asked, "First, why was Mark Jenkins and Harry Vance's brief encounter with Colonel Brandt, a supposed member of Nordfaust, in Stuttgart last year, of interest to you in the Vance homicide case?" "We don't understand the connection." How did Chilcott even know about Brodie's interest in the Stuttgart case? Well, it was likely that Mark Jenkins had told Brodie and Taylor's CID replacements, Jones and Melman, what Scott Brodie was bothering him about. And Jones and Melman, in turn, could have passed that on to the legate and other embassy officials, and then one way or another that intel would find its way to Howard Fensterman and Trent Chilcott. The other possibility was that Brodie and Taylor's phone conversation, while Brodie was in Alexanderplatz and Taylor was in a cab near the embassy, had been intercepted by the SCS. And maybe the answer didn't matter. Chilcott and Fensterman were in the loop, and they wanted their 2 CID safehouse guests to know that. And yet, Chilcott and Fensterman were still missing some pieces of the puzzle. Brodie replied, "We believe this Stuttgart case might be connected to the unsanctioned investigation that Mr. Vance was conducting here in Berlin before his murder." Chilcott said, "We are aware of Mr. Vance's personal investigation into the identity of the American double agent Odin." He explained, Jason Butler informed Howard about Anna Albrecht's interview with the BKA. Brodie wondered if Jason Butler had informed Howard Fensterman knowingly or via a phone tap. Brodie offered, "Vance's investigation of Odin began in May of last year, and I wanted to know if any part of his official CID business around that time might have been the catalyst for his interest in this double agent." Fensterman asked, "And did you find a connection between Odin and the Stuttgart case?" Brodie looked at him. "If I'd found anything, Howard, you'd be the first to know. But not because I told you." Fensterman had no reply. Chilcott stepped in. "Here's what we believe. Harry Vance was likely not killed by Islamic terrorists, and you, too, in the process of investigating his murder and then continuing his search for Odin, have come to the attention of Nordfaust and gotten on their hit list. Why?" Brodie looked at him. "You're the spook. You tell me." Chilcott stared back. "You know more than you're saying, Mr. Brodie. You too." Chilcott couldn't hide his annoyance. Brodie pegged him as the kind of guy who projected the debonair affect pretty well, but had never gotten control of his inner demons enough to completely pull it off. Trent Chilcott practiced his smile in the mirror without looking too long into his own eyes. Fensterman said, "We are privy to certain forensic evidence from the site of the explosion in Neukölln that casts serious doubt on the official narrative." Taylor asked, "Such as?" Fensterman and Chilcott shared a look. Then Fensterman continued, "The IED that detonated in the apartment was radio-controlled. The radio receiver that was connected to the electrical firing circuit survived the blast, as did the UHF radio transmitter that was intended to be used as a remote trigger. The problem is that the transmitter is not compatible with the receiver that was connected to the firing circuit. In other words, this bomb that was supposedly destined for Mr. Jenkins' vehicle could never have been detonated with the equipment found at the blast site. The German authorities can, of course, explain this as another example of incompetence on the part of our supposed Islamic terrorists. However, we believe that the real triggering device was outside of the apartment and operated by an unidentified individual. This was a setup, and those who placed the bomb in the apartment never expected the radio receiver to survive the blast, and perhaps made an oversight in planting the wrong type of transmitter in the apartment. Also, thought Brodie, whoever set up the three Syrians didn't know that one of them was a Christian, and therefore not likely to be an Islamic terrorist. But Brodie didn't bother to share that, and neither did Taylor. As for improvised explosive devices, Brodie had seen his share of IEDs in Iraq, both intact bombs and detonated remnants. The receiver and firing circuit were attached directly to the explosives, and it was reasonable to assume the receiver would be obliterated in a blast. Except this time it wasn't, and what was left behind was actual physical evidence of what Brodie had suspected, that this was an elaborate and violent misdirection. The three Syrian men were likely already dead, or drugged when the bomb went off. And the cell phone that David Kim had described to them as containing the draft email about the Tripoli operation had been purposely left somewhere in the apartment where it would survive the explosion and offer a reasonable motive for the assassination of Harry Vance and the planned assassination of Mark Jenkins. What would it take to pull that off? How many people, how many resources, and what expertise? And what sort of person or persons would have had access to the information that Jenkins and Vance were the agents involved in the Tripoli operation, in order to craft a coherent motive for them to be targets of Islamic terrorism? Taylor must have been wondering the same thing. She asked, "Do you believe Nordfaust was responsible for this explosion?" Chilcott and Fensterman exchanged another look. Then Chilcott said, "We don't know. But we do believe they would have the capability." Taylor added, "So if Nordfaust is responsible for the blast, they are also responsible for killing Harry Vance." Chilcott said, "They undoubtedly have skilled sharpshooters among their ranks." "Then why," asked Brodie, "does this neo-Nazi group care about a former double agent for the Stasi and Vance's attempt to find him?" Fensterman replied, "That is what we are trying to understand. Is there a connection? Or was Mr. Vance targeted by Nordfaust for an unrelated reason?" Brodie said, "We believe Vance was in contact with Colonel Tariq Qasim, whom he knew as Abbas al-Hamdani, a former member of the Iraqi military who potentially could have identified Odin." Fensterman nodded. "I was made aware of that finding by the Legate's office." Brodie continued, "We also believe Colonel Qasim is dead, and his killers used his phone to lure Vance to Kerner Park under false pretenses. So the killer or killers were familiar with the details of Vance's investigation." "That's a theory," said Chilcott. "We're dancing around the obvious," said Taylor. "Odin is alive and working with Nordfaust." Chilcott looked at her. "That possibility had of course occurred to us, but we believe it highly unlikely." "Why?" asked Brodie. "I assure you," said Fensterman, "that if an American military or former military officer was a member of Nordfaust or any extremist group in Germany, we would know about it." "Well," said Taylor, "an American military officer, codenamed Odin, was a highly effective double agent for the Stasi for close to a decade, and apparently you people have never figured out who he is." Neither Fensterman nor Chilcott had a reply to that. The image of Harry Vance's hollowed-out eye socket flashed in Brodie's mind. And then he saw the self-mutilated visage of the Norse god of war and death. "I did this. I'm still here." Brodie looked at Fensterman. "You sound a little too confident in your assessment, Howard." Fensterman met his look. "If you had full knowledge of our capabilities, Scott, you would share my confidence." "Right," said Brodie. "I'm sure that inside of your little rooftop spy shed you feel very smart, and your farts smell like flowers. But there's a world beyond what you can see and hear." Fensterman did not respond, though he didn't look happy with that assessment. Chilcott said, "Scott, we'd all like to know how you came into possession of that gun." Brodie replied, "I borrowed it from a cop who didn't need it anymore." He briefly recounted what had occurred outside of Stefan Richter's apartment, including Herr Richter's early checkout from this life, and how he'd received Richter's name from Elsa Ziegler at the Stasi archives. He added, "The microscope slide that I removed from Vance's jacket is currently being analyzed by a lab. The scientist I spoke with identified the sample by sight as Yersinia pestis. Plague." Taylor looked at him, but didn't say anything. Chilcott said to Brodie, "Let me see your pistol." "I don't think so." Chilcott smiled. "What will it take for us to trust each other? For at least one of us to get a lobotomy." "Just hold it up so I can see it." Brodie pulled out the pistol and held it up. "It's a Makarov, Soviet-made." Chilcott nodded. "The black market's flooded with those. Whether these men were genuine police officers or not, They were likely members of Nordfaust. If you'd been detained by them, Mr. Brodie, you would have been taken someplace for a very unpleasant interrogation, and you'd probably be dead by now. You're a lucky man." Brodie returned the pistol to his pocket. "I make my own luck." Brodie noted that both Fensterman and Chilcott looked almost disappointed in what Brodie had shared with them. So he reiterated Harry Vance was walking around with plague in his pocket, which he had likely acquired from Stefan Richter, a former Stasi foreign intelligence agent who was allegedly involved in East Germany's bioweapons program, and who responded to a knock on his door by an American CID agent by blowing his brains out. Brodie had another thought. Or Richter had a Nordfaust guest in his apartment who pulled the trigger. Chilcott shrugged. "We can speculate all day. But I doubt Nordfaust has much interest in an old Stasi intel guy." He added, "This is all interesting history, but that's all it is. We are involved in trying to stop radical neo-Nazi groups who are operating today. That would be the 21st century, in a plot to bring down the modern German state. As for the plague sample, I can order a slide of that crap online for $10. It's inert in that form, used for academic study." Taylor looked annoyed. "Every step of the way in this investigation, we've had people try to explain away every connection we have found, every theory we have come up with. The German government just shared with the entire world its findings in this major homicide investigation. Findings that everyone in this room has acknowledged are bullshit. And now you are dismissing out of hand any connection between Nordfaust and Odin, or Harry Vance's murder and an illicit bioweapons program that Vance himself was investigating." Fensterman said, "We're not dismissing anything. But we have no indication of a bioterrorism or other unconventional weapons threat from Nordfaust or any other extremist group. As Trent said, our job is to assess and neutralize the threats of today and tomorrow, and to leave the rest to historians." The past is not past. But that wasn't something a technocrat like Howard Fensterman or an arrogant intelligence officer like Trent Chilcott would understand. Brodie asked, why were these Nordfaust guys watching Stefan Richter's apartment? Fensterman replied, "They weren't. They were watching you, Mr. Brodie. And they took their opportunity when they believed they had you cornered and alone in an isolated location." He added, "If they killed Mr. Vance, then you and Ms. Taylor became a threat to them the moment you stepped off the carefully constructed path that they were attempting to channel this investigation into. The motive for murdering Mr. Vance is as yet unclear, but the motive for attempting to silence you is easy to see." Fensterman checked his watch. "I need to get back to the embassy. Thank you both for your time and for that information. I believe Trent still has something he needs to discuss with you." Fensterman walked to the door and left. Brodie looked at Chilcott, who looked back at him. Brodie had no idea what Trent Chilcott was going to do for Act 2. But as they say in the theater, if you show a gun in Act 1, you have to use it in Act 3. Chapter 43. Scott Brodie, Maggie Taylor, and Trent Chilcott stood in silence. Without Howard Fensterman in the room, the dynamic had shifted, and it was now 2 against 1. But which 2, and which 1? Brodie had no doubt that Maggie Taylor was on Team Brodie, but he also had no doubt that she was still somehow under the influence of her former lover, the sociopathic Trent Chilcott. Chilcott, playing host in his company's safe house, asked, "Anyone want a drink? Coffee?" Brodie and Taylor declined. "Okay," said Chilcott. What I am going to share with you now is highly privileged information. Within hours, German federal and local law enforcement will be conducting a series of raids against Nordfaust and related groups in Berlin and other cities in Germany. The Germans are conducting these operations in part thanks to intelligence shared by American intel agencies, and we have a degree of involvement in what is going to take place. Chilcott looked between Brodie and Taylor. I'm offering you the opportunity to assist in this law enforcement operation as American military advisors to American civilian intelligence officers in Germany. Brodie replied, "We already have a job, and it's not with you." Chilcott ignored that and asked Brodie, "If either of the men who tried to abduct you today is among those detained tonight, would you be able to identify him? You can ID them. One has a broken nose and the other has swollen nuts." Chilcott looked at Brodie with some interest. "I'm impressed, Mr. Brodie." "Coming from you, that don't mean a thing." Chilcott kept his cool. "You both got screwed on this case despite being closer to the truth than anyone else. Scott, you set yourself on fire, which according to your reputation is something you do, or try to do, pretty often. It must work well on the ladies, who I imagine are always trying to fix you." Chilcott looked at Taylor and smiled. Taylor stared at him, and his smile faded. Whatever game these two had played, Brodie could see that it was still playing out in the non-verbal language of ex-lovers. Chilcott continued, "And you, Maggie, tried to tell yourself you were doing the right thing by following orders and leaving your findings with the FBI, despite knowing that nothing would come of it and that the wrong people, Muslims, would be implicated in the murder of Harry Vance. And that doesn't say much for your commitment to justice. I am now offering you both a chance to redeem yourselves. Taylor said if anyone needs redemption, it's you, Trent. And as for justice, it's being delayed right now with your stupid offer. So unless there's something else, I'm leaving here, calling my boss in Quantico, and making a very good argument for why he needs to get Scott and me back on this case. And we don't need your help in doing that." Brodie added, "Based on past history, I'm sure you can understand why we might not completely trust you. In fact, every time the Army sleeps with the CIA gets a good lay and the Army gets fucked." Chilcott stared at him. "Keep going down this road, Mr. Brodie, and you'll be lucky if you only end up in jail. Wherever I go, Leavenworth or Arlington, I'll be sure to take you and others with me." Chilcott smiled. "There it is, that rogue spirit. You're like one of those little bottle rockets where you break off the stick before lighting the fuse. A hot flame shooting out your ass, going nowhere." Brodie said, "We're done here." Chilcott had a plan, but it didn't include Brodie having a gun, and clearly this was throwing him off. In fact, Brodie would not have been surprised to learn that it was the CIA station chief in the embassy who'd blocked him and Taylor from being issued sidearms. But Brodie had one now, so he didn't have to kick Chilcott in the balls to get out of there. Good luck with the Nazi roundup. Chilcott walked to one of the street-facing windows. "Before you both leave, come here and take a look." Brodie and Taylor exchanged glances, then walked to the window where Chilcott was standing and looked down into the street. A white and blue SUV labeled Polizei sat idling at the curb. A police officer in full tactical gear and holding an assault rifle stood next to the SUV, looking up at them. Chilcott said, "Those are agents of the Bundespolizei, federal police." He eyed Brodie and Taylor. "They are here to ensure your safety. You two will remain in this apartment until the raids are concluded. We will require your participation in IDing any of the perps we sweep up in the raids, and in reviewing any evidence we obtain that might connect Nordfaust to Mr. Vance's murder. And in return, my agency will help you unfuck your lives. Get your careers back. Or get better ones. Neither Brodie nor Taylor responded. Chilcott said, "Plus, I have my own man in the lobby who will be up here shortly." He added, "You're not going anywhere, unless or until I let you go." Taylor said, "I'll be filing charges of kidnapping against you. You're under the protective custody of the German police. Don't make them bring charges against you." Brodie was thinking less legally, and more along the lines of punching Chilcott in the nuts and shoving his gun up his ass. But that was an option he could exercise later. He said, "Okay, we'll stay a while. Do you know how to make a Negroni?" Chilcott smiled and started to reply, but Brodie felt Taylor's hand on his coat, and quick as a cat she snatched his gun out of his pocket and backpedaled as she brought the gun up and pointed it at Chilcott's chest, shouting, "Don't move, Trent! You move, you're dead! Hands up!" Chilcott seemed incredulous. Then, as he made eye contact with her, he slowly raised his hands. She said, "Scott, stand behind him." Brodie knew the drill and took up a position about 5 feet behind Chilcott, effectively limiting what Chilcott could do to turn this around. Taylor said to her old friend and mentor, "Left hand. Very slowly, Trent. Slowly." He brought his left hand under his blazer and slowly pulled his gun from his holster, holding the butt between his thumb and forefinger. "Drop it." He let the gun fall to the floor. "Move away." Chilcott moved away from his gun, and Brodie retrieved the 9mm Glock. Chilcott, coming out of his shock, said, "I could walk out of here, and neither of you would shoot me." Brodie suggested, "It's worth a try, Trent." Taylor seemed to be in a weird zone and practically shouted, I told you what I would do if you tried to betray me again." "That's not what this is. You bastard. You used me as bait to get Scott here. You have always used me, lied to me, manipulated me." "If that's true, Maggie, you should pull the trigger." "I'm thinking about it." Brodie thought that Chilcott should not be goading Maggie Taylor, given her family history. You can take the girl out of Appalachia, but... Brodie pointed Chilcott's gun at him and said to Taylor, "I've got him covered. Lower your gun. Chilcott, you sit down." Taylor hesitated, then lowered her gun, but kept her eyes on Chilcott as though she reserved the right to resume her two-hand grip and paint Trent red. Chilcott sat in an armchair and crossed his legs, acting like nothing out of the ordinary had taken place. Just another day of dealing with lesser beings. Brodie said to him, "I don't like your pocket handkerchief." "It was a gift from Maggie. That's why I wore it." Brodie expected to hear Taylor emptying her magazine at Chilcott. He glanced at her and saw she'd calmed down and was standing near the window, checking out the street. He and Taylor had control of the situation, but getting out of here was going to be a challenge. Brodie took a seat opposite Chilcott, and Taylor put her back to the wall and held the Makarov at her chest in a two-hand grip. Brodie tossed Chilcott's Glock on the coffee table between them. He said, "We all deserve to have choices in life. Now you have a choice. You can answer my questions, or you can go for your gun. You stonewalling is not one of your choices." Chilcott eyed the gun on the table, less than 5 feet from him, calculating his odds. Brodie said helpfully, "If it were me, I'd go for it." Chilcott looked at him. "That's because you're an irrational idiot with more ego than brains. You've been reading my 201 file." "I didn't have to. Maggie told me all I needed to know about you." Taylor said, "That's not true." Brodie didn't know if it was true, or partly true. but it pissed him off. So rather than continuing down ex-lover's lane, he got down to business. Trent, what are you actually doing in Berlin? Why are you here? Chilcott thought a moment, then said, All right, I can share some of this with you, on a need-to-know basis. We don't need to know anything. We're off the case. But we want to know everything. Chilcott settled back in his chair and said, I was brought in to work with the SCS to collect and analyze signals intelligence about right-wing extremist plots in Germany. We zeroed in on Nordfaust, who present a specific and imminent threat. Brodie asked, What is the specific threat? Nordfaust is planning a terrorist attack in Berlin. We believe the threat is imminent and is designed to catalyze a larger right-wing violent uprising against the German government. Taylor asked, What kind of attack? Chilcott hesitated, then said, Last year, German customs officers in Hamburg searched a shipping container arriving from St. Petersburg as part of a random security inspection and found over a dozen compact mortar-fired cluster bombs. We have since picked up intelligence that members of Nordfaust were behind this attempted import, and that additional, identical munitions in another container slipped through security. He paused. This intelligence also indicated that these weapons are to be used as part of a coordinated attack against the Arab immigrant community in Berlin. He added, You're lucky you checked out of the Art Hotel. Brodie heard Taylor say in almost a whisper, Oh my God. Cluster bombs, as Brodie knew, were so destructive in part because of the large area a single bomb could blanket in deadly bomblets, which were inherently indiscriminate. These types of weapons were banned by many nations, including the United States and Germany, though they had allegedly been used to deadly effect recently by the Russian Air Force in Syria. Also, the American Air Force had used them in Vietnam, but not since. Brodie asked, Are these Russian weapons? Chilcott shook his head. MAT 120s, Spanish-made, and hard to trace. These things are trafficked all over. Gaddafi used them during the civil war in Libya. They're relatively small, easy to transport and conceal. They have a limited range compared to larger rocket-propelled cluster bombs, but good enough for frontline infantry, or for a terrorist looking to hit an urban neighborhood from within the city limits. Taylor said, And you're trying to seize these weapons today. It's high on our shopping list. The idea of a terrorist group deploying cluster bombs within a major European capital seemed almost inconceivable. But Nordfaust sounded like the kind of psychotics who'd do it if they could. Brodie asked, Could the bomb's submunitions carry a biological agent? Chilcott looked at him. We're talking about a conventional weapons attack to kill and maim a large number of Arab immigrants in a concentrated area. Why the hell would a group of German white supremacists unleash biological agents inside their own city that would end up spreading everywhere? Good question, and one worth asking. Taylor asked, Why were you trying to hold us here? I told you. To protect you. Chilcott looked at Brodie. Also, I don't need a rogue agent running around Berlin hours before this operation, especially someone who has managed to light a fire under the ass of Nordfaust, who we've been methodically and quietly monitoring for months now. He added, We've got enough turmoil already after the incident this morning in Neukölln. In fact, we're moving a few days sooner than planned because of it. Taylor asked, What incident in Neukölln? Chilcott looked at her. Don't you read the news? It happened a few blocks from the Art Hotel. A young Arab guy was found dead in the middle of the street this morning. He'd been strangled to death, and a swastika was carved into his chest. He added, His body was covered in pig's blood. Taylor said, "My God, this is so sick, so evil." Chilcott looked at her. "I thought you were in Afghanistan, Maggie. Didn't you see what the Taliban did to their fellow Muslims?" He added, "There's a bit of Taliban in all of us, and sometimes we have to go there ourselves to fight the monsters. Moral judgments are not helpful or useful." He suggested, "You both need to get over yourselves. I'm not the bad guy. We're all bad guys, and we all call ourselves the good guys. The Taliban think they're good guys. So does ISIS, Nazis, commies, the Stasi, Gestapo, whatever. We are tribal. The only bad guys are the ones who betray the tribe." He concluded, "That would be Odin. Definitely a bad guy. A traitor to his country. His tribe." Brodie saw some holes in Trent Chilcott's justifications for being a morally weightless prick, but the man made some valid points. Nonetheless, Brodie said, "Love is the answer." "Okay." Taylor said to Chilcott, "You betrayed me, and I am a member of your tribe." He looked at her. "I used you. There's a difference." "Fuck you." Brodie hated to interrupt what sounded like a long-overdue group therapy session, but he needed to get out of there. Though beyond visiting Anna, he wasn't sure where he was going, or what he needed to do after that. He said to Chilcott, "Anything else we need to know?" Chilcott shook his head and told them, "I have things to do." He looked at Brodie. "I'm going to stand, take my gun, and walk out of here. You two will stay here." Taylor said to him, "All right. Reach for your gun." Chilcott seemed to be weighing his options. Brodie took out his cell phone and began hitting the keys, saying to Chilcott, "I'm texting my boss, Colonel Dombrowski, giving him a brief report of where we are and who we're with. That's you, Trent Chilcott. And I'm telling him you threatened us, and if anything happens to us..." Well, you know the rest. Brodie stopped typing, stood, and said to Taylor, "You do the same. Do not push send." He looked at Chilcott. "Thank you for the offer of protective custody, and for your briefing. Now call your guy in the lobby and let him know we're leaving, and tell him to tell the Polizei that it's okay." Chilcott hesitated, as though torn between wanting Brodie and Taylor gone and keeping the two loose cannons in the safe house until the busts were complete. And, of course, there was always the possibility that CIA officer Chilcott had orders to terminate Brodie and Taylor with extreme prejudice. You never knew. "Trent, don't make me beat the shit out of you in front of your old girlfriend." Chilcott pulled out his cell phone, dialed, and said, "Peter, my guests are leaving." "Yes. Please tell the police they can leave." "All right." He hung up and said to Brodie, "The agency has a long memory, and I have a short fuse. Walk us to the door." Chilcott stood and eyed his gun on the coffee table, then glanced at Taylor to see if she had taken her eyes off him. Of course she hadn't, but he looked like he might go for the gun anyway. Brodie delivered a powerful punch into Chilcott's solar plexus, and the man doubled over like a folding chair, then staggered a few steps and fell to his knees, unable to breathe or speak. Brodie said, "That's for almost getting me and my partner killed in Venezuela. And you're getting off easy, because I'm a softie." Brodie pulled Chilcott's phone from his breast pocket and punched in a random access code, then did it 5 more times and the phone was disabled. He threw the phone on the coffee table, took Chilcott's Glock and shoved it in his pocket. He said to Taylor, "Let's go." She stood motionless a second, looking at Trent Chilcott. who was still on his knees, his hands clasped to his abdomen, trying to breathe, saliva dripping from his mouth. Brodie headed for the door. "Come on." She followed quickly, and they exited into the hallway, drew their guns, and headed down the staircase. On the way down, Taylor said, "He deserved worse. Do yourself a favor and call it even. I have." "You don't know him," said Taylor. "There's more to come." Chapter 44. Brodie and Taylor reached the lobby and pocketed their guns. There was a guy in a black coat standing there looking at them. Brodie said, "Peter?" He nodded. "Did you tell the police we needed a ride?" "No. I told them they could go." "Damn it." "Sorry." "No problem. Trent wants you to wait here until he calls, which might be a while." "Okay. See you upstairs later." Brodie and Taylor exited the building, and Taylor said, "I must attract bullshit artists." She pulled up a map of the area. "There's a main road to the right, Bundesstrasse. We can get a taxi there." They turned right and began walking quickly. Taylor said, "Okay, now what?" Well, he'd been on his way to Anna's art gallery to re-interview her when he got diverted, but he wasn't sure if that was actually a good use of his time, or whether he just wanted to see her again. Either way, he hadn't pictured Maggie Taylor coming along with him. "Scott, what's the move?" "We'll figure it out. In the meantime, we need to get out of the area before Trent can walk and talk again and tells his security guy what really happened." They walked in silence toward Bundesstrasse. Then Taylor said, "I spoke to Dombrowski. We agreed that your resignation was an overreaction. I disagree. And please don't talk about me that he was very upset. He wanted to talk." She added, "People care about you." "I feel the love every day." Asshole. "On that subject, your CIA friend, he's not my friend." "Did he say anything to you before I got there?" "Nothing that he didn't say to you." "Okay." Brodie wasn't sure why Chilcott went out of his way to lure him to the safe house. On the surface, it could be what it seemed. Chilcott plucked Taylor from the airport to use her for bait, to get Brodie in the safe house to question him about what he knew, and also to put him in protective custody while the neo-Nazis were being rounded up. That was plausible. But if Brodie factored in the Mercer case, and also the fact that the CIA, who liked to do the wet stuff overseas, wanted him and Taylor to take the Mercer case secrets to a very early grave, then it was also plausible that neither he nor Taylor would have left that apartment alive. How's that for paranoia? "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that we'll see Mr. Chilcott again." They reached Bundesstrasse and hailed a taxi. Brodie quickly checked the map on his phone, then told the driver to head to Treptower Park. The park was about a mile and a half to the southeast via major roads and would get them out of this neighborhood quickly, while Brodie figured out whether his first post-coital visit with Anna should include Maggie Taylor. And crucially, this route would also keep them a good distance from the eavesdropping radius of the NSA's embassy surveillance station to the west. As the driver navigated the midday Berlin traffic, Brodie's phone rang and he saw it was Mark Jenkins. He showed the screen to Taylor, put his finger to his lips, put it on speaker and answered, "Brodie." "Hey, Scott. It's Mark Jenkins." "What's up?" "Wanted to let you know that your and Taylor's replacements think you're God." "They told me that. Anything else?" Jenkins laughed, then got serious and said, "I'm driving back to Kaiserslautern. Before I left Berlin, I had a clerk in the 5th MP pull up the translation of Colonel Brandt's initial interview, the one he gave while intoxicated before we arrived in Stuttgart. And there are a few interesting things there." He hesitated, then said, "You're off the case, but you and Taylor have to file a final report. So as a courtesy to you, I can forward this on to you. Or Taylor. Taylor pointed to herself. You can forward it to her. Okay. I read this, and this guy Brandt? I can pull over and read some of this to you. Thanks. There was a pause. Then Jenkins continued, Okay, like I said, the interview was mostly a lot of rambling, but here's a quote. He said, We're everywhere, and we have important people, and an American officer who used to flush rats for the Stasi, but he's with us now. Brodie glanced at Taylor, then said to Jenkins, Okay, sounds interesting. But apparently you didn't find it interesting at the time. Jenkins replied, Thinking back, I think Harry found some of Brandt's ravings more interesting than I did. He added defensively, It was mostly a lot of racist ranting, anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim shit, so this didn't exactly jump out at me as actionable intelligence. Right. Okay, Jenkins went on. But Harry was a Cold War history buff, so I think he picked up on Brandt's saying that there was an American officer, presumably military, who worked for the Stasi, but who now worked for Brandt's neo-Nazi group. Nordfaust. Right. Which would have sent Harry Vance to the Stasi archives, and eventually to Anna Albrecht at her art gallery. And ultimately, that love affair sent Harry to his grave. Well, thanks for revisiting this and calling. Send the transcript to Taylor. Jenkins was silent. Then he said, I wish Harry had told me what he was up to. Would your CO have sanctioned an investigation based on a vague, drunken claim from a German military officer who refused to repeat the claim when he was sober? No. Harry must have thought the same. But he wanted to look into this supposed American military traitor, and he didn't want to make you complicit in his unsanctioned investigation. There was a silence. Then Jenkins said, Right. Still, I'm sorry I missed it. He added, Good work on finding this, Scott. Call me God. Arrogant asshole. Whatever works for you. Brodie added, Don't be too hard on yourself. Pass this on to German intel and have them round up Brandt for further questioning. I already made that call. Good. Not so good. Brandt shot himself about a week ago. The bodies kept piling up. Assisted suicide? The German authorities are not sharing that with me. Right. Okay. Thanks again, Mark. He wanted to tell him to watch the schnapps, but he'd already told him whatever works, and Brodie didn't want to contradict himself. Jenkins said, Sorry if I was a little shitty with you. You made me feel at home. Jenkins managed to laugh, then said, Good luck, Scott. They hung up. They rode in silence for a moment, then Taylor said, Odin is working with or for Nordfaust. That's a plausible conclusion. Do you think that this chance interrogation of Colonel Brandt, back in May of last year, is what got Vance started on his private investigation? Probably. What we know for sure is that Harry Vance went to the Stasi archives after the Brandt interrogation, where the chief archivist gave him the name of Anna Albrecht. Harry lied to Anna. I mean, he sought her out. He already knew who she was, who her father was. Correct. He added, he may have manipulated her, but he may also have loved her. People are complicated. Harry was no saint, but he must have believed that the end justified the means. Every cop believes that. Taylor didn't respond and was perhaps feeling less generous toward a man who'd lied to his wife about an affair and then lied to his lover about what drew him to her in the first place. After a moment, she said, Fucking men. Sexist comments on the job will not be tolerated. I'll sign myself up for sensitivity training when we get home. The cabbie rolled through the slow-moving traffic as they crossed a bridge over the Spree River. The sky was a distinctive Berlin gray and looked like it was considering more precipitation in the near future. Taylor asked, "Where are we going?" He still wasn't sure. Despite some new information, they didn't have a new direction. Brodie was waiting to hear back from David Katz of Hyperion Lab and Claudia Barisi of the National Personnel Records Center, one or both of whom would hopefully provide something useful. Brodie then remembered what Chilcott had said about the gruesome murder in Neukölln that morning, and he took out his phone and pulled up the news story. The victim was identified as an Iraqi immigrant named Hassan al-Kazimi, and the article featured a passport photo of the man. It was Hassan, the young man who had followed Brodie after his visit to the Al-Mahdi Islamic Center and had served as an informant for Rafiq Nasir. He was also the one who had originally connected Nasir with Harry Vance, which had sent Vance on his search for Colonel Tariq Qasim. A search that ended with Vance in Kerner Park on a cold winter night, hoping for answers, but instead finding death. Brodie turned his phone to Taylor. The victim in Neukölln this morning was Hassan al-Kazimi. She looked at the photo. "Oh, my God! That poor man! I can't believe it," she added, "and I can't understand it either." Brodie thought about that. As far as the press was concerned, Hassan was a random Arab victim of neo-Nazi terror, but Brodie and Taylor knew better. But why? To silence him? That didn't make any sense. All that Hassan could do was connect Harry Vance to Rafiq Nasir, and the police had already interviewed Nasir himself. And then Brodie remembered something Vance had said all those years ago in his counterterrorism class. Terrorists are creators of spectacle, sometimes even to the detriment of their own tactical considerations, and that needed to be internalized by a successful counter-terror agent. Never forget how much these sick assholes love a good show. Clearly, the grisly murder and mutilation of Hassan was meant to terrorize the Muslim community, the swastika, the pig's blood. But why him? Why kill one of Vance's only known contacts in Neukölln as he was investigating Odin? And why Harry's eye? That was another thing that had been nagging at Brodie. Taking a part of the victim and planting it as evidence at the bomb scene helped sell the ruse. But why not use a finger or an ear? If the entire point was to create a misdirect, why take an eye? The only thing that could symbolically tie the murder to Odin. Well, Brodie knew the answer. It was another hidden message, meant only for someone paying close attention, for someone who was on the right track. We know that you know, and we don't care, because you cannot stop us. Which meant the audience for this message was now the only two people who were taking Harry Vance's investigation of Odin seriously, and who had picked up where Harry left off: Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor. And that begged the question of whether these sick bastards would target someone else, someone associated with the hunt for Odin, with Brodie and Taylor. Brodie took out his phone and called Anna, straight to voicemail. He checked the address on her voice message and said to the driver, 25 Lindenstrasse. He added, fast, schnell. The cabbie nodded and took the next turn. Taylor asked, where are we going? Anna Albrecht's art gallery. Why? He looked at her. For nothing, I hope. She looked into his eyes a moment, searching. Brodie turned away and watched out the window as the cabbie drove. His heart was pounding, his mind racing, and for the first time since this investigation began, he hoped to God that he was wrong. Chapter 45. Brodie and Taylor exited the cab on Lindenstrasse and approached a 2-story building of white concrete and glass that was set back from the road. They reached the building, which contained 3 storefronts. One was a travel agency that appeared closed, and another was vacant, its glass windows covered in brown paper. In between them was number 25. A brushed metal sign next to the door said, Neue Berliner Kunstgalerie. The street-facing window featured a large square painting on canvas depicting the smoldering ruins of a Middle Eastern city beneath a bright blue sky. Dozens of children floated above the rubble holding on to bright red balloons. A sign on the window announced the title of the gallery show in German, Arabic, and then English, Voices of War. The metal front door was slightly ajar. Brodie pushed on the door and stepped into a large white-walled gallery with track lighting. Along the walls were several paintings, and most of them had been defaced. He drew his gun. Taylor behind him said, "Oh my God," and drew her gun. One painting, of a woman in a hijab looking up as the shadow of a jet fighter passed over her body, had been slashed. Another, of an Arab man holding a rifle in a field of flowers, was also slashed. And an abstract painting of children holding hands was covered with a spray-painted swastika. They rounded a freestanding wall, where there was more defaced artwork, along with some German words spray-painted across the wall. Toward the back of the room was a white door, half open, and Brodie walked toward it. Taylor followed, scanning the spaces around them. Brodie pushed the door open with his foot, entered, and swept the small office. Anna Albrecht lay on her back on the floor behind her desk. She had a large bullet wound in her chest, her white tank top red with blood, and a pool of blood around her. Brodie stood there, frozen. He could hear Taylor's voice, but it sounded distant. He was staring at Anna's face. Her brown eyes were open, vacant, the life drained out of them, stolen out of them. Taylor was on the phone now, and Brodie slowly became aware of the surroundings. A red swastika was spray-painted on the wall above the desk, along with a German word written in large block letters that didn't need a translation. Hure. He felt Taylor's hand on his arm. Scott. He lowered his weapon and turned to her. I just called Whitmore. She is alerting Chief Inspector Schroeder. Brodie nodded, but said nothing. Taylor looked down at Anna's body. Those fucking bastards. Brodie shoved his pistol in his pocket and crouched next to Anna's body. He stared at her blank face, her pale skin, her lips turning purple. I'm so sorry. He touched her face, then closed her eyelids and stood. He turned to Taylor, who had watched him do that, and she looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. They walked out of the office into the main gallery space, and Brodie looked at the graffiti on the far wall. Der Wolf steht vor der Tür. Taylor ran the words through her phone translator and said aloud, The wolf is at the door. He and Taylor stood in silence, looking at the graffiti and the desecrated artwork made by war refugees who thought they had finally found a safe haven. And Anna, a German woman who herself was haunted by the terrors of her past, just trying to bring a little light to a dark and war-torn world. But now the war was no longer in a faraway land. The war was here. The wolf is at the door. Brodie felt a rage building inside of him. He needed to find who did this, and they needed to die. Taylor said in a soft voice, Scott. He turned to her. She looked into his eyes, like she wanted to ask him something. So he volunteered. We spent last night together. Taylor looked away. Okay. It was spontaneous. She looked back at him. You lied to me. I know. I'm sorry, Maggie." Taylor nodded, though it wasn't clear if she was accepting the apology. She was probably questioning how much this had influenced Brodie's decision to stay in Berlin. And it was a good question. He said, "We need to finish what Harry started, what Anna started. We need to find Odin. The German authorities will be conducting their raids on Nordfaust. Fuck the authorities. They're missing something, and they've missed it for 30 years. Taylor thought about that, though her mind was clearly still on the other subject. She looked toward the half-open door to Anna's office and said, "I understand now why you thought to come here." Brodie didn't respond. "We've been followed, Scott, this whole time. These bastards knew we spoke to Hassan, and they killed him. And Anna..." She hesitated, then looked at him and said, "Maybe they knew more about your activities last night than I did." Brodie considered that, and it occurred to him that they were dealing with complete psychopaths. He said, "They are not worried about being caught. Not anymore. They put a lot of effort into throwing everyone off the trail with the Neukölln bombing. But it didn't work. And now something's changed." Taylor looked around at the ruined artwork, at the screaming words across the walls and canvases, at the swastikas sprayed in thick red paint that dripped down the walls like bleeding gashes. She said, "Taking Harry's eye was a clue, but a relatively subtle one. It didn't make sense, unless you understood who Harry was looking for." "Right. There are murderers, like Odin, who see it as a game. They are arrogant and want to show that they are smarter than the law. So they leave a clue that has to be first identified as a clue, and then understood." She nodded again. "Odin is telling us he's alive. And he's not living a quiet life in a retirement community. He is associated with a powerful group that has the resources to plan and execute the assassination of Harry Vance and the false flag bombing in Neukölln." "And then," said Taylor, "they murdered Hassan. And they murdered Anna Albrecht. This is a new message, and it's not a subtle one. They know we are onto them, and they don't care." Brodie looked at her. "An attack is coming. Soon. The cluster bombs." Taylor considered that and shook her head. The run-up to an attack would be the time to be the most cautious. Nordfaust can't afford mistakes that might jeopardize their mission. You heard what Trent said. The authorities are actually accelerating their raids on Nordfaust because of the murder of Hassan. And this, she gestured around the gallery, it's like they're shining a spotlight on themselves at the moment they can least afford to do so. That was a good point. But maybe they were not dealing with a rational enemy. Or maybe there was something more that they were still not seeing. As Brodie considered his next move, his phone rang. It was a German number. He picked up. "Brodie, Mr. Brodie, it's David Katz from Hyperion Lab. I had to really convince my colleagues to get priority for your sample, but I'm glad I did. This is some nasty stuff you brought me." Brodie put the phone on speaker so Taylor could hear. "I'm listening." Katz said, "This is an old strain of Yersinia pestis, first identified in 1979 in the Soviet Union after a lab leaked from a secret biowarfare research facility in Siberia. Killed dozens of people and animals. This strain is not genetically modified, but a naturally occurring form of bubonic plague that happens to be particularly deadly. It was believed that the Russians were culturing it for potential deployment in a bioweapon. The only other documented incident of this specific strain was in 1996, when United Nations weapons inspectors found it, among other pathogens, in a biological weapons production facility in Iraq." He added, "The inspectors also discovered a mass grave of Iranian POWs, and a few of the corpses showed traces of this bacterium. The belief was that these prisoners were used by the Iraqis as human guinea pigs in experiments during the Iran-Iraq War. This was beginning to fit. A plague strain first cultured in a Russian lab in the 1970s ends up in Iraq during the war with Iran in the 1980s. What was the link? The East German biowarfare facility in Storkow, Stefan Richter, Colonel Tariq Qasim, Odin. Brodie said, "This pathogen. Could it have been part of East Germany's biowarfare program?" Katz replied, "Could have been. The Soviets had a much larger and better-funded bio and chem warfare division than East Germany, and it would make sense that they'd share some of their research and maybe even specimens with their East German allies." Right. Katz was silent a moment. "You know, this might be a long shot, but you said this sample is evidence in a homicide case?" "Correct. There is a German genetic engineer named Reinhard Dorn, well known in my circles. He used to work in biological and chemical weapons defense for East Germany before bringing his skills to the reunified country in the 90s. He's an expert on Yersinia pestis, and he also pioneered some of the earliest research into synthetic biology. He founded his own biotech firm here in Berlin maybe 10 years ago, Titan Genetics. It's become a major firm. I'm sure he's a difficult man to get a sit-down with, but perhaps not for you and your colleagues, given that this is a homicide investigation, and he might be able to give you a clearer background on this specimen." Titan Genetics. I'll look him up. Thank you for your help, Mr. Katz. Tyler McKinnon owes me a favor. Are you coming to retrieve the sample? Someone will be in touch. Thanks again. He hung up. Taylor looked at him. Do we think Reinhard Dorn could have worked at Storkow? We do. Would a man with that kind of background in biological warfare be welcome in the reunified German state? We hired Nazi rocket scientists and all sorts of useful Nazis after World War II, so why wouldn't the new Germany bring in the old East German brain trust after the Cold War? He added, I think we need to talk to Reinhard Dorn. With what authority? I don't know, Taylor, but we've been bullshitting our way through this investigation for days now. Talking to civilians, and a Lebanese mobster, and a librarian, archivist. You're not getting an instant audience with the head of a large biotech firm just by flashing your badge, Scott. Watch me. They heard sirens in the distance, and Brodie said, We need to get out of here. We're the ones who called this in. And when Chief Inspector Schroeder gets here, maybe he'll thank us, or maybe he'll detain us, maybe both. Taylor appeared conflicted. As your former senior partner, I need you to trust me on this. She looked at him. You get to use that exactly once. They exited the gallery and ducked down a side street. This might not be a good lead, but you follow all leads, especially when you don't have a clue. What they did have was the name and place of work of an old geneticist who maybe worked at the Storkow facility 30 years ago. Odin had paid a visit to Storkow, according to the Stasi report. But only once. So what were the chances that Odin and Dorn had even crossed paths? But why had Odin gone there in the first place? Because some of the intelligence he'd gotten from the Stasi moles was connected to that place, and to chemical or biological weapons. And then after Manfred Albrecht shared some intel with Odin directly, one of Odin's first moves was to request East German citizenship, as if he had a feeling that something was going to drastically turn the tide of the Cold War. Day X. Black Harvest. Hurrah. The image of that word flashed in his mind, and he saw Anna's body lying there. Brodie needed to find Odin. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, then put it on speaker. "Who are you calling?" "I've got one last feeler out there." Claudia Barisi of the National Personnel Records Center picked up. "Hey, Scott. How's it coming?" "It's coming. I need to comb through a few different databases, resolve any conflicting results, and then... Have you gotten any hits for officers who might have been involved in unconventional weapons? Chemical, biological, research or intel or defense?" "Yes. Hold on. I did pull up a guy who worked in the Army Chemical Corps, in their intelligence division. Colonel Charles Granger. He's alive? According to my records, born in August 1950. He was stationed in Berlin." "That's what you asked for. Berlin Brigade, 76th Chemical Detachment, 1981 to 1990. He retired in 94, but no duty station listed after 1990. But that's not uncommon for intel guys." "Last known address?" "No address listed, but he fit your profile, so I searched his name. He's serving on the board of some biotech company in Berlin." Brodie and Taylor exchanged a look. Brodie asked, "What is the name of the company?" "Titan Genetics." Holy shit. Colonel Charles Granger of the United States Army Chemical Corps Intelligence Division. Could he be Odin? Seemed like a good candidate. The kind of guy who would be tapped into the stream of intel coming from assets within the Stasi, especially as it related to the Stasi and the East German Army's strategic posture, unconventional weapons capabilities, and any planned enemy offensive operations. Like Day X or Black Harvest. Barisi continued, "I have 12 other names so far that fit your profile, though no one else with a chem or bio background. I can email everything over." Brodie asked, "Are any of these other officers you've found living in Germany currently?" "Not as far as I can tell. I'll keep looking and I'll send what I have so far." "Thank you, Claudia. This is a big help." "Happy to hear." Brodie hung up. He and Taylor stood in silence a moment. Taylor said, "Colonel Charles Granger. It fits. He fits." He added, "Anna's father reached out to Odin directly in March of 1989, the final months of the Cold War. Day X and Black Harvest were acts of desperation driven by hardliners and crazies who saw their whole world coming apart, and Albrecht was desperate to warn someone." Taylor thought about that. According to the Stasi report, Manfred Albrecht had unique access across divisions. Maybe he knew the fate of the last 3 guys who did what he was preparing to do. So he had to choose very carefully which American military officer he was going to approach. He needed someone high-ranking, an officer with an intelligence background who was specifically charged with collecting information about unconventional threats like Black Harvest. And that logic led Anna's father to Colonel Charles Granger, who was the wrong man to contact. And then, 30 years later, Harry Vance got too close to finding Odin and paid the same price as Manfred Albrecht, as did Albrecht's daughter Anna. The Cold War had ended, but Odin's war had not, and now this man who had named himself after the god of battle and death was taking new victims. And Brodie was certain there were many more victims to come if he wasn't found soon. Chapter 46. They rounded a corner and found themselves on a larger road. Brodie said, "Pull up the address for Titan Genetics." Taylor looked on her phone. "It's about a 10-minute drive from here." After a moment, she added, "Their website lists their board of directors and has a short bio on Granger." She read, Charles Granger is a retired United States Army colonel who served his country in West Berlin throughout the final decade of the Cold War. As an intelligence agent specializing in chemical, biological, and radiological defense, he played a critical role in maintaining the peaceful coexistence of a divided Germany. Following his years of military service, he utilized his broad technical and strategic knowledge as a consultant for the burgeoning biotech industry. Colonel Granger now contributes his considerable expertise as a senior director for Titan Genetics. Brodie asked, "Is there a photo of Granger?" Taylor shook her head. "What does Titan Genetics actually do?" "Let me see. Mostly research and development on genetically modified agriculture. Sounds pretty benign. Maybe it is benign." She pocketed her phone. It sounds like Colonel Granger turned his specific expertise into a lucrative consulting career, as many retired military specialists do. Colonel Charles Granger is Odin. Maybe. But even if he is, his employer might have nothing to do with any of this. Maybe Colonel Granger has a cushy, overpaid position on their board because of his impressive biography, and in his off hours, he's helping neo-Nazis plot against the German government. He's on the board of a company founded by a former East German military scientist, Reinhard Dorn, who worked with bubonic plague and God knows what else. And if Black Harvest was real, Reinhard Dorn could have been working on genetically engineered pathogens to destroy crops, and in his post-communist life pivoted to making money off genetically engineered crops that resist pathogens. That makes sense. But it's also possible that Dorn and Granger are doing something on the side. He added, they could have first gotten connected at Storko. Brodie hailed a cab and they climbed in. Taylor gave the cabbie the address for Titan Genetics, then said to Brodie, "I'll see if I can find any more info on Granger." As the cab pulled out, Brodie checked his call log. He had 4 missed calls from Colonel Dombrowski and 1 from General Kiernan, who had probably been asked by his old OCS classmate Stanley Dombrowski to help corral his renegade CID agent. Scott Brodie was in fact in a world of shit. What else was new? He saw he also had a text from Dombrowski. "Your resignation is not accepted. Call me." Apparently, he was still in the Army. But at some point the colonel needed to cover his own ass, which meant not putting it on the line for an insubordinate warrant officer who had an uncomfortable relationship with the chain of command. Well, the best way for Brodie to save his own ass and Taylor's ass and protect Dombrowski's ass was to find Harry Vance's killer, who could be Charles Granger or someone Granger hired. And in the process, Brodie needed to discover the identity of the traitor Odin, who was possibly also Charles Granger, and while Brodie was at it, he might be able to foil a neo-Nazi terrorist attack on Berlin and possibly other German cities. That might all be more difficult than it sounded, especially since he and Taylor had been taken off the case and had no authority, power, or resources. He recalled an old Army saying, "The difficult we do now, the impossible takes a little longer." The real problem here was that he didn't have much more time to do the impossible. Taylor said, "I found something on Charles Granger, but it's not much. An Army Times article from May 1982. Looks like a puff piece about commissioned officers who recently completed training at the U.S. Army Chemical Corps School at Fort McClellan." She read, "Among the graduates is Major Charles Granger of Greenwich, Connecticut, a Princeton graduate and Rhodes Scholar who told the Times he left his duty station at Camp Humphreys in South Korea in order to participate in the Army's recommitment to a robust chemical defense." She tapped out something else on her phone and said, "There is a hedge fund called Granger Capital based in Manhattan, founded by Sidney Granger of Greenwich in 1963. Sidney has 2 children, Catherine and Charles." Taylor looked up. That's quite a pedigree. So, this guy had been born in one of the wealthiest towns in America, went to one of the country's top schools, then secured arguably the most prestigious scholarship in the world, joined the army and became a commissioned officer, served in South Korea, then trained for the Chemical Corps and became an intelligence officer stationed in West Berlin through the final decade of the Cold War. That was the picture of a man who was born with a ton of advantages and leveraged them all into an extremely impressive career serving his country. In other words, Colonel Granger benefited from the system and had a hell of a lot to lose. Not the typical profile of a turncoat and traitor. Then again, people surprise you, and you can't generalize whatever goes on in an individual's heart and mind. Brodie considered the timeline of Colonel Granger's military career and how that dovetailed with the Stasi report on Odin. Granger completed Chemical Corps training in May of 1982, and Odin was offering his services to the Stasi by March of 1983. Had Granger decided to aid the Stasi somewhere in that 10-month time frame? Or was Charles Granger planning on treason long before he arrived in Germany? Maybe something had embittered Colonel Granger, the kind of thing that wouldn't show up in an official bio or news article. Or maybe the guy had read too much Marxist theory at Princeton. There was also the matter of money. Odin made a point of not asking for money when he began his cooperation with the Stasi. That fit the profile of Charles Granger, who came from money and didn't need more of it. But then in July 1989, in exchange for turning over Manfred Albrecht, Odin demanded 4 million Deutschmarks. Maybe Granger had been cut off from the family fortune in those intervening years, or had simply become disillusioned with the communist cause and figured he might as well do a cynical cash grab before the whole East German system came crashing down. Or maybe Charles Granger was not Odin after all. Maybe he was a patriot who'd stood at the front lines of a global conflict and helped defend the West against the threat of unconditional warfare. And the fact that he now consulted for a firm run by Reinhard Dorn, a man who used to be his Cold War rival, was simply an interesting footnote. Or maybe they had this completely backward, and Reinhard Dorn had been a mole for the Americans and West Germans and had fed intelligence to Colonel Granger, which was how the men knew each other and came to work together in later years. Taylor asked, "What are you thinking?" "That maybe we're hurtling toward the wrong conclusions." "Funny. I was just thinking the opposite." "Tell me." She thought a moment. What kind of man would betray his country to help the communists, to the point that he risks his freedom and his life and gets 4 pro-Western assets within the Stasi executed, and then, decades later, allies himself with Nordfaust, arguably the most dangerous neo-Nazi organization in Europe? Someone who's confused. Taylor shook her head. An active, intelligent mind searching for meaning. Someone who dislikes the world as it is and is trying to reshape it. Charles Granger did not have to climb his way to the top. He was born there. He feels secure, so secure that maybe he starts to question the foundations he's standing on. This is a man who wants to be in the center of things, a hand on the lever, working to shape the world. We don't know what he did between the end of the Cold War and working for Titan Genetics, but imagine he was in the wilderness, no direction, looking for a new cause. It's not a coincidence that the center of right-wing white nationalism in this country is in the former communist East Germany. Part of that's from a lagging economy and the resentment of immigrants. But there's something else. The idea of a lost cause. Like parts of the American South. You can't have the thing you were fighting for, but you also can't accept what's taken its place. Liberal democracy, globalization, immigration, the whole modern world. Brodie added, So you reach further back in history, for another lost cause. Taylor nodded. And that cause, fascism, has unfortunately got a lot of gas in the tank these days. If you're a committed white nationalist, modern Germany offers you plenty of opportunity for grievance. Brodie thought about that. It was an interesting psychological profile and sort of made sense. Except, of course, that Brodie had every reason to want to believe that his partner was onto something, and that they'd found their man, and that they were possibly minutes away from confronting an American traitor who had evaded justice for 30 years. Taylor looked again at her phone and said, "Here's something else. An obituary in the Frederick News Post from December 1990 for a Rebecca Granger, aged 37 years old, of Frederick, Maryland. She, quote, ended her life after a long battle with depression. It mentions her loving husband, United States Army Colonel Charles Granger." Brodie considered that and tried to graft the little they knew about Odin's activities onto the even less they knew about the life of Colonel Granger. He said to Taylor, Odin sought East German residence for himself and another person, probably his wife, around March of 1989. Odin had learned something that convinced him of an East German victory in the Cold War. Like the details of Black Harvest, and a planned invasion of West Berlin and West Germany. Day X. Right, said Brodie. And he wanted to get himself and his wife out of West Germany before the bio-attack and the invasion. But then, a few months later, he started to understand the folly of that assumption, and that perhaps his entire military career, along with his work as a double agent for the Stasi, might be ending soon due to the imminent collapse of communist East Germany. So he demands money from the East Germans instead of sanctuary, and he probably intends to head back to the States. And then the wall comes down and Germany is unified under a Western capitalist government. Then what? He's lost. Rudderless, and maybe his marriage suffers because of this, and for some reason that we'll never know. His wife kills herself. Taylor pondered that. In the span of a year, he lost his ideological purpose, his military career, or at least the version of it that made him a valued and important intelligence officer in West Berlin, and then his wife. Brodie nodded. That might screw anyone up. That might make you question everything. And on a long enough timeline, it might even draw you into the arms of right-wing crazies who, like you, do not like the world as it is, or what it is becoming. Brodie looked out the window as they drove past a massive foundation pit dotted with construction equipment, and a large sign heralding the future site of some large commercial development project. It felt in a way like this city was making up for lost time, rushing toward the future, but not everyone liked the direction it was headed, and how fast it was headed there, and some of those people had access to weapons, and military training, and, perhaps, deadly biological agents. Brodie pulled up the Titan Genetics website. He flicked through some promo images showing state-of-the-art labs and attractive scientists holding test tubes, operating equipment, and staring deeply into oranges, tomatoes, and other frankenfoods that the company must have conjured through genetic wizardry. As far as biotech companies went, Titan Genetics appeared mundane and also good for humanity. But appearances can be deceptive. Brodie reminded himself that Harry Vance had discovered the Storko connection and had sought out Stefan Richter, a man involved in the development of bioweapons, including plague. If Harry had missed his appointment with death in Kerner Park, he might have traced that connection to Reinhard Dorn and Titan Genetics. Vance had been on the right path. Scott Brodie was also on the right path. But that path, too, could eventually lead to his untimely demise, though someplace a little farther along than Harry Vance had gotten. The trick now was to avoid a fatal mistake. And in addition to Nordfaust trying to kill him, Trent Chilcott of the Central Intelligence Agency was undoubtedly looking to exact his own revenge. And on the subject of revenge, Anna Albrecht's death had to be avenged, along with the death of her lover, Harry Vance. There is justice. Then there is rough justice. There is the law, and there is revenge. And when the crime becomes personal, revenge is the law. Chapter 47. The cab stopped and Brodie turned over his last €20 note to the driver. Then he and Taylor got out. They were standing on a wide boulevard on the north end of the neighborhood of Mitte, and the surrounding buildings all appeared to be newly developed. Across the street was the Titan Genetics headquarters, a soaring modernist high-rise of glass and steel with bizarre angles that gave the impression of an architect trying too hard. Large white text affixed to the building's facade featured the name of the company along with its logo, a flower whose stem was a DNA double helix. The headquarters was set back about 40 feet from the road, and in front was a stone plaza with some benches and tables, along with bare landscaped trees and bushes. There was no guard booth or other security visible on the outside of the building. A voice said, "Good afternoon, detectives." Brodie and Taylor turned to where a man in a long black topcoat was approaching on foot. It was David Kim. He stopped about 10 feet from them. Brodie asked, "Are you lost, David?" "I spoke with Sharon Whitmore. She told me about Anna Albrecht. Terrible." Brodie spotted an idling Mercedes farther down the road. Ulrich was behind the wheel watching them. The answer to how Agent Kim knew they were going to be here was that Anna's art gallery in Kreuzberg was probably just within the 1-mile radius of the embassy's rooftop SCS listening station. So, Howard Fensterman and his colleagues had heard Brodie's call with David Katz of Hyperion Lab, and Brodie's call to Claudia Barisi of the National Personnel Records Center, which meant his embassy pals knew a lot. But not everything. David Kim said, "Let me give you a ride." Brodie looked at the man. "Where to?" "The embassy." "No, thanks." "Then how about the headquarters of the Bundespolizei, or the Bundeskriminalamt? Or we can take a long drive to Wiesbaden, where I know there are a few high-ranking officers at the U.S. Army garrison who were interested in speaking with you." "Is the FBI running errands for the Army now?" "Everyone thinks we've bonded, so they sent me." He added, sincerely, "I do not want to be in this position." Taylor said, "Yet here you are, doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons." Kim looked up at the Titan Genetics building. "Whatever you think you're doing here, it is outside the mandate and jurisdiction of Army CID. Which is sort of beside the point since you're both off this case." Kim looked between his two erstwhile colleagues and added, "I am armed, though I'm sure I won't need to resort to that. I should also inform you that members of the BKA are staged nearby. They are more heavily armed than me, and less patient and understanding." Brodie moved toward him. "I'm also armed and pissed off, and not at all patient, so why don't you get the fuck out of here?" Kim parted his jacket, revealing a pancake holster on his belt and the butt of an automatic pistol. "If I recall, you were bitching about not being issued a gun." "I solved that problem." He pulled Chilcott's Glock half out of his coat pocket, and Kim stared at it. Taylor said, "Look what I have." Kim looked at her and saw the butt of the Makarov in her coat pocket. Taylor said, "We are not going with you." She added, "You're being used, David." "Don't insult me." "Are you aware of the discrepancies in the fragments of the IED recovered at the blast site in Neukölln?" He hesitated. "I am, but are you also aware that one of the 3 Syrian supposed Islamic terrorists who died in the blast was a practicing Christian, and that none of the three men have any known extremist ties. Kim did not respond. Taylor continued, "And I'm sure you're aware that the German authorities are executing raids within hours on a right-wing extremist group called Nordfaust, that our own intelligence agencies suspect might have been involved in the Vance homicide." Kim looked uncomfortable. "Where did you get this information?" "From our own inquiries and sources." Kim did not respond. Taylor continued, "This whole investigation has been a clusterfuck, and that presser this morning was extremely premature. You're a smart man, Agent Kim, but you got played on this one. We all did." "No, I did my job," Brodie said, "and your job was to put gold plating on a pile of bullshit. Well done." "Fuck you, Scott." Taylor's job always seemed to be keeping Brodie from making a bad situation worse. She asked Kim in a soft voice, "Do you know why we are here, David?" Kim looked at her. "You think a retired American Army colonel, Charles Granger, who is on the board of this firm, is the Stasi spy Odin. Do you think we're right?" "I don't know, but I know you have both crossed the line." He added, "This needs to be handled by the embassy and the Bundeskriminalamt." He nodded toward Ulrich in the idling Mercedes. "Last chance to come with me before I call the angry Germans with the assault rifles and arrest powers." Brodie said, "This is your last chance to show some balls and either leave or come with us." Kim did not reply. Taylor said, "Scott and I have been tailed by members of this group Nordfaust, and they attempted to detain and maybe kill Scott. They staged the bombing in Neukölln. They killed and mutilated a man there this morning, the same man who provided information to Harry Vance that led to his going to Kerner Park on the night of his murder. They also murdered Anna Albrecht, and they have gotten their hands on a dozen mortar-fired cluster bombs that they plan to use in this city in the very near future." Kim did not respond, but he appeared taken aback. Brodie said, "You are a counter-terrorism agent, David, and we are telling you there is an imminent attack coming. The Germans are aware of this and are acting on it, but they are missing a big piece of the picture." He pointed to the Titan Genetics building. "An American traitor who has eluded justice for 30 years might be in this building, or at least there might be a clue here to his whereabouts. Come with us and see if we're right. And then we'll go with you to the embassy, or a German jail, or wherever." Kim hesitated, then said, "You really think you've found him?" "That's why we're here." Kim looked up at the Titan Genetics building. He actually seemed to be considering Brodie's invitation to do something crazy, and Brodie gave the guy credit for that. David Kim was a counterterrorism specialist brought in to assist on a homicide investigation that had now officially named the perps, who were Islamic terrorists. It was all bullshit, of course, but David Kim's career, not to mention his worldview, depended on him believing it. After a few more moments of contemplation, Kim said, "You've earned about 15 minutes of my time before I bring you in. Let's go." He signaled to Ulrich to stand by and crossed the street with Brodie and Taylor. The three of them entered the plaza in front of the Titan Genetics building. A few people wearing Titan ID badges sat at umbrella tables with heat lamps eating lunch. The Germans were weird. Brodie looked at the entrance, where a row of revolving glass doors led to a soaring atrium. Near the doors was a security camera pointed at the plaza. Through the glass frontage, Brodie spotted a large reception desk in the lobby and a row of security turnstiles. He didn't see anything that looked like a metal detector or other security screening. In addition to the security setup, there were several pieces of modern sculpture and a few trees in large planters. The place appeared pretty high-end. Apparently there was good money in building a better banana, or whatever they did here. They stopped near the revolving doors, and Taylor asked, "Okay, What is the plan? Brodie replied, We'll play it by ear. At least hum the tune. Brodie said we ID ourselves and ask, or demand to see Charles Granger on a matter of official business and extreme urgency. Kim said, Let's say that works. Now we're in Charles Granger's office. What do we want to say to him? You're under arrest, asshole, on suspicion of espionage, treason, murder, and impersonating a pagan god. FBI agent David Kim said, Not sure about the last. Also not sure I have arrest power. Also not sure I have arrest powers. I can call the Bundes, we take him, and drag his ass to the embassy. I want him to face American justice. Okay, but Brodie assured him, if you do the wrong thing for the right reasons, and do it with enough speed and confidence, you can usually get away with it for just long enough to make it work. Kim had no reply, but Taylor said to him, When you work with Scott, you learn a lot. FBI Special Agent Kim looked at them both as though he realized he'd fallen in with a bad crowd and wanted out. Taylor continued, If Ulrich remains on standby, from here we can be inside the embassy in less than 15 minutes. Brodie added, If Granger isn't here, or they claim he isn't, we ask for Reinhard Dorn. Kim said, I doubt if Herr Dorn will see us, but if he does, what are we going to say to him? Brodie replied, Depends on what he says to us. He added, Reinhard Dorn is a person of interest. Kim nodded. Okay, but he's a German citizen, and we can't arrest him. Brodie agreed. We can't, but we can abduct him. I hope you're joking. Of course. Kim turned to Taylor. Your partner's brain damaged, but there's still hope for you. Why are you doing this? She looked back at him stone-faced. Because we've been deceived. Because good people are dead who have not been avenged. Because there is something very bad on the horizon and we can't quite see it. And if we go a little farther out, maybe we will. Kim thought about that, then nodded. You guys are out of your goddamn minds. But you commit. Brodie asked, Ready? Taylor and Kim nodded, and they pushed through the revolving doors of Titan Genetics. Chapter 48. Brodie, Taylor, and Kim entered the lobby and walked toward the reception desk, where 3 individuals in dark blue uniforms sat near phones, computers, and security monitors. Brodie approached the youngest-looking security guard, an overweight man in his mid-20s whose name tag identified him as Vogel, and flashed his badge. Taylor and Kim did the same. Brodie said, I am Chief Warrant Officer Scott Brodie of the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division, here with Chief Warrant Officer Magnolia Taylor and Special Agent David Kim of the FBI. We are investigating the homicide of U.S. Army CID Special Agent Harry Vance, and we are here to see a member of the Titan Genetics Board of Directors, Charles Granger. Herr Vogel looked overwhelmed by that mouthful. He thought a moment, then uttered the most dreaded words in Germany. Do you have an appointment? No, replied Brodie. We do not make appointments. We make visits. He added, This is an urgent matter. Vogel nodded. One moment. He picked up his phone and dialed someone. He had a brief conversation in German, then set the phone down. Can I see your identifications, please? All 3 passed their cred cases to Vogel, who read the names to whoever was on the other end of the line. Then he waited in silence with the phone to his ear. Brodie noticed that the other 2 security guards, a woman in her 30s and a man in his 50s, were watching their colleague. The older man, whose badge identified him as Weber, asked them, Why are you not accompanied by German law enforcement? Kim replied, The FBI is the chief American law enforcement liaison to the Bundeskriminalamt. Our agents regularly conduct interviews and other inquiries without the accompaniment of German law enforcement, particularly when gathering information from cooperative individuals who are neither suspects nor persons of interest in our investigations." Was that bullshit? Probably, but it sounded good. Herr Weber did not seem completely satisfied with that answer, but seemed disinclined to press it further. Vogel finished his phone conversation, hung up, and said, "Mr. Granger is not in his office today. However, one of the executive assistants is coming down to speak with you." He gestured to a seating area. "Please, sit." Brodie said, "We would also like to speak with Dr. Reinhard Dorn." "You may relay this request to the individual from the executive office." Vogel gestured again to the armchairs. They walked over and sat on leather armchairs beneath a flowering cherry blossom tree, which was apparently genetically engineered to thrive in the German winter. Or it was made of plastic. Brodie said, "They may be lying about Granger not being in. We will insist that the executive assistant take us to his office. Also, we will insist on seeing Dorn." Kim said, "We're not getting past this lobby." Visualize success, David. They're going to call whoever they know at the BKA, and then they will call bullshit on us. In fact, he pointed to the front entrance, there's a better chance of armed federal agents coming through that door than anyone from Dorn's office coming down to see us. We are going up to the executive suites, one way or the other. Taylor agreed. I've never been given the boot by an executive assistant. Kim had no response, but was probably thinking that the Army CID was more Army than CID. Brodie focused on a large flat-screen TV hanging in the lobby, which was showing a PR video about Titan genetics. A montage of various microorganisms under high magnification was intercut with lab technicians at work, and the English closed captioning read, Titan Genetics is an industry-leading pioneer in the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing protocol. With this groundbreaking technology, individual segments of the genome can be altered, augmented, or excised with unprecedented precision and scalability. The applications for this technology are as infinite as the human imagination, and have allowed Titan Genetics to produce safe, affordable, and resilient agricultural products to serve our growing and interconnected world. The video continued, talking about fighting world hunger with disease-resistant crops and lauding the environmental sustainability of their methods. Brodie tried not to be too judgmental of things he didn't understand, and he definitely didn't understand this shit. But he'd be lying if he said it didn't give him the creeps. He'd seen enough of what his fellow human beings were capable of to feel uneasy about them holding the keys to creation. David Kim, who was also watching the video and must have been thinking along the same lines, said, "This technology feels both inevitable and terrifying." "Nothing is inevitable," said Brodie. "It just feels that way after we all let it happen." Kim shook his head. "The only thing that stops human progress is human catastrophe." He gestured to the TV. "So it's either this creepy shit, or blight, famine, and another dark age." Well, that was a bummer. Brodie thought back to the bizarre machine he had observed at Hyperion Lab, and the kind of power it represented. Almost a century ago, scientists split the atom, and it changed the world, with mixed results. Now they were splitting and rebuilding genes. He had a feeling the effects of that would be at least as profound. Brodie's thoughts were interrupted as a 50-something blonde woman in a tan business suit approached them. She smiled and said, "Hello, I am Ida Zimmerman, executive assistant to Dr. Reinhard Dorn. I was told you wished to speak with one of our board members." Frau Zimmerman was well put together and had icy blue eyes and a kind of husky voice. Brodie, Taylor, and Kim stood, and Brodie said to her, "Thank you for coming down. We were hoping to speak with our compatriot Charles Granger about a case we are investigating." Zimmerman nodded. "Unfortunately, he is not in the building. Our board members rarely are when there is not official business." "In that case, we would like to speak with your boss, Dr. Dorn." She nodded again. "Security has already informed me. The doctor is a busy man, but he has agreed to make time for law enforcement. We know about the tragic death of your countryman, and you have our sympathies." She gestured for them to follow her. "Please." The three of them exchanged glances, as if to say, well, that was easy. They followed Frau Zimmerman toward the security turnstiles. She stopped before reaching them and handed each of them a gray wristband that appeared to be made of rubber or silicone. "Please put these on. They are your security passes." Brodie looked at it. It was featureless except for an embossed Titan Genetics logo. "I had one of these at Disney World." Frau Zimmerman said, "This is our mandatory security protocol within the building. Please make sure you wear it with the logo on the top of your wrist. The radio frequency chips can be temperamental." She held up her right wrist to show that she was also wearing a band, though hers was orange. "Your band has been temporarily coded with your ID. Every area of the building is equipped with sensors that allow for employees and visitors to access authorized areas." Kim said, "And also track everyone's location at every moment." Zimmerman gave a tight smile. "This campus contains valuable information and products that represent billions of euros in investment and decades of research and development. We would be remiss not to employ the best security systems that technology offers." Brodie was sure the Stasi would have issued one of these things to every citizen of East Germany. He slipped the band on, and Kim and Taylor did the same. They followed Zimmerman through the security turnstiles, which opened automatically when they were a few feet away, then walked to a bank of elevators. They entered an elevator and Zimmerman pressed the top button. She checked her watch. "The doctor has a meeting in 20 minutes. I trust that will be enough time." Brodie said, "We have only a few questions for him. Such as, did you develop weaponized plague for East Germany? And is an American double agent for the Stasi on your board of directors?" The elevator stopped at the top floor, the executive suites, and opened into a wide, brightly lit hallway. Zimmerman led them to the left, and they turned into another hallway. Brodie noticed name placards next to the doors, though none that said Charles Granger. They came to a set of double doors at the end of the hall, with no name placard. Zimmerman cracked a door and stuck her head in, said something in German, then swung both doors open for them and gestured them in. They entered a large office that was sparsely appointed with modern furniture and artwork. The far wall featured floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Berlin, and in front of the windows was a wide glass desk covered with papers. Behind the desk stood a tall man wearing a dark suit. He said in a thick, harsh accent, "Thank you, Ida. You may go." Zimmerman left and closed the doors behind her. Dr. Reinhard Dorn looked at the three Americans. He appeared to be in his early 70s, with thinning gray hair, shiny skin, and a nose too small for his face. Maybe a genetic engineering experiment gone wrong. He also wore heavy black-framed glasses with thick lenses that magnified his gray eyes. Brodie thought of Anna's description of the old Stasi men she would encounter in the bars. They had a bad retro look about them. Brodie said, "Dr. Dorn? My name is Scott Brodie, United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, and these are my colleagues, CID Special Agent Maggie Taylor and FBI Special Agent David Kim. We are in the process of concluding our homicide investigation into the murder of American CID agent Harry Vance." Dorn nodded, then gestured to 3 leather chairs across from his desk. "Sit, please." They all sat, and Dorn took a seat behind his desk. He moved aside some papers in front of him. "I heard on the news that you have identified the perpetrators. Congratulations." Brodie said, "There are still a few loose ends." Dorn did not respond. "We see that Colonel Charles Granger is a member of your board of directors." Dorn said, "Yes, he was a founding member." Taylor asked, "Did you have a relationship with him before you founded this company?" Dorn nodded. "Our relationship goes back many years." He added, "I was told you asked to speak with him first, before asking for me. What interest do you have in the Colonel?" Brodie looked him in the eyes. In the months preceding his murder, Harry Vance was seeking the identity of an American traitor, a U.S. military officer who worked as an intelligence asset for the Stasi in the 80s. We have reason to believe that Colonel Granger might have information pertinent to the identity of this double agent. Dorn's gray eyes blinked behind his oversized lenses. Then he said, "As I'm sure you know, the Colonel himself was an intelligence officer and served in Berlin at that time." Kim asked, "Where is Colonel Granger now?" "I really can't say." "Meaning you don't know?" Dorn did not respond. Brodie said, "We understand that you worked with the Stasi around that same time." Dorn adjusted his thick glasses. "I worked for the National People's Army." "That's right," said Brodie. "At the facility in Storko, correct?" Dorn stared at him, expressionless. "For some of the time, yes." Taylor asked, "Did you develop biological weapons at Storko?" Dorn hesitated, then replied, "Yes. As did the Soviets. As did your government. The existence of these programs is part of the historical record." Taylor asked, "Was Stefan Richter a colleague of yours in this endeavor?" Dorn looked at her and asked, "Where did you hear this name?" "I read an interview with him in an old journal," replied Taylor. "He discussed Operation Black Harvest." Dorn nodded. "I know this interview." Brodie asked, "And do you know the man?" "Not well." Taylor asked, "Did you work alongside Stefan Richter at the Storko facility?" "You seem fixated on this particular place, on this particular Stasi agent." "Why?" Taylor replied, "It is pertinent to our investigation." Dorn paused, then said, "Herr Richter was present at the Storko facility at the same time I was, though our interactions were very limited. I was a military scientist. He was a Stasi officer primarily concerned with the applications of our research." Taylor asked, "Was Operation Black Harvest one of those applications?" "It was." "And Day X?" she pressed. "That was a conventional military operation, out of my area of responsibility. Our work with Black Harvest was designed to augment the conventional capabilities of the Army, what the military calls a force multiplier." Were these plans hypothetical or close to being operational and realized? Dorn thought a moment, then said, "We thought many things were real that turned out to be illusions, including our own strength and longevity." The doctor said this last bit as if part of him still mourned his former East Germany. More surprisingly, the man had just verified the existence of Operation Black Harvest, heretofore just a rumor. That was breaking news to an interested journalist or historian, though maybe not relevant to their homicide case. Although Harry Vance had believed it was material to finding Odin. Time to bring things back to the present. Brodie asked, "Does Titan Genetics currently work with plague?" Dorn did not respond. For a moment he seemed to be lost in thought, then eyed a bowl of apples on his desk. He picked one up and turned it in his hand. These are wild apples from Kazakhstan. This variety is a direct descendant of the very first apples ever to grow on Earth. They are dying from rising temperatures, deforestation. We are trying to save them, to modify their genetic code to make them thrive in a warming world, and to foster genetic diversity that is being decimated by a loss of habitat due to our species' rampant spread and ravenous consumption of resources. He set the apple down and looked at Brodie. We humans are the pestilence, and yet we are also the cure. And the same might be said of some pathogens. Their destructive power might be harnessed to our benefit. So, yes, we do some experimental work. Anthrax, Ebola. He paused. And plague. Kim asked, what possible benefit could those pathogens provide? Dorn looked at him. Where are you from? Los Angeles. Dorn smiled. I mean, originally. Your ancestry. Kim looked like he'd had to entertain this question his whole life and was tired of it. I was born in South Korea. Dorn nodded. So, you know of divided nations. I know I was lucky to be born on the right side of the dividing line. But we're getting off topic. What kind of... Dorn interrupted. I was in Beijing once. Impressive in some ways, but dead spiritually. Kim looked annoyed. Beijing is in China, Doctor, as I am sure you know. Dorn smiled. Yes. Brodie couldn't read whether Reinhard Dorn was screwing with Agent Kim, or was just an out-of-touch old fart who didn't fully grasp the racist implications of what he was saying. Brodie tried to refocus the conversation. We believe that the American officer whom Mr. Vance was seeking had paid a visit to the Storko research facility in 1988. It would have been at the same time as a visiting delegation of Iraqi Ba'athist military officials. Do you have any knowledge of this American's visit? Dorn looked at him. Yes. Brodie and Taylor shared a look. Brodie followed up. Do you know the identity of this individual? Yes. United States Army Colonel Charles Granger. Codename Odin. A highly effective asset, a brilliant strategic thinker, and a man who, like myself, dreams of a better world. Brodie stood, as did Taylor and Kim. Brodie said, Dr. Dorn, we are taking you into custody. Stand up. Reinhard Dorn looked at the three Americans and did not react. He thought a moment, then said, For what it's worth. I did not advocate killing Mr. Vance. I thought it would bring unneeded attention, and that the man's chances of actually finding Charles were slim. But the colonel did not want to take any risks. He looked at his visitors. It appears I was correct. Brodie was trying to process all this. Why was this guy giving himself up? He said to Taylor, call the embassy. Get the legate on the line and tell her where we are, and that Reinhard Dorn has just confessed to being an accessory to the murder of Harry Vance. And Anna Albrecht, offered Dorn. Brodie pulled his pistol and pointed it at the doctor's head. You piece of shit. Kim said, Brodie, stop. Brodie gripped the gun as he stared into Dorn's eyes. He said to Kim, I'll note your objections in the after-action report. Taylor said, Scott, calm down. Then to Dorn, stand, hands on your head. Dorn remained seated, gazing down the barrel of the pistol. You must understand, Mr. Brodie. We couldn't have Miss Albrecht go seduce yet another American hero to avenge her fucking traitor of a father. Brodie stared at the man, and suddenly saw him differently. His face, without expression, His blank gray eyes like an ocean choked of light, the ridiculous glasses, severe and heavy, dragged from another era, another world. This guy was a veteran of a lost war. But he hadn't surrendered. He'd just joined another army. Nordfaust. Just like Colonel Charles Granger. The only open question was, what were these bastards up to now? Dorn was baiting him, and he was doing it because he'd rather make Brodie blow his brains out than answer that question. Brodie lowered the pistol and asked Taylor, "Where are we with that phone call?" "I can't get reception." Reinhard Dorn kept his eyes locked on Brodie. "That's a problem in this building, when we want it to be." Brodie looked at Dorn and an uneasy feeling came over him. "Stand up. Now." Dorn stood and calmly folded his hands in front of him. "What do you think is going to happen now?" "We are going to perp walk your ass out of this building." Kim went to the office doors and opened them. "Let's go, Doctor." Taylor took a step toward Dorn to pat him down, then stumbled and caught herself on the armchair. Dorn checked his watch, then glanced at Taylor. "You weigh the least, so you're already feeling it." Brodie looked at Taylor, who struggled to stay upright. "You okay?" "I don't—" Taylor grasped the arm of the chair to steady herself. Dorn said, "Have a seat, Miss Taylor. I don't want you falling on the floor." Brodie raised his pistol again. "What have you done to her?" Dorn looked into his eyes. "The same as I've done to you. On the underside of your wristbands is a dermal patch covered in hundreds of microscopic needles, presently delivering a powerful and fast-acting anesthetic into your bloodstream." He added, "Proprietary technology." Brodie heard a thud behind him and looked over his shoulder to see Kim on the floor, struggling to get back on his feet. Taylor slumped into the armchair. She said, "Scott." She tried to keep her eyes open. Brodie could feel it now, a kind of heaviness taking hold. He looked at Dorn, who had gone blurry. Dorn glared at him and said, "The wall fell, and the world cheered, and then the world forgot. But we did not rejoice, and we did not forget. We toiled, and soon everyone will see the fruits of our labor." Brodie looked at the blurry gray panorama of Berlin out the window behind the doctor. The sun was almost down, and he could see the illuminated Alexanderplatz TV tower in the distance. He tried to refocus. "Let's go." Dorn shook his head. "I don't think so." Brodie was losing his balance and gripped the desk. His gun slipped from his hand and clattered off the glass desk onto the floor. Brodie heard people approach from behind him, and someone shut the office doors. A female voice said something in German. Dorn replied to Frau Zimmermann, and they shared a laugh. Brodie fell to the floor. He watched Dorn round his desk, and the man's shiny black dress shoes stopped in front of him and kicked the pistol away. Brodie looked up at Reinhard Dorn, who peered back at him and said, "The wolf is at the door." Chapter 49. Scott Brodie opened his eyes and stared up at the moon and the gray sky. But it wasn't the moon, and it wasn't the sky. It was a round lighting fixture mounted on a high concrete ceiling. He became aware that he was lying on his back, on a hard, cold surface. He took a deep breath to clear his head, then slowly sat up. Against the opposite wall he saw a man lying on his side, and it took him a few seconds to recognize David Kim, who was wearing only his pants, undershirt, and socks. Brodie realized that he, too, had been stripped down to the same clothing. Brodie checked his pockets for his cred case and wallet, but they were gone. So was his phone. Taylor. He became suddenly alert and looked around the small room. Behind him, lying on the floor, was Maggie Taylor, dressed in the same jeans and black pullover that she'd worn for her flight home, which, he realized, she might never make. He tried to stand, but he felt wobbly, so he slid along the floor to her and put his ear to her chest. Her breathing was shallow, but steady, and he could feel her heart beating regularly. Her pulse was good, and her skin felt cool but not clammy. He saw that her wristband was gone, as was his. He patted her cheek. "Maggie." Her eyes fluttered but didn't stay open. He noticed there was a butterfly needle taped to her right arm. Brodie slid to the wall nearby and propped his back against the concrete. He noticed now that he also had a butterfly needle taped between his right forearm and biceps. What the hell? He ripped out the needle and a line of blood ran down his arm. Instinctively, he knew this was the least of his problems. He looked around the dimly lit space. It was a windowless room, all concrete, measuring about 20 feet on each side, and he had the sense that the room was underground. In fact, it was a bunker. The walls were spotted with a black stain that was probably mold. To his left was a rusted metal door with a latch handle that would open it, except he was certain that the door was locked from the other side. Brodie had no idea how long they'd been there, but he had the feeling that it had been a few hours since he and his posse had been arresting Chief Executive Officer Herr Dr. Reinhard Dorn in his own office. That had gone sideways real quick. Looking back on all that, maybe he'd acted too impulsively. Anna's murder had made him angry, and what Trent Chilcott had told him and Taylor had given them a sense of urgency that led to their reckless behavior. Well, his reckless behavior. He was surprised, in retrospect, that Taylor, then David Kim, went along with his version of police procedures. Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Regarding time, he ran his hand over his face to check his stubble. It was maybe 5 o'clock. Time for a drink. Maybe water. Brodie glanced up at the lighting fixture and saw an electrical conduit pipe running from the fixture to the wall above the door where it disappeared. There wasn't much here in the way of clues to figure out where they were, but the lighting fixture and the door and latch looked retro, and he was reasonably sure that he, Taylor, and Kim were in a World War II bunker. Maybe an air raid shelter. Hopefully they were still in Berlin, so when they broke out of here, they could hail a cab to the embassy. Or maybe the airport would be better. He laughed at his own stupid, dark army humor. The GI's coping mechanism for when the world was exploding around you, and things were going to shit faster than you could process it. And some asshole would yell out, "Hey, Sarge, is this a training exercise or for real?" Then someone would yell medic, and that was no joke. He refocused on his surroundings. There was one thing in this bunker that was not retro. A surveillance camera mounted high in the far corner, and it was alive, sweeping the room. Brodie flashed his middle finger at it, and on the assumption that the camera had a listening device, he shouted, "Fuck you!" There was no reply. He now spotted something he hadn't noticed before. In the center of the room, sitting on the floor, was what looked like an oversized coffee can. The piss bucket. Or maybe water. He slid toward it and saw it had no lid. It was empty, but it had a slight odor that he couldn't identify. On closer inspection, it appeared to be a container for some kind of powdered drink, with a label featuring chocolate bars, a jug of milk, and a smiling cartoon pig. He inverted the can and put it back on the floor. He stood slowly, got his balance, took a deep breath, and moved toward Kim, whose breathing sounded labored. He crouched beside the man and saw that his face was pallid and covered with sweat. There was a small puddle of vomit on the floor near his mouth. Brodie checked his pulse, which was weak and erratic. Brodie yelled toward the surveillance camera, "This man is very sick. Get a doctor here. Now! Assholes!" No reply. Brodie noticed that Kim, too, had a butterfly needle bandaged on his arm, and Brodie decided to leave it. Maybe someone would come and administer whatever Kim needed through the needle port. Maybe not. Brodie then realized that Kim was awake. The man said in a weak voice, "Scott." Then his chest heaved, and he coughed. Brodie propped Kim against the wall so he wouldn't choke if he vomited again. "You're going to be okay," which was what you say to soldiers who've been hit and who were going to be okay. But it's also what you say to soldiers who were dying. They don't need to know that. "Water?" "None here, but I'll get some." He shouted at the surveillance camera, "Water! Wasser! Schnell!" He then said to Kim, "Hang in there." He moved back to Taylor, who seemed to be looking better, with more color in her face and deeper breathing. He felt her pulse, which was stronger. Taylor opened her eyes, and her head turned toward him. "What happened?" "Dr. Dipshit slipped us a Mickey through our wristbands." She nodded, remembering her last seconds of consciousness. Brodie helped her sit up and propped her against the wall. She looked around and said in a weak voice, "Where are we?" "Not sure, but it's not the executive suite." Taylor was slowly becoming more alert and noticed the butterfly needle on her arm. "That son of a bitch." She pulled it out and put pressure on her arm for a moment to staunch the bleeding. Then she spotted David Kim across the room. "David?" Kim looked at her. Sweat was dripping down his face. He gave her a thumbs up and then coughed. Taylor managed to get to her feet, then went over to Kim as Brodie walked to the door and examined it. The door was not sheet metal, but armor-plated, blast-proof, and it swung outward, confirming that they were in an air raid shelter, or more likely a munitions storage room. He grabbed the steel latch handle, pulled it upward, and it swiveled to the open position. He put his shoulder to the door and pressed, but it wouldn't budge. Nor did he expect it to. Locked from the outside. That's life. He examined the latch handle, which would make a lethal weapon, but the mechanism was secured with heavy bolts that were rusted shut. Shit. He gave the door a kick with his stockinged foot. Brodie looked at Taylor, who was tending to Kim. Then Brodie took a deep breath, got his head on straight, and stood at the hinged side of the door. Eventually, someone would come for them, and whoever it was needed to meet his fist. A voice, coming from the direction of the surveillance camera, said in accented English, "Step away from the door." "Fuck you." The light suddenly went out, and the voice said, "I see you on infrared. Step away from the door, or you will all die a slow death from thirst and starvation in the dark. If you wanted us dead, asshole, you'd have already killed us." "There are things worse than death, Mr. Brodie, and you're about to find out what they are." Brodie knew he should move away from the door, because there was no tactical advantage in standing there. And yet, this was the kind of situation where his ego and pig-headed tendencies came out in full bloom. Go fuck yourself. "When the first of you dies, will the other two turn to cannibalism?" Brodie could hear Taylor's voice in the dark. "Scott, come over here." He didn't reply. The voice said, "Listen to the lady." He added, "You have 5 seconds before you never see the light again." He counted. 1. Brodie got himself, or the other guy deep inside him, under control, and moved in the dark toward Taylor and Kim. The light came on, and the voice said, "Sit." Brodie sat near Taylor, who had her hand on Kim's wrist, checking his pulse. She looked at Brodie and shook her head. The voice said, "Do not move from there." Brodie shouted, "Get a doctor here!" The voice replied, "Mr. Kim has already seen a doctor. Dr. Dorn." There was a laugh, and the speaker was silent. Kim went into a violent coughing fit and blood foamed up on his lips. Brodie pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and gave it to Kim, who wiped his mouth. Taylor said, "We've been exposed to something." Which, thought Brodie, was not too hard to believe. Harry Vance hadn't been carrying that microscope slide of plague around as a good luck charm. Also in that slideshow were Stefan Richter, Storko, David Katz's lab report, and Reinhard Dorn's cool clinical lecture. Plague. He looked at David Kim, who was in pulmonary distress. Brodie took a deep breath. His lungs were clear. He looked at Taylor, who also seemed to be breathing normally. Taylor said to Kim, "David, you may have been injected with something." David Kim, who had been thinking about all of this and apparently had some acquired knowledge of the subject, shook his head and said, "It's airborne. Probably pneumonic plague." Brodie looked at the canister in the middle of the room. Was this possible? Kim continued, "Not like bubonic. Attacks the lungs, and it's probably delivered as an aerosol. Or," he nodded toward the empty canister, "crystal form that vaporizes in the air." He had another coughing fit and wiped his mouth with Brodie's handkerchief. Taylor said to Kim, "But Scott and I, we feel okay." Kim caught his breath, then looked at Taylor and Brodie, who seemed in much better shape than he was. "What's the difference between me and the two of you?" Brodie and Taylor looked at each other. Taylor appeared shaken. Is that possible?" David Kim, who had spent his career imagining and planning for all the horrifying weapons a terrorist might invent or acquire, nodded. He was silent a moment, then said, "Biogenetic weapon. Targets gene profiles. Like ethnic markers. In theory, no one thought it was possible. But if anyone could pull it off, it would be these bastards." He went into another coughing fit and leaned over as blood ran out of his mouth and pooled on the floor between his legs. He stared at the splatter of blood-red sputum and said, "Genocide." Brodie and Taylor were silent. Brodie thought again about the specimen slide that Harry Vance had had in his pocket, and about the Stasi bio and chemical facility at Storko. And he also thought about Reinhard Dorn asking David Kim about his ancestry. But most of all, he thought about neo-Nazis. They could drop the neo, and about the multicultural society that Berlin and Germany and Europe had become. Muslims out. And while they were at it, everyone else out too, except the white race. He looked at David Kim, who was clearly very sick, and he and Taylor were not. Brodie tried to wrap his mind around all this. An ethnic bioweapon, a genetically engineered bacteria that was only pathogenic to people with a specific gene signature. Or the other way around. It was pathogenic to everyone except people who had certain genetic markers that were common to the Caucasian race. Was that really possible? Well, in an age when the genetic code could be manipulated down to the finest detail, or even printed into existence from base components using the kinds of laboratory machines that Brodie had seen at Hyperion Lab, then yes, maybe it was possible. In fact, such techniques were used every day for good purposes. Cures for disease in humans, animals, and plant life. Brodie thought of the bowl of apples on Dorn's desk. He thought, too, of the Nazis and their Aryan racial programs, which were bogus science, and dependent on breeding, which was unreliable, and also dependent on genocide by bullets and poison gas, which were messy, inefficient, and time and resource consuming. The new Nazis, however, had gene splicing. He recalled the Titan Genetics PR video. The applications for this technology are as infinite as the human imagination. Holy shit. He looked at FBI Special Agent David Kim, who was now a live specimen in a grotesque laboratory experiment. Brodie had no doubt that Dorn and his mad scientists had already used human beings to see if their bioengineering worked. But live human specimens were not that easy to come by, so these experiments must have been limited and maybe the results were not conclusive. But then along comes Scott Brodie, Maggie Taylor, and David Kim, wanting to see Herr Dr. Reinhard Dorn. And lucky them, they're admitted to the sanctum of the head honcho, who sees an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, getting rid of 3 nosy American criminal investigators and logging in another experiment. Reinhard Dorn was out of his fucking mind, a total head case. But never underestimate the insane. They may be crazy, but they're not stupid. Another thought was that Dorn must know that the authorities were getting close to him. Brodie, Taylor, and Kim hadn't shown up at Titan Genetics on a hunch or a whim, and the 3 Americans must have told their supervisors where they were going. They hadn't, actually, but Dorn didn't know that. The only conclusion Brodie could come to was that something was going to happen, soon, and whatever that was, it would be big enough and bad enough to give Dorn and his co-conspirators all the cover they needed to avoid the consequences of their lunatic plans. A sound came from the door, and it swung open. A man in his 20s stepped into the room. He wore green camo fatigues and boots and carried an assault rifle. He stepped to his left and stationed himself next to the door, holding his rifle across his chest. After him came a woman, also in her 20s and in full camo, pushing a metal cart with equipment. She was attractive, but dead-faced, and wore a white armband with the red cross of a medic. The door shut behind her, and Brodie heard someone slide a bolt lock. The woman seemed annoyed to see Brodie and Taylor sitting near Kim. She pointed to the opposite wall and said in a German accent, "Go there. Sit." Neither of them moved. The woman said something in German to the young man, who pointed his rifle at Brodie. The woman repeated, "Go there. Sit." Brodie had never heard of a medic giving a shoot-to-kill order, but he had a feeling this was not the German army here to save them. They complied and returned to their places against the opposite wall and sat. Brodie watched as Nurse Ratched wheeled her cart to David Kim and began taking his vitals, pulse, blood pressure, temperature, and recording it with a pad and pen. Kim stared at her while she did all this, but she would not meet his eyes. The medic put a stethoscope in her ears, then lifted Kim's shirt and placed the diaphragm on his back. Deep breath. Kim stared straight ahead and did not change his breathing. The medic slapped him across the face. Deep breath! Kim attempted a deep breath, then started coughing. Brodie eyed the guard. The guy was tall and muscular, and held his rifle with his finger just outside the trigger guard. His eyes were fixed on Brodie and Taylor. Brodie noted that he wore no patches of any kind on his uniform. No flag, no insignia, no rank or name tag. A secret army. Brodie wondered if this soldier and the medic were past or present members of the German armed forces, and also members of Nordfaust, turning their military training and equipment back against the German state they had sworn to defend. Brodie also wondered how many more people like them might be present in this facility, whatever and wherever it was. The guard was about 15 feet away from Brodie and Taylor. Brodie played out in his mind how it would go down if he charged the guy and slammed his head against the wall. He eyed the man's rifle. He didn't know the make by sight, but it was an assault rifle, with what looked like a 30-round mag, and if it was military issue, then it was also fully automatic. Attempting a rush would probably get Scott Brodie ventilated by 15 rounds within a second, and that still left half the mag for Taylor. And even if he beat the odds, whoever was on the other end of that surveillance camera would have armed men in this room within seconds. Brodie noted that they were not restrained, which said something about their captor's confidence that their prisoners had no hope of getting out of this place. The medic drew 2 vials of Kim's blood via the butterfly needle, then placed the vials on her cart and wheeled it over to Brodie. She crouched and looked at his arm where the needle and tubing had been. "Why did you pull it out? Why did you put it in? No questions." She retrieved her blood pressure monitor from the cart. "Give me your arm." Brodie stared at the woman and did not move. "Arm," she repeated. "Say please." The medic said something in German and the guard aimed his rifle at Taylor. The medic said to Brodie, "Your lives have very little value here. Are you going to let your friend die to avoid having your blood pressure taken?" Brodie raised his arm, and the woman applied the cuff and began to take a reading. The guard lowered his rifle. The medic said to Brodie, "Your pressure is elevated." "I wonder why." She looked at him as she took off the cuff. "Are you a Jew?" "Excuse me?" The woman looked at him. "I asked, are you a Jew? A half-Jew? You don't look it, but some don't." Brodie did not respond. She kept staring at him. "We have already taken some blood, and a swab of your cheek, which is currently being sequenced. So if you lie, we will know. And they will shoot you for lying. They will also shoot you if you refuse to answer." Brodie stared back at her. "I have no Jewish ancestry." The medic turned toward Taylor, who glared at her and shook her head. Brodie asked, "Why are you asking?" She ignored his question as she produced a forehead thermometer and took Brodie's reading. Then she listened to his chest with her stethoscope and made notes on her pad. She went over to Taylor and repeated her exam. Brodie watched her and realized just how young she was. 22, 23 at the oldest. She had long brown hair tied up in a bun and hazel eyes. But there was something so much older and so much uglier underneath her features. Some deep-rooted hatred that he could not understand. He asked her, "Why are you doing this?" She looked at him, surprised by the question. After a moment, she said, "You have no right to that answer." Brodie heard the door unlock, and as it swung open, a man about Brodie's age walked in. He was tall, with a full head of brown hair, and he wore boots, black pants, and a button-down shirt with rolled-up sleeves. He said something in German to the medic, and she left the room with her cart and shut the door. The guard with the assault rifle stayed. The man folded his arms and looked down at Brodie and Taylor. "You guys fucked up." To Brodie's surprise, he spoke with an American accent. Brodie asked, "Who the hell are you?" "You can call me Steve." "Can I call you shithead?" Steve laughed. "God, I miss American humor." "Did you hear the one about the German tourist who drives to the French border?" "No, tell me." "Later." Steve crouched so they were eye level. "So, who am I?" "I was a private military contractor in Germany for a few years. Been with a group outside of Munster where I met some like-minded individuals. Nordfaust." He looked at Brodie and then Taylor and smiled. "My German friends thought an American would have better luck with you guys. But now that I'm here, you don't look happy to see a compatriot." Neither Brodie nor Taylor responded. Steve offered, "You're probably wondering where you are. It's a bunker. From the war. You'd be surprised how much of this shit still exists under Berlin." He paused. "I'm going to be straight with you. There's a chance both of you can get out of here alive, but you're going to need to cooperate." Brodie was familiar with that line, and it was grade-A American bullshit. He said to Steve, "Get Agent Kim medical attention and do it right fucking now, and then we can talk." Steve looked over his shoulder at David Kim and scoffed. "Brother, he's a goner. You need to think about yourself. And your lady friend here. I'm not your brother." "No?" Steve unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a large patch of red, disfigured skin over his chest. 2006, north of Baghdad. My squad was told to dispose of an old, degraded Iraqi military weapons cache, artillery shells. Except they were filled with mustard agent. Whoops. My buddy died, and they lied about the cause. And I didn't even get a goddamn Purple Heart. I guess we found those weapons of mass destruction after all, huh, Scott? He buttoned his shirt. Except these were from 1985, and rotting in a fucking hole in the ground for 20 years, and probably made in America. Didn't fit the official narrative. He added, "Total bullshit." Taylor said, "So the army screwed you. Take a number. We don't all become Nazis. You are a disgrace to your country." Steve stood and looked down at her. "My country is the disgrace, Maggie Taylor. A mongrelized shithole on the losing side of history." He paused and looked at them. "We could have separated you guys, done the whole prisoner's dilemma thing, or tortured you, gotten you to talk." He gestured to the can in the middle of the room. "But the truth is, your main value to these people is as fucking lab rats. Besides, there's a really short shelf life on any intelligence you can give us, like a couple hours." Brodie asked, "What happens in a couple hours?" Steve smiled. "I promise I'll tell you once it's over, Scott. Sometime tonight. And then, depending on whether you were helpful, we'll either let you go or put a bullet in your head. Deal?" "No deal." Steve laughed. "You know, your German friends are making some headlines right now with their raids on Nordfaust. Gun battle in Dresden, seized explosives in Leipzig, arrested a high-ranking Bundeswehr officer here in Berlin. They'll learn some things, but not the right things, and not enough things to stop what's coming." He added, "Nordfaust and Titan genetics are two sides of the same coin, as I'm sure you've figured out by now. But the feds are looking at the wrong side of the coin." Brodie recalled how sure Trent Chilcott and Howard Fensterman had been that Odin, whoever he was, had no affiliation with Nordfaust, and that the threat Nordfaust posed had nothing to do with biological or chemical weapons. This thing was siloed. Nordfaust on the one side, a conventional armed extremist group posing a conventional threat, and on the other side, the unconventional threat. Titan Genetics. Or at least, select members of that firm, along with select members of Nordfaust to provide the muscle, using engineering wizardry to concoct some sort of genocidal plague. The unexpected threat. The real threat. A threat so well hidden that even the CIA and NSA super spies were clueless. And if Steve was to be believed, then whatever intelligence today's raids were able to net would reveal nothing about what was actually coming today. In a couple of hours. Brodie looked at the canister and asked, "What has David been exposed to?" "You already know, Scott." Steve gestured to the surveillance camera. "We heard Mr. Kim explain it all to you. Smart guy. Right on the money. It's an engineering marvel. Or so they tell me. I failed high school bio. But I know we're all mostly made of the same stuff, so precise targeting was tricky. Just a couple different genes here and there separate the races. But those small differences matter, and they always have, right? They determine slaves and masters." He turned and looked at David Kim. "He's lasting longer than that piece of garbage Kasim, who was old and fat, and on some level wanted to die." "Well, That answered one mystery. Tariq Qasim had met his death here, maybe in this very room, as a guinea pig for a biowarfare experiment, which was a fitting end for him, considering his former line of work. Steve, who really liked the sound of his own voice, walked to the metal canister, picked it up, and tipped it toward them so they could see the empty bottom. See that? Well, I guess you can't. But that's the end of the world right there. The end of this world, anyway. They call their new plague Götterdämmerung. You know, Wagner, Twilight of the Gods, the destruction and renewal of the world. Real kraut shit. Steve tossed the metal canister aside and it clattered across the floor. He stepped toward Brodie and Taylor and crouched again. So, here's your one and only chance to not die today. Who else knows about Reinhard Dorn and Charles Granger? And who knows that Titan Genetics is involved in any kind of association or conspiracy with Nordfaust? We don't know anything about that, said Brodie. Steve looked at him. Listen, Scott, I'm the good cop. Well, the best you're gonna get, anyway. You'll tell me voluntarily, or you'll tell someone else another way. He looked at Taylor, and you won't like what happens to her. Brodie nodded. All right, full disclosure. Everyone knows, Steve. The FBI, the BKA, the German military. They even know our current location. Luftwaffe's probably gearing up to drop a bunker buster on our ass any minute. Steve looked pissed off. He stood again. The feds don't know shit. They showed up at Titan looking for you three. I guess they had a net on you, but not a very tight one. Dorn's people told them he gave you a tour of the lab and you left. No one knows you're here. You are up shit creek, and you just sank your only life raft. Brodie became aware that David Kim was speaking softly, almost inaudibly. His words were muttered, raspy, and Brodie couldn't quite make them out. Then he realized that Kim was speaking Arabic. Steve turned around to face Kim. What the hell's this guy saying? Suddenly Taylor lurched forward and grabbed Steve's right ankle. Hey! Steve tried to yank his leg away from her, but Taylor shoved her hand under his pant leg, pulled out a small pistol from his ankle holster, and put a round through his mouth and out the back of his head, sending a splatter of blood, bone, and brains across the small room. Steve fell dead. Before the guard could react, Taylor took aim and fired a round through his head, splattering brains and skull fragments across the floor. The man crumpled to the floor. Brodie dove forward and grabbed the guard's automatic rifle, put the selector switch on full auto, and aimed the rifle at the closed door. For a moment, they were all still. Brodie glanced at David Kim, who must have spotted the ankle holster when Steve was crouched with his back to him. Brodie looked Kim in the eyes and said, "Well done." Taylor said, "They're coming." Brodie heard heavy footfalls on the other side of the door. Taylor raised the pistol toward the door. Brodie said, "Agent Kim, Agent Taylor, it's been an honor." Taylor kept her eyes on the door. Same. The footfalls stopped. The door swung open. Chapter 50. The door swung outward, and Brodie fired a burst of rounds at the two guards, who reeled backward and crumpled to the floor. Taylor rushed through the doorway and pulled an automatic rifle from the hands of one of the dying guards, while Brodie retrieved a half-dozen mags and shoved them in his pockets. Taylor called back into the room, "David, we have to leave you. We'll get help." They could hear Kim coughing. Then he said, Go. Taylor turned back to Brodie, who was now pulling the boots off the guards. He said, "Cover." She dropped to one knee and aimed her rifle down the long corridor that ran from the bunker room for about 40 feet, then seemed to T-intersect at another corridor running left and right. The corridor was lit by ceiling fixtures connected by the electrical conduit that ran into the bunker room. Brodie knew he should fire a burst into the conduit and kill the lights, which would give him and Taylor the cover of darkness. But that would put Kim in total darkness, and Brodie couldn't do that. Or could he? The mission comes first, as they say, and the mission was to get the hell out of this underground labyrinth, then get help for Kim, which was the secondary mission. Bad enough leaving a man behind, but not in the dark. As he was wrestling with this, Taylor fired a burst of rounds at the farthest lighting fixture, and Brodie could hear the bullets impacting the concrete and ricocheting before the lights in the corridor went out. A few seconds later, 2 men carrying rifles appeared at the T-intersection of the corridors, which meant there were more people down here and they'd heard the gunfire. The 2 men turned into the darkened corridor, and they were backlit by the lights beyond where Taylor had severed the electricity. Taylor saw them and whispered, "Scott?" Got it. They both emptied their magazines downrange, and both men fell. Taylor quickly pulled on a pair of boots, and Brodie did the same. Taylor grabbed the other rifle from the second man they'd killed at the doorway and ran back into the bunker room to give Kim the rifle, and also give him some options that included not being taken alive. Brodie checked both dead men for a walkie while keeping an eye on the lighted end of the corridor. No walkies, but each man had a cell phone that Brodie saw had no signal in the subterranean bunker. The phones were locked anyway, and therefore useless to Brodie and Taylor. Brodie left them in place in the event the phones could be tracked somehow, so whoever was doing the tracking would think these guards were at their post outside the bunker. Which they were. Taylor rejoined him and said, "We're good to go." "Right, I got point. 20 feet. Go." Brodie held his rifle to his shoulder in the firing position and began walking quickly down the dark corridor, with Taylor 20 feet behind him. They reached the T-intersection where the 2 guards lay on the floor, painted red, as they used to say, more dead than alive. Brodie and Taylor retrieved the dying men's rifles. They were the same make as the ones Brodie and Taylor were carrying, Heckler & Koch G36s, the service rifle for the German Bundeswehr. They were made primarily out of polymer, which is a fancy word for plastic, though still more durable than they looked. But Brodie and Taylor were able to smash them against the concrete walls, to deform the barrels and render them useless. Brodie checked the men for comms devices. No walkies, but each had a cell phone that he checked. Locked and no reception. He left them. Taylor gathered up another half-dozen mags, which she shoved in her belt, and whispered to Brodie, "I can see your T-shirt with my eyes closed." He nodded, then knelt beside one of the guards who was half-lit by the lights in the intersecting corridor. The guy had taken 3 or 4 hits, and his camo shirt was wet with blood, and definitely darker than Brodie's white T-shirt. Brodie unbuttoned the man's shirt and looked at his face. Young guy, blonde hair, handsome, dying for a cause. Wrong cause. Brodie pulled off the man's blood-soaked shirt and put it on. Taylor was crouched at the intersection, looking left and right down the long empty corridor. Brodie joined her and she whispered, "Which way?" "I'm looking for a sign that says exit, thank you for coming." "Not fucking funny." "Right. Well, I thought I saw these 2 guys appear from the right." "Okay. So maybe that's the exit, which is also the entrance for any more assholes who were down here." "It might be the only way out of here," she added. "The corridor to the left could dead end." He thought a moment, then said, "There are always 2 or more exits to an underground bunker complex, so people can get out if there's a collapse caused by bombs or artillery, or if one way is blocked by enemy soldiers coming in. So either direction will eventually lead to a way out." Taylor replied, "The war's over, Scott. Every entrance and exit except one could be blocked off by the authorities or by Reconstruction." "You make a point." He said, "These guys came in from the right, so we go to the right." "Are you sure that's what you saw?" He glanced at the 2 guards, who had stopped moving. No, he was not sure, and they couldn't tell him even if he spoke German. Maybe Taylor shouldn't have blown Steve's brains out so quickly. In any case, He needed to give Taylor and himself some confidence in the mission. "I'm sure." "Okay, let's do it. Back to back. I'm front." They moved into the lit corridor and Brodie went to the right with Taylor walking backward behind him to cover the rear. The corridor was quiet and the air was stagnant and damp. Up ahead was another T intersection and they advanced quickly. Brodie'd had his share of training and real-life experience in urban combat, including clearing buildings. But it was a special kind of suck when you had no idea where you were going, how big the place was, or even a basic idea of the enemy's strength. In fact, it was a minor miracle they were still alive. Suddenly, a guard emerged from the left side of the cross corridor and ran across, firing a pistol erratically. The shots went wide, and Brodie returned fire with a burst of bullets. The figure was thrown back and hit the wall. Brodie advanced toward the body slumped against the wall. It was the female medic. She stared ahead, dead-eyed, still gripping her 9mm automatic pistol. Brodie said to Taylor, "Check the left." "Copy." They entered the T intersection, and Brodie spun to his right and Taylor to her left. They saw no one. For a moment they both held their positions, looking down the empty corridors. Then Taylor crouched and took the medic's pistol, a spare mag, and a keyring that was clipped to the woman's belt, while Brodie checked both directions. He saw a door about 30 yards down where the medic had come from. Taylor stood and they moved toward the door, with Brodie backpedaling and covering Taylor's back. They reached a red metal door. Taylor tried the knob. Locked. She tried the medic's keys one by one as Brodie kept eyes on both ends of the corridor. The third key was the charm, and she turned the knob slightly, then kicked the door open. The room was pitch black, and they both dropped to one knee as a muzzle flashed in the dark, and a single shot hit the wall. Brodie squeezed off a burst in the direction of the shot, heard someone cry out in pain, then raked automatic fire across the room, hitting metal and concrete and shattering glass. He stopped firing, moved into the room to his left, and listened. Clear. Taylor entered, located a light switch and turned it on, then shut the door and locked it. Directly ahead of them, a man sat dead in an office chair. He was in his 50s and wore a white lab coat covered in blood. A pistol lay on the ground near his feet. They were inside a large room, about 40 by 30 feet. An old faded map of Berlin on the far wall indicated this might have been some sort of command room back in Adolf's day. But now it had been converted into a lab with long metal tables, computers, tubes and beakers, and various pieces of high-tech equipment. There was shattered glass everywhere. "Scott?" Brodie turned to his right. Taylor had her rifle trained on another man in a lab coat who was crouched in the corner, his hands above his head. "Bitte," Brodie said. "Up." The man rose to his feet. "Bitte." "Shut up. Speak English?" "Yeah, yes, I speak English." The man appeared to be in his late 40s, heavy-set with thinning brown hair. Brodie asked, "What's your name?" Thomas Stellmacher." Taylor asked, "Are you a geneticist?" He nodded. Brodie, realizing he'd shot the place to shit, asked, "Are you producing the plague organism here?" The man shook his head. "This is not... We are collecting data, analyzing samples, to understand how it works." "How it kills," said Brodie. Stellmacher did not respond. Brodie said, "Give me your ID." Stellmacher dug in his pocket for his wallet and handed Brodie his driver's license. Brodie checked it, then put it in his coat pocket. He spotted a landline telephone on a nearby desk and picked up the receiver. No dial tone. Brodie pressed the spacebar on a desktop computer to wake it up. Stellmacher informed him, "No phone, no internet. Someone turned them off." Brodie noticed a small television on the desk and punched the power button. It turned on and displayed a German news channel. Weather report. Brodie raised his rifle again at Stellmacher. "What is happening in 2 hours?" Stellmacher raised his hands defensively. "What? 2 hours? Answer me!" I don't know. Do you want to die, Thomas?" The man started crying. "Bitte, ich weiß nichts. Ich weiß gar nichts." Brodie eyed the locked door. It was possible that he and Taylor had killed everyone down here other than Stellmacher. But it was also possible that more armed men were on their way. They had to get out of there, and fast. Taylor asked the man, "Do you know Charles Granger?" Stellmacher got hold of himself and looked at Taylor. He nodded. "Have you seen him?" "Yeah, maybe it was 6 hours ago." "He was here?" Stellmacher nodded again. "He came to see Dr. Hausner." She asked, "Who is that?" "The chief genetic engineer. He comes to check our data sometimes." What were Hausner and Granger talking about? Stellmacher shook his head. "They do not involve me in these things." "What things?" "Anything. I collect and analyze data. That is all." Brodie moved toward him. "Did you hear Granger say anything?" Stellmacher looked desperate. "Just hello and goodbye when he comes and leaves." He thought of something. "Colonel Granger said to Dr. Hausner, 'I will see you later.' He added, 'In the field. I will see you later in the field.'" Brodie asked, "What field?" The man looked at Brodie. "I do not know, sir." "Shit!" Brodie lowered the rifle and his eyes landed on a large metal table in the center of the room, where about 4 dozen blood vials were held in a rack. Each was labeled in black marker. He moved closer and spotted 3 vials that said, D. Kim. He stared at the tubes, and at the few millimeters of blood that represented all that David Kim was worth to this whole evil enterprise. He looked at the other names on the blood vials. Dozens of names. A few of them were labeled T. Kasim. He spotted vials with his and Taylor's names as well. The rest of the names all looked non-European. Whoever these people were, they were probably dead now. Brodie turned toward Stellmacher and gestured at the blood vials. "Who are these people?" They are they alive?" Stellmacher shook his head. Brodie raised his rifle again toward Stellmacher. "One of them is still alive, and I'm going to kill you unless you help him. Do you understand?" The man glanced at his dead colleague in the chair and nodded. "Do you have a treatment for the plague?" Stellmacher stared at the barrel of the rifle and nodded again. "The engineers developed a novel antibiotic." "I hope you have the antibiotic here or you're dead." "Yes, here." "Get it, now!" Stellmacher ran to a small fridge. Taylor said in a low voice, "We need to escort him back to David, to make sure he actually administers the antibiotic instead of escaping." Well, maybe. But they had an obligation to get out of this bunker alive to share the intel they'd gathered. Not to mention that Scott Brodie had a very personal interest in finding Charles Granger. Finding Odin. Brodie said, "Stellmacher works here, and if he runs into anyone, he can make up a legitimate reason for going to see Kim. We're a liability to him." Taylor considered that as Stellmacher returned with 2 IV bags along with tubes and needles. Brodie said, "Pack it, and you'll need a flashlight." The man retrieved a large medical bag from a cabinet, and he pulled a flashlight off a wall-mounted bracket. He packed the medication and gear with trembling hands. Brodie asked, "Do you have a map of this place?" Stellmacher nodded. "Get it, quickly." The man ran over to a filing cabinet and retrieved a map, and Brodie unfolded it on the table. The map showed a network of tunnels and rooms. Brodie asked, "Where are we?" Stellmacher pointed to a room toward the top center of the map. Taylor asked, "Where are the exits?" "One exit," said Stellmacher. He pointed to an X in one of the hallways toward the bottom left of the map. "This leads to a sub-basement in the Titan Genetics building." Brodie stared at the map. Titan Genetics built their headquarters on top of a Nazi bunker? Stellmacher explained, "I was told that the bunker was discovered while digging the foundation." He added, to show he was cooperating, "Certain things and people go in and out through the building's sub-basement." Brodie asked, "Thomas, do you have a family?" The scientist looked at him. "Yes." "Children?" "Yes." Brodie took Stellmacher's driver's license out of his pocket and held it up. "If you do not save David Kim's life, I will go to your house, and I will kill your family. Then I will find you and kill you." Stellmacher's eyes widened. Brodie asked the man, "Do you believe me, Thomas?" Stellmacher nodded. Brodie said to Stellmacher, "You need to get to David Kim quickly. If you run into anyone, you tell them you received orders to move the detainee. Mr. Kim is armed, so announce yourself before you enter the room, and tell him that you are now working for U.S. Army CID. After you administer the antibiotic, get him out of here and to a hospital. Understand?" "Yes." Brodie unlocked the door and quickly swung it open. With his rifle out front, he pivoted to his right into the hallway and Taylor took the left. The passage was empty, except for the body of the medic. Brodie turned to Stellmacher and said, "Clear. Go. Now!" Stellmacher grabbed his medical bag, then looked at Brodie. He appeared to be mustering his courage to say something. "The plague was engineered to have an extremely accelerated incubation period. Mr. Kim was infected with the pathogen over 3 hours ago. His chances of survival are in no way guaranteed." "Then you better hurry the hell up." "My family." "Go!" Stellmacher ran into the corridor. Brodie shut the door and locked it. He saw that Taylor was staring at him, and he said to her, "I'll say what I need to if it helps give David a chance." She nodded. "I understand. As long as you didn't mean what you said to him." "Taylor, this is the most evil shit I've ever seen in my life, and maybe I don't know the answer to that." She did not respond. Brodie looked again at the map of the bunker and at the symbol showing the single exit. There was no way they could get out of this bunker without going through the Titan Genetics sub-basement, where there were probably more armed guards. He spotted an isolated rectangle at the top of the map near the room they were standing in. It was labeled with the letter U inside a circle, which was the logo for the U-Bahn system. Brodie observed the old, peeling map of Berlin on the opposite wall. If this had been some sort of command room during the war, it would have made sense to have an alternate form of egress here. He looked around the room. On the right-hand wall was a 3-foot by 3-foot hinged metal door embedded in the concrete. He went to it and pulled it open, revealing a dark passage. Taylor pulled a flashlight from a wall-mounted bracket next to where Stellmacher had retrieved his and handed it to Brodie. He flicked it on and shined it down a dark, concrete-walled tunnel that ran about 20 yards and dead-ended at what looked like a series of metal ladder rungs embedded in the concrete. Taylor peered into the tunnel. With any luck, this leads to the U-Bahn. Brodie knew that during the war the underground U-Bahn stations were used as civilian bomb shelters, in which case it would make sense for the German military to give themselves this type of escape hatch. Taylor noticed 2 long topcoats on a coat tree. She gave one to Brodie and they each put one on. Both coats had bullet holes from Brodie's aggressive entry into the room, but these were less noticeable than his blood-soaked camo shirt. He put the flashlight in his coat pocket. Taylor retrieved the pistol that had been fired by the dead scientist and handed it to Brodie. It was an HK 9mm, and he slipped it into his other coat pocket. Taylor said, "Let's go. We'll get our hands on a phone and call the cavalry." Brodie said, "We need to find Granger." "We don't know where he is or what he's up to. But a police raid on Titan Genetics might tell us." "Maybe. Maybe not. Something is going to happen in a couple hours, according to Steve. He could have been screwing with us. What if he wasn't?" Taylor did not reply. Brodie looked at the television. A helicopter shot showed thousands of people marching down a nighttime street in the middle of a snowfall, many carrying signs. On the German-language chyron was the word Neukölln. The image cut to a ground-level shot of the marchers, and Brodie recognized the street as Karl-Marx-Strasse. Throngs of people carried signs in German and Arabic, while others held aloft flashlights, candles, lighters, and smartphones. Brodie also saw several people holding up photos of Hassan, the murdered Iraqi immigrant. It was a vigil and a protest. Brodie said they like a good show. Who? Harry Vance's words on terrorists. Ask yourself, why would Reinhard Dorn and his engineers make the pathogen have a shorter incubation period? Because it's harder to treat, more deadly. On the individual level, yes, but it's also much harder to spread if the infected get sick and die quickly. You don't have asymptomatic carriers walking around spreading the disease. What are you getting at? These bastards want to make a statement. They are planning a terrorist attack, not a covert dispersal of the plague pathogen. They want Armageddon. Gotterdammerung. Brodie pointed to the vigil on the TV. They are going to launch their biological attack into the heart of Neukölln, into the middle of a march that they knew would happen tonight because of the murder of Hassan al-Kazemi that they themselves committed. Taylor thought about that. The cluster bombs. Brodie nodded. I'll bet the German authorities didn't find them in the Nordfaust raids today, because they are in the hands of a man no one suspects. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Charles Granger, an esteemed Cold War intelligence officer who helped defend the West against the threat of unconventional weapons. Granger could have packed the cluster bomb's submunitions with the bacteria. She looked again at the marchers on the TV. And then, who knows? Hold the country hostage with the threat of another bioweapon attack? Use Nordfaust to storm the Reichstag? Demand that all Muslims leave the country? We don't know. And right now it doesn't matter, because whatever their plan is, it starts here in Berlin, and it starts soon. Taylor took all that in. It's a real Day X and Black Harvest. But much worse. Right. And we're dealing with portable mortar-fired cluster bombs. They could be launched from anywhere. Taylor thought a moment. What is the maximum range of that type of mortar? He considered that. Some of the vehicles in the 3rd Stryker Brigade had carried 60mm and 81mm mortars for dismounted maneuvers, but he was never part of a crew that operated them. The MAT 120 cluster bombs that Trent Chilcott had claimed were in the hands of Nordfaust were, per their name, 120mm, which were considered heavy mortars and generally had longer ranges because they were packed with more propellant. Though a mortar filled with cluster munitions might be even heavier than average. Brodie? I'm going to guess somewhere north of 3 miles, maybe a 3.5-mile maximum effective range. Taylor grabbed a marker off a desk and walked to the map of Berlin on the wall. She located Kerner Park, then moved her finger east to Karl-Marx-Strasse, which was named something else in the Berlin of the Third Reich. She tapped the street. The vigil is around here. She referenced the distance scale at the bottom of the map, then drew a rough circle. There is our potential attack radius. Brodie looked at the map. The circle encompassed an area stretching south from Neukölln to the edge of the city, east into neighborhoods on the opposite side of the Spree River, and north into parts of the central district of Mitte. In fact, this was completely useless information, even if his range calculation had been better than an educated guess. Brodie then spotted a huge green expanse just west of Neukölln that appeared almost twice the size of the Tiergarten and was well within the radius. He looked closer and read out, Tempelhofer Feld. Taylor said, Tempelhof Field, the site of the old Tempelhof Airport, which Ulrich said is a public park now. Brodie nodded. Tempelhof was famous as the focal point of the Berlin airlift in the late 1940s, when the Soviets blockaded West Berlin and the Allies had to fly in massive amounts of supplies to the starving city. Brodie examined the expansive area on the map, whose perimeter must have been close to 5 miles. He repeated Colonel Granger's words, "I will see you later in the field." Taylor said, "The field of operations? The field of combat?" "Or it's literal." Brodie pointed to Tempelhof Field. "This open expanse provides a unique tactical advantage for a covert mortar strike in the middle of a city. No obstructions, no public roads or private residences, restricted public access after nightfall, minimal security, little or no chance of a civilian or a police officer happening upon you, and the ability to surveil anyone making an approach from hundreds of yards in every direction. It's also a symbolic choice for Odin, a bitter old cold warrior who bet on the losing side. Spectacle, symbolism." He added, "revenge." Taylor stared at the map. "You might be right. Actually, we can't afford for you to be wrong." "That rarely happens. Let's get out of here." Chapter 51. Brodie crawled through the dark tunnel with Taylor close behind. His G-36 rifle was slung on his back, and he held the flashlight in front of him. In a few minutes, they reached the end of the tunnel and climbed the metal rungs up a narrow 30-foot shaft. The rungs stopped at a flat ledge, and Brodie pulled himself up, followed by Taylor. Brodie swept the flashlight around. They were in a passageway with walls made of the same degraded concrete as the bunker. The passage ran about 50 feet and ended at a concrete block wall with a steel door. They walked to the wall, which appeared to be of newer construction than the surrounding passageway. The steel door also looked newer and was secured by a long sliding bolt. Taylor asked, "You feel that?" The whole passage felt like it was rumbling, and was soon filled with the thunder of a fast-approaching train. They heard the train whip past them, then slow somewhere farther down, followed by the faint but familiar sound of the U-Bahn's PA system announcing the stop. Bernauer Strasse. Brodie slid the bolt and pulled open the heavy steel door. They exited onto a narrow walkway in a dark train tunnel. The walkway ran about 20 yards along the tunnel to a set of stairs and a security gate that led to the train platform. The U-Bahn train was at the platform, and passengers were getting on and off. Brodie and Taylor took off their winter coats, slung their compact rifles along their right sides, and put the coats back on. This concealed their rifles, but created a bulge, though not enough to draw attention. They both held their pistols inside their right jacket pockets and walked quickly along the catwalk to the platform as the train pulled out. Brodie climbed the stairs, then vaulted over the low security gate onto the platform. Taylor followed. A few people noticed them, and an older man started yelling at them in German. They walked quickly up the station stairs and out to the street. It was nighttime. The city was covered in about an inch of snow, and dense flurries were coming down. Judging by how many people were on the street, and by the traffic, it was the middle of rush hour. Taylor said, as if to herself, "Back in the land of the living." Brodie had no reply, but thought of David Kim, stuck in the land between the living and the dead. Taylor looked up and down the wide road at the slow-moving stream of cars rolling through the snow and slush. She said, "A taxi is going to take too long." Brodie spotted a young guy in a hooded winter parka sitting on a Vespa at a red light. The man had an insulated food delivery bag strapped to the back of the Vespa, and he was fiddling with a smartphone that was mounted between the handlebars. Brodie approached the guy and pulled out his pistol. "Off." The man looked at him. "Was?" "Off." Brodie raised the pistol slightly so the guy could understand what was happening. The man saw the gun and yelled, "Scheiße!" then jumped off the Vespa and ran. Brodie grabbed the handlebar, pocketed his pistol, and jumped on. Taylor hopped on behind him and held on tight. Brodie peeled out into the intersection and weaved between the cars and trucks. A few vehicles honked and someone yelled as he cut left and headed for the tram tracks that ran between the opposing lanes. Taylor held tight to him and asked over the rushing wind, "Have you driven one of these?" "It's been a while, but you never forget." He added, "Never in snow. Hang on." He cranked the throttle and sped down the tracks. There was no tram in sight, which made this a pretty good express lane. Taylor asked, "Do you know how to get to Tempelhof?" "No." He glanced at the smartphone, which was unlocked and running GPS. He took it off the cradle and passed it back to her. Taylor let go of him with her right hand and took the phone. Brodie struggled to see as they whipped through the dense flurries. He spotted a pedestrian about to cross the lane divider in front of him and pressed the horn as he sailed past the guy. They were approaching a bend in the track, and he saw a single headlight curve around the bend. A tram heading straight at them. The tram rang its bell. "Hang on!" Brodie cut hard right onto the parallel track, and the tram shot past them. He spotted a side road to his right with no traffic and peeled off the tracks and down the road. So far, the tires had not skidded out on the turns, but a patch of ice could send them sliding. Taylor called out, "Make a right at the next major road you see, Autobahnstrasse. That will take you across the Spree and through Museum Island. You'll cross 2 bridges and then make your first left." "Copy," he added. "See what kind of food this guy was delivering." "What is wrong with you?" "I'm hungry." There was traffic up ahead. Brodie swerved up onto the sidewalk and beeped his horn. He suggested to Taylor, "Pocket the phone so you can hold on better." "I'm calling backup." "Who?" "Trent," she explained. "One of the few numbers I've memorized." I disabled his phone, but leave a detailed message. Well, they could use the backup, and someone else needed to know what they knew in case they got flattened by a truck in the next few minutes. He was approaching a cross street with a stop sign. He leaned on the horn and sailed through, staying on the sidewalk to bypass the traffic. 20 feet ahead, a man emerged from a building. Brodie hit the horn and swerved as the man jumped back just in time. He saw the major road up ahead. They had the green and the road was clear, so Brodie drove off the sidewalk into the street and cranked the throttle as he turned right. He could barely hear Taylor behind him yelling something over the wind. It sounded like she was actually having a conversation, so Chilcott must have gotten his phone working again. Brodie made out Charles Granger, as well as Bioweapon and Tempelhof Field. She hung up, pocketed the phone, and grabbed onto Brodie again, yelling through the wind, "They didn't find the mortars in the Nordfaust raids." Well, that was because the mortars were in the hands of Colonel Granger, probably at Tempelhof Field, which was why he was risking their lives to get there. They were approaching a large intersection and had the red. 6 lanes of cross traffic cut through the intersection. He said to Taylor, "Hang on." He felt her arms tighten around him and her face pressed into his neck. He blew through the red and cut between a sedan and a truck coming from the left, then weaved through the next 2 lanes, where a truck barreled toward them from the right. Brodie cut left and revved the throttle to outrun the truck and cut in front of it, then zagged to the right and flew between lanes of oncoming vehicles. People honked their horns as he zipped past. He spotted a break in the cars and cut left across the remaining lanes, then careened down the middle of Autobahnstrasse. He checked the speedometer. He was pushing 100 kilometers an hour, which felt like the limits of what the Vespa could do. He peered through the flurries and saw a bridge up ahead. Bridges freeze before roads, and he looked to see if there was ice on the pavement, but he couldn't tell. The area was choked with traffic. Brodie veered back onto the sidewalk, which was wide and mostly empty, and shot past the cars and over the Spree River. They sped through what must have been the southern end of Museum Island, and then over another bridge. Brodie kept his eyes out for the turn as they approached a light that had just turned green. He shot across the road and blared his horn as he cut in front of 3 lanes of approaching traffic and onto a small 2-lane road. They hurtled down the narrow road, weaving between lanes to get around the cars. He hit a patch of traffic and zipped between the lanes. There weren't a lot of cross streets here and no large roads, and he blew through every intersection while blaring his horn. After a few minutes, they were in what looked like a more residential area of small apartment buildings and parks. Taylor called out, "Tempelhof should be coming up soon." Up ahead, the road ended at a T-intersection. On the far side of the intersection was a long chain-link fence topped by razor wire. Tempelhof Airport. Now a park. Taylor said, "It looks deserted." Brodie crossed the intersection and drove onto the sidewalk, then turned left and sped along the length of the fence, looking for an opening. 30 yards ahead was an entrance. He slowed the Vespa. It was a pedestrian access path blocked by a 10-foot-high sliding metal gate that was padlocked. There was no razor wire atop the gate. Brodie turned off the Vespa. The area looked desolate, and the road was quiet except for an occasional passing truck or car. Streetlights illuminated the road, but the area on the opposite side of the fence was hard to make out through the gloom and the swirling snow. Brodie and Taylor got off the Vespa, then scrambled up the gate and over it. They surveyed their surroundings. They were in a snow-covered park dotted with trees and picnic tables. There were no lampposts around to light the area, but he could see a path leading toward a distant tree line. They appeared to be alone. They unslung their G-36s and did an ammo check. Brodie had only 3 rounds left in his rifle's mag, so he swapped it with a full mag in his pocket, then checked his pistol. 1 round in the chamber, 6 in the mag. He returned it to his pocket. Taylor also popped a fresh mag in her rifle. Brodie signaled Taylor, and they sprinted through the snow toward the tree line. They reached it and looked out. Beyond the trees was a flat, seemingly endless white expanse beneath a washed-out sky. It was like a moonscape, vast and alien, diffused through the veil of a steady snowfall. Brodie scanned the snowy expanse. It was hard to see much of anything, but if Granger and his people were here, they'd have a lookout, equipped with night vision surveillance. It occurred to him that he could also be completely wrong about Granger's whereabouts, and the whereabouts of the mortars, in which case he and Taylor were running around an empty park after hours with automatic weapons, while the opening act of Nordfaust's Götterdämmerung unfolded elsewhere. Far off to their right, Brodie saw LED lampposts amidst a large, empty parking lot. Beyond it was the vague silhouette of a wide, low building. Taylor said, "That must be the old airport terminal." Brodie scanned the distant building. On the northern end of it, which was closest to them, was a tall tower with a white radar dome. The air traffic control tower. He pointed to it and said, "If they are here, and if they know their stuff, there'll be a lookout or a sniper up there. Probably both." Taylor nodded. "But even with a night vision scope or binoculars, their visibility will be crap in this weather. Better than ours. Look." Brodie looked where Taylor was pointing. Off to their left, he could see the impression of tire marks in the snow, running from an opening in the tree line 20 yards away and cutting across the field. Brodie gestured for Taylor to follow him along the tree line. They reached the break in the trees where there was a narrow asphalt path barely visible. The tire marks originated somewhere farther to the east and ran through the tree line out into the snowy field. Brodie thought he could see the faint red glow of taillights somewhere beyond. He said to Taylor, "I'm going to follow these tire tracks. Count to 15 and follow." She looked at the distant air traffic control tower, which was designed to have a view of everything above and below. "Okay. But that tower, then stay here and cover me." Brodie broke out of the tree line and ran across the field, following the tire marks. He didn't hear any gunshots, and in a few seconds he saw the taillights of a stationary vehicle ahead of him. He aimed his rifle toward the vehicle as he ran closer. It was a small white sedan with some sort of logo painted on the side. The car was still running, and the driver's side door was open. He rounded the driver's side of the car and got low with his rifle trained on the windows. The back seat was empty, and there was no one in the front. Then he spotted a single bullet hole in the middle of the windshield. The crack of a rifle rang out somewhere behind him. He dropped behind the car and spun around as Taylor ran across the field. She dove behind the car as another shot shattered a car window. She caught her breath. I saw the muzzle flash. He's in the tower, just at the base of the radar dome. Another shot hit the body of the car. Brodie spotted a dark object in the snow about 20 feet ahead of them. It was a body, lying face down. Maybe park security. The guy must have been doing his rounds or maybe responding to something he saw or heard. The sniper put a round through the windshield. The man panicked and fled the car, and then he caught one in the back. Taylor said, I guess we're in the right place. That's the good news. Brodie relayed the bad news. The sniper will radio our location to his friends. We have to move, now. Taylor nodded. Brodie looked out at the snowy field. A charge through the snow under sniper fire with limited ammo was not exactly a good plan, but it was the only plan. Backup from the German police might be minutes away or hours away. Would Trent Chilcott have immediately contacted the German authorities? Or would he delay that phone call and allow time for 2 renegade CID agents to go out in a blaze of glory before the cavalry arrived? Brodie could make a good case for either. So could Trent Chilcott. Brodie gestured out to the field and said to Taylor, We don't know where they have set up the mortars, but tactically speaking, the dead center of the field is the most isolated position and would allow them the most time to surveil anyone approaching. So let's assume that is where they are. Due south. Vary your speed and your direction as much as you can. Try not to be a predictable target. He added, The snowfall gives us some concealment at this distance. Taylor looked him in the eyes and did not respond. He continued, I will go first. If I fall, you do not stop. And if we don't see anyone, we keep going until we reach the far perimeter fence, then move left to the east. That puts more distance between us and the sniper tower, and also puts us closer to the end of the field that is nearest the suspected target in Neukölln. Taylor nodded, then took his hand and squeezed it. Brodie looked in her eyes. See you on the other side. He got to his feet and took off across the snowfield. Chapter 52. Brodie sprinted across the white expanse with his rifle across his chest. Within 2 seconds he heard a gunshot, and then another. He slowed down, then cut left and sped up, trying to avoid a straight line or a constant speed, to make the sniper work for his kill. In the snowy haze ahead of him, he thought he saw a vehicle. 2 more shots rang out from the distant air traffic control tower as he ran toward the vehicle, which Brodie realized was speeding toward him. The vehicle flicked on its headlights, momentarily blinding him. He kept running as he fired his rifle above the headlights, at the windshield, sending tracer rounds streaking toward the approaching vehicle. It kept coming. He pivoted to his left as another sniper shot rang out from the control tower. He looked over his shoulder and saw Taylor behind him, still running and peeling off to the right. The vehicle swung toward Brodie, gunned the engine, and sped straight at him. Brodie fired another burst at the oncoming vehicle, which he could now see was a 4-wheeled military personnel carrier, which would be armored, and the windshield and tires would be bullet-resistant, and nothing he was carrying was going to put a dent in that thing. The personnel carrier was getting closer, and Brodie pivoted right again to force the vehicle into another sharp turn to stay on him. Taylor was ahead of him now, and beyond her Brodie could see men running. Someone barked orders in German. A piece of equipment was being pushed across the snow. The armored vehicle swung around again and was bearing down on Brodie, and the headlights illuminated what he and Taylor were charging toward. Brodie had only seconds to take in what he was seeing. 2 men in camo were setting up a large mortar tube on a wheeled base and bipod, and another 2 held a long-finned mortar round. 3 men with assault rifles were standing in front of a military utility truck with their rifles trained on the approaching silhouettes. The headlights of the armored truck momentarily blinded the armed men, and they fired wide, just missing Brodie and Taylor and pinging off the front of the truck. Brodie and Taylor returned fire, and one of the men fell. The mortar team dropped their equipment and scrambled for weapons as the armored vehicle screeched to a halt behind them and flicked off its headlights as two men jumped out. Brodie slammed full speed into a soldier holding a rifle, and they fell back into the snow. Brodie got on top of the guy and pressed his rifle barrel across the man's throat, choking him. The guy punched Brodie in the gut and rolled away, then stood and raised his rifle, but Brodie put 2 rounds in his chest before the man could fire. A second later, he heard Taylor cry out. He turned toward where he'd heard the cry, but he could barely see anything now in the dark field amidst the swirling snow. Someone fired in Brodie's direction, and he saw a tracer round streak past his head. He dove for cover behind the utility truck. The rear of the truck was a large flatbed with metal sides and a canvas cover. The truck contained long metal ammunition cans that probably held additional mortar rounds. He got low as he heard 2 bullets impact off the side of the truck. The shooting stopped for a moment, and then another shot rang out and hit the truck a few inches to Brodie's right. The soldiers were limiting their fire, wary of hitting the mortars through the canvas flatbed cover and blowing them all to hell. That would actually be a pretty good outcome, all things considered, as they were in the middle of nowhere and the heavy snowfall would probably limit the bioagent's spread. But when the best you can hope for is getting your stuff blown up, you're not having a good day. Brodie stayed low near the rear of the truck's flatbed with his rifle in a firing position, sweeping the area and trying to get a visual on anything around him. He quickly evaluated the situation. There were at least 6 or 7 armed men still standing. Taylor was down, but hopefully not out. "I will see you in the field." Colonel Granger and Chief Geneticist Dr. Hausner were planning to be here, to witness the launch of Titan Genetics' latest product. So, where were they? Maybe they'd decided it was too risky, or maybe they'd departed after the first gunshots. Brodie eyed the canisters of biologically weaponized mortar rounds. He'd momentarily interrupted the attack, but they would begin firing into Neukölln as soon as he was dead or captured. Meanwhile, where were the German police? Brodie had to buy time, and the way to do that was to stay alive long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Brodie dashed around the passenger side of the truck with his rifle trained ahead of him. He heard someone shouting orders in German and more gunfire. Then someone off to his right started pumping rounds in his direction. They missed and hit the side of the utility truck, but didn't detonate the mortar rounds. So maybe he'd have to do that. Brodie returned fire until his mag was empty. He checked his pockets for another mag but realized he was out. He tossed the rifle and pulled his pistol as a soldier came running around the truck toward him. Brodie squeezed off 2 rounds and dropped the guy, then pressed his back against the truck and swept his pistol across the snowy field. He was exposed at all angles, with almost no visibility and nothing but a sidearm with limited ammo. In fact, he was as good as dead as soon as more men came around the truck and got a visual on him. So maybe the time had come for him to empty his pistol into the boxes of mortar rounds. Time seemed to slow down. Scott Brodie looked out at the expanse before him. But it wasn't snow. It was sand, stretching to the horizon on both sides of the road, and filling the air from the powerful winds blowing across the hot desert wastes and blotting out the midday sun. He smelled the acrid stench of burning fuel and rubber and flesh. The striker at the head of their convoy had been disabled by a roadside bomb and was now a burning wreckage blocking the road. Another explosive device had taken out the vehicle directly behind theirs. They were on a highway cutting across the desert west of Ramadi, which meant they were isolated, with no one around except the people trying to kill them. Sergeant Brodie's machine gunner had been killed, so he manned his striker vehicle's mounted gun, pumping 50 caliber rounds into the sand dunes on both sides of the road, where the enemy had taken positions for their ambush. Bullets pinged off the gun shield and both sides of the armored vehicle. His remaining men had left the striker to engage, and he heard a guy get hit. And then another. Someone yelled for the medic, but the medic did not respond. As Brodie swiveled between both sides of the road, unloading heavy rounds into the swirling sandstorm, he made his peace. He'd die here. He'd die young. Shit happens. He heard the beating of helicopter blades overhead. The air cavalry had arrived. Maybe this was not his day after all. A chopper flicked on a searchlight as it streaked across the sky, and he was back at Tempelhof in the swirling, freezing night. A loudspeaker blasted orders in German. Some of the men started firing at the chopper and took return fire. In the confusion, a soldier rushed around the truck right into Brodie's line of fire, and Brodie shot him in the chest. Then Brodie ran back around the utility truck toward where he thought he'd heard Taylor. He found her lying face down in the snow near the armored personnel truck and dragged her under it as bullets from the helicopter rained down around them. The helicopter descended onto the field and SWAT police poured out of the chopper and exchanged fire with the remaining soldiers who'd taken cover behind the utility truck. Then he saw another chopper, the command and control craft, which remained airborne and swept the field with its searchlight. Brodie turned Taylor onto her back and looked at her. Her eyes were open and she was breathing normally. He told her, "SWAT team's here. We'll get you medevaced." Taylor nodded. Brodie saw a bullet hole in her winter coat on her left side above the waist. He put his hand under her coat and sweater to find the wound. The jagged flesh and warm blood was on her far left side, and felt to him like a grazing wound with no penetration. He grabbed a fistful of snow and packed it on the wound, then placed her left hand over it. Taylor shuddered. Brodie said, "Hang in, soldier." He located her pistol in the snow and put it in her right hand. He looked her in the eyes and said, "You've been hit before, and worse than this. Thanks for the memories." Suddenly a vehicle door opened and someone jumped out of the personnel carrier and ran. From beneath the vehicle, Brodie could make out a civilian winter coat and dark pants. He looked back at Taylor. "I think I see Granger, running. You need to pursue." Brodie didn't move. "Scott, don't let him get away." He looked at her. "Okay, be right back." "You better." Brodie rolled out from under the personnel carrier and stood. The SWAT police were still engaged in a firefight with the remaining Nordfaust soldiers, and the CNC chopper was sweeping the southern end of the field with its searchlight. Brodie ran toward the fleeing figure, who was headed away from the choppers and toward the southeastern corner of Tempelhof Field, where there was a long chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Brodie shouted, "Army CID! Halt, or I shoot!" The man kept running. Brodie fired a shot in the air. The man stopped, but did not turn around. "Put your hands on your head," he added, "asshole." The man slowly complied. Brodie approached with his pistol trained on the man's back. As he got closer, he saw that the man was gray-haired and balding and wearing a black wool coat. "Turn around!" The man turned, hands on his head. He appeared to be in his mid-50s. Not Granger. He looked Brodie in the eyes with an expression filled with contempt. "What is your name?" "I am Dr. Martin Hausner, and you must be Mr. Brodie." "I must be. And where is Colonel Granger?" Hausner didn't answer. Brodie aimed the pistol at the man's heart. "Where is Charles Granger?" Hausner stared at him and said, "I have no idea." He added, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Brodie lowered his pistol to the man's right knee and pulled the trigger. Hausner screamed and fell. Brodie pressed the pistol to the man's other knee while he writhed on the ground. "I've got 4 more rounds and I'll make sure none of them kill you. Get it?" The man was hyperventilating. After a moment, he got control of himself and said, "He ran ahead of me to the gates." "Where is he going?" The man closed his eyes, but didn't answer. Brodie fired another round, this one into Hausner's left ankle. The man screamed again. "Where is he going?" "The march. Please." "Does he have your plague with him?" The man hesitated, then nodded. Brodie looked at Hausner writhing on the ground. This bastard deserved a round to the head, but he was worth more alive. Also, Brodie couldn't spare any more bullets. He pocketed his pistol and took off across the field toward the gate, praying there was still time to stop the unthinkable. Chapter 53. Brodie stuck his pistol in his belt and scaled the gate leading out of the park. He dropped to the sidewalk and ran onto a narrow residential street. He was in Neukölln now, and Karl-Marx-Strasse was a few blocks east of him. He could make out the faint sounds of the protest march in the distance. He ran through the empty street, passing a middle-aged Arab man on the sidewalk. He saw no one else. Everyone was at the march. Brodie crossed the street and looked down the next block, which was lined with trees and a few street lamps. In the distance, he saw a tall figure in a long coat walking away briskly, passing under the white light of a street lamp. The figure's right hand was in his pocket. In his left, he held a bag or briefcase at his side. Instinct, training, and experience told him this guy, like Brodie himself, did not belong in this neighborhood. Brodie could hear the marchers more clearly now, and through the snow he glimpsed the stream of people on the crossroad farther ahead. A block away to his right, Brodie noticed an idling police car, and on another corner were two police officers in full tactical gear with assault rifles. Berlin PD was out in full force tonight to control the march. They would know that something was happening at Tempelhof, and that it was probably related to threats against this protest march. If Brodie had his CID creds, he'd enlist these guys' help. But there was no time to convince them of who he was, or who he was looking for, or why. Brodie slowed his pace as he passed the police, so as not to attract unwanted attention, but he felt their eyes on him. He cleared the intersection and looked around, but did not see any other police, so he sprinted ahead, trying to keep his eyes on the tall man in the distance. Just as he started running, the man reached the march and slipped into the crowd. Brodie darted around a barricade at the next intersection and kept running. He reached Karl-Marx-Strasse, where a sea of people, mostly Middle Eastern-looking, marched slowly down the blocked-off road through the steady snowfall. Some held signs written in German and Arabic. Others held up candles or the bright screens of their smartphones. A few carried photos of Hassan al-Kazimi, the murdered Iraqi man. Some were angry, shouting a spirited call-and-response chant in Arabic. Most were silent and somber. Brodie slowed down and slipped into the stream of people. He scanned the crowd but could not find the man in the long coat. Then, in a break in the crowd, Brodie saw him. The man was unzipping a black nylon bag and making his way to the outer edge of the march. Brodie pushed his way through the marchers. Move! Move! Some people got out of his way as he pushed forward, but the crowd around Brodie was too dense. He saw now where the man was headed, toward a trash receptacle on the sidewalk about 10 yards away from him. The man had dropped the nylon bag and was holding a canister in his hands. Brodie pulled his gun. Stop! Someone caught sight of Brodie's gun and yelled. People started screaming. The crowd surged. They spilled onto the sidewalks where they could, running between or climbing over the parked cars that lined the street. Brodie charged forward, shoving people to the side as he fought his way through. He lost sight of the man for a moment, and then in another break in the crowd he saw him. The man was facing him now. He held a pistol in his hand pointed at Brodie, who saw the muzzle flash, followed by the sound of the discharge. The searing pain shot up Brodie's right thigh. He squeezed off 2 rounds in the direction of the man, who returned fire. There was screaming all around him. Brodie looked down and saw his blood on his leg and on the snow and brown slush. He took a step forward, then found himself lying in the snow. Brodie looked up and saw the man lying on his right side toward the edge of the street. Next to him was the canister, which Brodie saw was an innocuous-looking, commercial-sized coffee can. Brodie tried to stand but couldn't. He shut out the pain and forced himself forward, crawling and dragging himself along the snowy road toward the man, his pistol still in hand. He called out, "Charles Granger!" Granger was alive and looked at him. He was in his 60s, with pale skin and wispy white hair. He had a long, prominent nose, bushy gray eyebrows, and deep-set gray eyes. He wore a long black coat and a white dress shirt stained with blood on the right side of his chest. The man's pistol lay a few feet in front of him, and the canister was a few feet to his left. Brodie saw that a small device was attached to the coffee canister. Explosives and a detonator. It was a mini biobomb, filled with genetically modified pathogens that would kill every non-Caucasian in Neukölln. Maybe all of Berlin. Men, women, and children. And once that happened, there would be a stampede of Arabs, Turks, East Asians, and others out of Germany, and maybe out of Europe. And maybe that was just the beginning. Brodie stopped crawling about 10 feet from the man and aimed his gun. A small smile cut across Granger's lips. Brodie now spotted an old Nokia cell phone in the snow about 4 feet from Granger, which Brodie knew from his time in Iraq was used as a remote trigger device for bombs. 4 feet was not an easy reach in Granger's current state, but not impossible, and they both knew it. Brodie said, "I got you, you son of a bitch." Charles Granger managed a weak laugh. Then he began to cough up frothy blood, indicating a punctured lung. He looked up at the black sky and the falling snow. After a moment, he said, "I got you too, Mr. Brodie." Suddenly Brodie heard shouting in German. He saw that a few Berlin police officers had taken up defensive positions behind the parked cars, and they were aiming their rifles at Brodie over the hoods of the cars. "Waffe weg und Hände hoch, oder du wirst erschossen." Granger looked at Brodie again. "They're going to shoot you if you don't put the gun down." That was good to know. But if Brodie dropped his gun, Granger would go for the bomb trigger. These cops probably had no idea who Scott Brodie was, or who Charles Granger was. But only one of them had a gun pointed at the other. Well, whether Berlin PD knew it or not, Scott Brodie was still a cop. So he said to Granger, "You're under arrest, asshole. Put your hands on top of your head and keep them there." Granger stared at Brodie. "You're young, too young, to understand any of this." "I understand enough. I understand you were a traitor to your country and a murderer." Granger coughed again, and a ribbon of blood ran from his lips into the snow. He said, "I am a dreamer, but my dream died, and I found a new dream. You." Granger took a long breath and wheezed. "You fight for nothing, for absolutely nothing. This world is already dead. You just don't realize it." "Waffe runter!" A few more police had taken position behind the cars, and 2 officers were now advancing on the road toward Brodie, pistols drawn. Brodie felt the rage building inside him. "Don't patronize me, you prick. You killed Harry. You killed Anna." Granger said, "Collateral damage. The real target was these vermin. Scum. Why don't you understand? You're a sick piece of shit." Brodie was feeling light-headed, and his heart was pounding in his ears. He was losing a lot of blood, and realized that his femoral artery had probably been hit. which meant he'd bleed out in a few more minutes. He also realized that Granger must have noticed this and was talking to run down the clock on Scott Brodie's life. And then Granger would complete his last mission. Brodie kept his finger on the trigger of his pistol. This was it. He had to do it. Before he couldn't. "Scott Brodie, drop your weapon!" He recognized that voice. It was Captain Omar Soleiman of the Berlin Police Department. The voice sounded like it was coming from his left. Brodie did not take his eyes off Granger, but sensed movement in his peripheral vision. Soleiman was standing in the road about 15 feet away. Soleiman said, "Drop it, now! We need to get both of you immediate medical assistance." Granger stared at Brodie, and now his eyes were full of fury. He said, "Go ahead. Listen to the Arab." Granger's arm slid slowly across the snow toward the cell phone. "I just need to make a phone call." Brodie said, "Captain, that's—" Soleiman pointed his pistol at Brodie. "Drop the weapon, Mr. Brodie. I will not ask again." Brodie looked at Granger, whose hand was moving almost imperceptibly toward the cell phone trigger device. Granger looked at Brodie, as if daring the man to stop him. Brodie could feel the edges of his vision begin to cloud, as if he were entering a dark tunnel. He kept his eyes on Charles Granger, on the man's face, on his eyes. And in those eyes, there was too much life left in those eyes. Do what has to be done. Brodie steadied his aim, squeezed the trigger, and put a round through Granger's left eye. The man's head snapped back and he went slack and still. Odin was dead. Brodie expected the next shot to come from Captain Soleiman, but it didn't. Brodie dropped his pistol. Captain Soleiman looked down at him in a moment of shock, then immediately crouched and applied pressure to Brodie's thigh as he began shouting orders in German. Brodie stared at Colonel Charles Granger as the world began to fade. Blood ran from Granger's shattered eye socket. Scott Brodie wasn't religious, but he found himself saying aloud, "I hope you're in hell." Brodie was vaguely aware of what was happening around him. A lot of commotion and people speaking urgently. He heard the wail of an ambulance. His eyes landed on the canister that stood next to Granger's corpse. He looked up at Soleiman, who was still applying pressure to his thigh as he looked around and waved someone over. Brodie said to Soleiman, "That canister." Soleiman looked at him. "What?" "Hazmat. Explosives. Airborne plague." Soleiman looked at the can, then immediately started issuing orders to people around him, likely to seal the area and get a biocontaminant team and a bomb squad on site. Brodie looked again at the corpse of Colonel Charles Granger. Snowflakes settled on his dark coat and melted in the blood around his chest. Brodie now noticed a wedding band on Granger's left ring finger. He wondered if the man had remarried or had kept it as a remembrance of his dead wife. He wondered how anyone could be capable of loving another person and still do what this man had done. Brodie still had no real sense of this man, of what had turned him against his own country, and what had happened in the years between the Cold War and now to embitter him against the entire world order, to turn him into an avowed white supremacist. There probably wasn't an answer, at least not a single one, or a simple one. Colonel Granger had been on a 4-decade road to hell that began before Scott Brodie was even born. There were probably lots of twists and turns along the way, and maybe even a few off-ramps, but Granger hadn't taken them. And maybe it didn't matter anymore how Charles Granger's soul had been poisoned. All that mattered now was that the son of a bitch was dead. "We got him, Harry. We got him, Anna. Brodie realized at some point that Captain Solomon had left, and someone was applying a tourniquet around his upper thigh, and he was lifted onto a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. Someone put an oxygen mask to his face, and someone put a blood pressure cuff on his arm. The sirens wailed and the ambulance sped down the road, and he heard rapid-fire German among the EMTs surrounding him as someone placed an IV line in his arm and began administering fluids. He thought of Taylor. He hoped she was okay. And David Kim. He thought of the people who were not okay and never would be. Harry Vance, Anna Albrecht, Anna's father Manfred, the 3 other executed Stasi informants, the 3 murdered Syrian immigrants, the young Iraqi man Hassan al-Kazimi, and the dead whose names were written on those blood vials. Brodie pictured Odin's corpse in the road, lying in the blood-drenched snow. The bastard was dead, but death was too easy an end for him. He said through the oxygen mask, "He deserved worse." An EMT put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You are going to be all right." Brodie assumed he meant physically. Mentally, maybe not so all right. Why else would he be doing this for a living? Justice. And there was enough injustice in the world to keep him employed for a long time. But that came with a cost. He recalled a famous line from the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. That was the big trick. Chapter 54. Scott Brodie sat alone in a hospital bed in a dimly lit room. Through the window he could see the hazy sky of nighttime Berlin. He listened to the white noise of the IV infusion pump and the occasional footsteps of doctors, nurses, and orderlies in the hallway outside the closed door. Brodie, along with Maggie, Taylor, and David Kim, had spent the last 48 hours in a biocontainment facility on the outskirts of the city. For Brodie and Taylor, it was a precautionary measure. For David Kim, it was to save his life. Brodie looked at the empty hospital bed at the other end of the room. Taylor should have been transferred by now, and a nurse had told Brodie they would bring her here, maybe by morning. As for Special Agent David Kim, Thomas Stellmacher had taken Brodie's threats seriously. Or Stellmacher had had a talk with his better angels, and he'd administered the antibiotic to Kim and gotten him out of the bunker and into an ambulance. And because Stellmacher played with plague, he knew exactly where to have David Kim taken for treatment and biocontainment. Brodie had demanded and gotten a full report on Kim's condition from a doctor at the facility, who told Brodie that his colleague, Mr. Kim, had been close to death, but was expected to make a full recovery. A lot of bad things happen in this broken world, but miracles happen too. The door opened and a tall man stepped in. By the dim night lights, Brodie could make out a long object in his gloved hand. Brodie said, "Visiting hours are over." Trent Chilcott replied, "That's why I'm here." Brodie tried to see what Chilcott had in his hand. Gun? Hand grenade? "Is that for me?" Chilcott lifted the object. It was a small bouquet of flowers wrapped in brown paper. "For Maggie." He eyed the empty bed. "But I guess she's not here yet." "She doesn't want anything from you." Chilcott dropped the bouquet on a nearby table, then walked into the room and stopped a few feet from Brodie's bedside. "I wanted to congratulate you. And thank you." "You're welcome." He added, "How's your solar plexus?" Chilcott ignored that and said, "Reinhard Dorn is dead." Brodie didn't respond. He got hold of something sharp in his cell and slashed his wrists. "Good." The German investigators don't feel that way. There's nothing they could offer a man like that to get him to cooperate. Chilcott nodded. The BKA's still sorting out who knew what among the detained Titan staff and Nordfaust members. But they think only a few people within both organizations knew the full details of the biological attack plan. He added, "Fortunately, Titan Genetics kept meticulous records, even of the secret operations that were siloed from the legitimate side of the company. Titan has a count of every bacterial colony on every pore plate in their labs, and they recorded how much was deployed in each of their experiments. They even cataloged the bacterial concentration of each of the submunitions in each of the mortar warheads. Reinhard Dorn's obsessive need for control over his creation will be an intel bonanza." Well, those were the kinds of habits you picked up after years of working in a police state. Brodie asked, "Do I have a need to know this?" Chilcott stared at him. "I know that once you're out of here, you're going to try to hunt down the truth, and I thought I'd save you the time. And demonstrate to you that things are under control and need to stay that way." There it was. Brodie thought he'd at least be stateside before he got this talk. He said, "I helped bury your shit once, and I'm not doing it again." This is not my shit, to be clear. The answer's the same. Chilcott took a step closer. "I'm not asking." "Hey, Trent, my leg is fucked up, but the rest of me is fine. Come any closer and I'll show you." Chilcott paused a moment and looked like he was trying to keep his temper in check. Then he said, "Let me explain something to you, Scott. Sometimes our best protection against bad actors is their own limited imaginations. Outside of a small circle of people, no one knows that a biogenetic weapon such as the Götterdämmerung plague is even possible. And if it becomes common knowledge that it is not only possible but feasible, and that there is in fact an existing strain capable of killing 80% of the world's population..." He trailed off. "This isn't the Mercer case, Mr. Brodie. This isn't about protecting people from embarrassment or accountability. This is much, much bigger. Neither of us sets the rules on this one, or has the luxury of breaking them." Brodie didn't respond. Chilcott had dropped his aloof affect and actually looked a little worried. This threat of biological Armageddon really was bigger than all of them, and maybe it dwarfed considerations of pride, ego, or even principles. That was a disturbing thought. Brodie thought about the late Colonel Charles Granger, who was currently dominating headlines. The American Army traitor who had evaded justice for decades and who had spent his later years plotting with the most dangerous white supremacist group in Europe to launch attacks against Arab immigrants. The news had reported on the seized cluster bombs but said nothing about the plague inside of them, and made only a passing mention of Charles Granger's status as a board member of Titan Genetics, a biotech firm that, coincidentally, had just been raided by federal police for reasons unknown. The public might theorize about a connection between those two events, or 3 events now, with the prison suicide of the Titan Genetics founder Reinhard Dorn. But there was not yet enough information to draw any real conclusions. And if Trent Chilcott and his intel colleagues got their way, there never would be. Brodie looked at Chilcott. "I'll see how this plays out." Chilcott stared back at him. "That's not the answer I need from you, Scott. It's the best you're going to get. Do you have a hero complex or a martyr complex? My shrink says both, with high paranoia." "Paranoia is good. Watch yourself." Brodie looked at him. "The doctors told me I need rest, and you're pissing me off." Chilcott turned and walked to the door and was about to leave when Brodie asked, "Why were you in Berlin?" Chilcott turned to him. "I told you. I was working with the Special Collection Service to monitor Nordfaust." "Yeah, you told me. I didn't believe you then, and I don't believe you now." Chilcott did not respond. "You came here to whack us, you sick fuck. But then you realized our homicide investigation was dovetailing with the Nordfaust plot that your colleagues were monitoring, so you decided to bring us in and under your control to see what we knew." Chilcott was silent. Then he said, "You're right, Scott. You need your rest." He gestured to the flowers on the table. "Get those in some water, or they'll die. Stay away from Maggie Taylor, or you'll die." Chilcott locked eyes with Brodie. "I'll remember you said that, Scott, and you might come to regret it." He added, "I owe you one." Trent Chilcott walked out of the room and shut the door. Brodie knew he was right about Chilcott's presence in Berlin. He'd seen it in the man's eyes, and Brodie knew he and Taylor weren't done with this treacherous psycho. He checked the time on the phone he'd been lent by the U.S. Embassy, 9:20 p.m. Then he looked at his call log. Nothing from Taylor, who might or might not have been given his temporary phone number, but he saw the 5 missed calls from Colonel Dombrowski over the last 2 days, all with corresponding voicemails that he hadn't listened to. He couldn't deal with a phone call at the moment, but maybe a text would do. "Good evening, Colonel. You've heard the bad news by now that I'm alive and mostly well. Good news is Taylor is the same. I'll call tomorrow." Dombrowski replied almost immediately. "Yes, General Kiernan has kept me briefed. Rest up. You earned it." There was a pause, and then he sent another message. "Your office at Quantico is ready for you when you return. The Army needs you. And your country needs you." Brodie looked at that guilt-trip message. He'd broken every rule in the book, and a few unwritten ones. But apparently there was some forgiveness when you helped stop a genocidal mass murder. Maybe this case would earn him a promotion. Or maybe it was enough to be spared a court-martial. Brodie wrote back, "I'm under sedation for an enema. Call you tomorrow." Then set his phone down on the table next to the bed and reclined, letting his mind go where it wanted. Anna. When he tried to think of nothing, he thought of her, and he wondered if there was something he could have done differently to prevent what had happened. But that wasn't fair. He had done what he could, which was to finish what Harry Vance had started. Vance himself had picked up the trail from Anna's mother Ursula, who had in turn been seeking justice for her murdered husband Manfred. And what had inspired Manfred Albrecht to risk his life by passing on Stasi's secrets to the West? Probably his own day-to-day work inside Stasi headquarters, where he'd seen thousands of innocent people spied on, harassed, threatened, and arrested, their lives slowly ground to dust. Some people have a sense of justice, a sense of right and wrong, and the balls to act on that. Most of those people were dead. But new ones came along. Brodie drifted in and out of sleep, and eventually he woke to early morning light streaming in through the window. A new day. The door opened, and Maggie Taylor rolled in on a wheelchair being pushed by a male orderly who flicked on the lights. Brodie sat up. "Good morning." Taylor smiled. "Good morning. I am officially not a biohazard." "Congratulations. You look great." She wore a hospital gown and actually looked pale, unkempt, and exhausted. But there was life and light in her eyes, like she knew she'd been through hell and survived. Again. The orderly helped Taylor out of the wheelchair and into the hospital bed. She winced in pain as she eased into the bed. The bullet she'd taken had not hit any organs. but it had nicked a rib and caused extensive soft tissue damage that would take a while to heal. Taylor thanked the orderly and he left with the wheelchair. She raised the bed so she was sitting upright, then turned to Brodie. "You look good." "I feel great." "Ready to return to duty?" "Maybe tomorrow." "I probably shouldn't be surprised that a case I work with you ends in a hospital. Better than a 3-volley salute and taps." She had no reply, and they sat in silence a while. Then Taylor said, "I spoke to David over video. He's still very weak, but doing a little better every day." "Good." Taylor looked across the room at the bouquet of flowers, which had wilted. "Who were those from?" Brodie didn't reply. Taylor nodded. She knew who they were from. Brodie swung his legs over the side of the bed, then eased himself off. "Are you supposed to be walking?" "Let's find out." He shuffled over with his IV pole and sat in a chair next to Taylor's bed. They looked at each other. Taylor said, "I spoke to Colonel Dombrowski. He told me that he considered your resignation a rash decision, made under the stress of a tough assignment. I'll put it in writing. Scott, this job doesn't suit me." Taylor laughed. Brodie said, "I'm serious." "I know. That's why it's funny." She suggested, "Take your medical leave in the Caribbean." She added, "That's what I'm going to do." He didn't reply. They were both quiet for a moment. Then Taylor said, "I'm putting in for a transfer back to Quantico." Brodie looked at her. "Good." Taylor was waiting for him to say something more, so he added, "Don't partner with Brad Evans. I'm partnering with you." Brodie did not respond. She continued, "You had your reasons for resigning, but the fact is, you stayed on the case on your terms, which is why I can't go back to theirs." Taylor thought a moment, then said, "You want to know what Colonel Dombrowski said to me? He said that he dreaded to think about what would have happened if he had assigned a different team to this case. He'd never say that to you, but he said it to me, and I'm telling you." Or, she'd learned how to bullshit from Scott Brodie. Thank you for that. War changes you, Scott. It changed me, and it changed you. This job changes you in another way. In either case, we're not fit for duty in the civilian world. She looked at him. This is it, buddy. This is us. He knew that, but said, "Worst re-up pitch I've ever heard." She smiled, then said, "The truth hurts, but bullshitting yourself hurts more." Brodie looked at his partner, who, despite loss of blood, lack of sleep, and days inside windowless rooms eating bad hospital food, looked vibrant, almost radiant. He pictured her all those years ago on her first government-paid trip to Germany, in a hospital bed at the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, recovering from the IED blast in Afghanistan that almost killed her. Maggie Taylor wanted to live on the edge, but it wasn't because of the adrenaline rush. It was because that's where she found the meaning. That's where she thought she could tip the scales of justice. Maybe Harry Vance had felt that way too, or at least he came to feel that way toward the end of his life, when he found a cause worth fighting for and dying for. The thing about being on the edge is sometimes you fall off, and the people who don't fall are supposed to carry on. He said to Taylor, "All right." "All right?" "We'll be a train wreck together. Mutually assured destruction." She held out her hand. "We'll split the blame and share the glory." He took her hand and looked in her eyes. Deal. The end.
Bloodlines, a novel, Book 2 of the Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor series, was written by Nelson DeMille and Alex DeMille, and read by Scott Brick. Editing, mix, and post-production by Danny Meltzer. The associate producer was Anna Chan. Bloodlines was engineered and directed by Richard Brewer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Bloodlines, a novel, is available in print from Scribner. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Deserter, a novel, Book 1 of the Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor series, written by Nelson DeMille and Alex DeMille, and read by Scott Brick. The following is an excerpt from Nelson and Alex DeMille's The Tin Men, a novel, Book 3 of the Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor series, read by Scott Brick.
Brigadier General Stanley Dombrowski hung up the phone and listened to the sound of his own breathing, and of the rain beating against the windows of his second-story office. He recorded this moment in his mind, thinking he might want to recall it someday. He rose from his desk and looked out the window. The heavy downpour pelted the flowering dogwood trees that lined the strip of lawn beside the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. The spring rains had started early this year and come on stronger and would not let up. At least that was how it felt. But maybe the weather was just the weather, as it had always been, and the thing that was changing was Stanley Dombrowski. This might not be a homicide, Stan. This might not even be a crime. The phone call had come from his boss, Major General Stephen Hackett, the Provost Marshal General who was the commanding officer of the Army Criminal Investigation Division, and the Army's top law enforcement official. Stephen Hackett generally did not hand down assignments personally, and Brigadier General Stanley Dombrowski was no longer supposed to be directly overseeing cases either. But this was something different. Something big. The rules of rank and responsibility did not apply. Dombrowski walked to the window where he caught his reflection in the rain-streaked glass and the glint of the general's star on the shoulder loop of his green service uniform. Getting older had its perks, and the promotion to general that he thought would never come finally had. The pay raise was nice, but he lived modestly and hadn't needed it. What he had needed was the respect and recognition that was owed to him. He'd finally gotten that 5 months ago, after he'd taken a big swing on a high-profile homicide case in Berlin. From the point of view of the higher-ups in the Pentagon, it was supposed to be a rubber stamp job. Let the Germans do the work, nod along, and say Dankeschön. It was their jurisdiction anyway, and the case looked pretty open and shut. But something inside General Dombrowski, then Colonel Dombrowski, told him not to follow the script. It was probably the same qualities that had led his wife to leave him. Arrogance, paranoia, and a pig-headed will. The good stuff. So Dombrowski had assigned the Berlin case to 2 CID special agents who he knew would follow the truth wherever it led, which in that instance was into the deepest abyss of human evil. We're on the bleeding edge here, Stanley. We need to get this right. Getting it right meant getting the truth, and in this case, the truth might be dangerous. This was not the time for safe assumptions, or half-measures, or ass-covering. He walked back to his desk, picked up the phone, and punched a number. It rang once, and then Special Agent Scott Brodie said, "Good afternoon, General." "Scott, are you at HQ?" "Yes, sir. Ms. Taylor and I are in our office having a working lunch. I need to see you both in my office now." Yes, sir. Can I bring you some chicken lo mein? No, thank you. He added, I'm going to need you to clear the decks, so think about who can inherit your caseload. With pleasure, sir. I look forward to our new assignment in an interesting and exotic locale. Prepare to be disappointed. Yes, sir. Dombrowski hung up. Turning down carbs was a relatively new habit of his, but it was already earning dividends. Chief Warrant Officers Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor were two of the most talented and hard-working special agents in CID. They also had intense personalities, problems with authority, and a tendency to strike out on their own under dangerous circumstances, without regard for personal safety or legal jurisdiction. For Stanley Dombrowski, assigning Brodie and Taylor to a big case with vast national security implications was never an enjoyable experience as it unfolded. But once it was over, it always felt like it had been the right choice. Kind of the inverse of eating chicken lo mein. He watched the rain as he waited for his agents to arrive. He could see only the outline of this thing, the bare facts given to him by General Hackett. But it didn't look good, and no amount of wishful thinking would unring that phone, or undo what was being done by the military's top scientists and engineers in the name of progress and preparedness. The road to hell was paved with good intentions, and General Stanley Dombrowski feared that the Army's best and brightest were out there, laying the asphalt.